A quick word from this week's sponsor, Ground News. War often brings out the most heated and polarising perspectives, and the news we read and the news we miss heavily influences our outlook on those types of issues. This is why I'm happy to be partnering with Ground News again for this video. They're an app and website that gather related news articles from around the world and political spectrum in one place. For example, let's take a look at this story on a recent airstrike conducted by Israel in Beirut. I can instantly access all 340 articles Ground News has found reporting on it, and see most of this coverage is coming from centre-rated and from highly factual sources. Comparing coverage is interesting. The bias comparison shows that left-leaning sources, including this article by PBS News, tend to emphasise international calls for de-escalation and restraint. This is a completely different perspective than the right-leaning sources, such as The Telegraph, tending to emphasise the justification for prosecuting this target. It's interesting to read the news in this way, where the origin of a source can heavily dictate the narrative, especially when social media feeds often tailor what we see to our political viewpoints, reducing diversity of perspective. I encourage you to check it out at ground.news/TOR to make sure you're getting all sides of every story. They're giving my viewers 50% off their Vantage subscription, the same plan I use for unlimited access. I think Ground News is doing important work, and I hope you'll check them out.
Do you guys know in your favor where they're at so we can orbit?
01, I'm sorry, say request again.
6 Chinook transport helicopters start their engines at Al Jaffa Air Base in Jordan. 60 men of D Squadron, 22 Regiment SAS, jump to their feet and run to the waiting Chinooks, through the swirling dust kicked up by the spinning rotors. The SAS operators board their transports, and Captain Jim Watkins settles in for a long flight ahead. He can still taste the port from his troops' good luck toast. The Chinooks lift off into the night sky and proceed across the Jordanian desert in 3 waves. Their target is a suspected chemical plant and Scud missile site in the Iraqi town of Al-Qaim. The date is the 17th of March 2003. They are taking part in Operation Roe. In 2 days, the invasion of Iraq will begin, the culmination of more than a decade of hostilities with Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein has been clinging to power after his defeat in the 1991 Gulf War, and his nation has become a global pariah. It is believed that Saddam is harbouring militant enemies of the West within his nation, and it is publicly claimed by some that he still maintains the ability to deploy supposed weapons of mass destruction. Today, of course, we now know how reliable these claims were. Saddam has continued to act defiantly despite his precarious position, cheering recent attacks and often barring WMD inspectors from Iraq. US President George W. Bush decides that now is the moment to rid the Middle East of Saddam Hussein once and for all. He intends to finish what his father started and depose the Iraqi dictator in a military campaign. The invasion itself is codenamed Cobra II, a nod to the Normandy breakout during the Second World War, but the public name is Operation Iraqi Freedom. The objective will be to overthrow Saddam Hussein and install a democracy in Iraq. We know today that the justifications made by politicians and government officials for the invasion of Iraq were, shall we say, less than sound. However, this series will focus solely on the actions of the young men and women sent to conduct the military campaign to invade Iraq in 2003, Operation Iraqi Freedom, and those Iraqis who defended against it. Beginning in 2002, the American president sets out to build a coalition to achieve his aim. British Prime Minister Tony Blair pledges the UK's support, but unlike in 1991, global support for military action is lacking. Key partners from Desert Storm such as France, Spain, Egypt and Turkey refuse to take part, citing a lack of hard evidence of WMDs and a belief that removing Saddam Hussein will destabilise the region. The looming invasion is controversial around the world, despite an impassioned pro-war speech by US Secretary of State Colin Powell at the UN. Regardless, Bush and his cabinet have made up their mind to attack by early 2003, and another Desert Shield style build-up begins in the Middle East. Commander of United States Central Command, General Tommy Franks, has stepped into the shoes of his Gulf War predecessor Norman Schwarzkopf, and will conduct the coming operation. His staff promise that the plan will inspire shock and awe among the Iraqis, compelling them to surrender en masse like they did during Desert Storm. On the 17th of March, President Bush sends an ultimatum to Saddam Hussein: leave Iraq with your sons within 48 hours or face severe consequences. It is under this cloud of uncertainty that the SAS begins their secretive mission, which takes place 24 hours before Tony Blair will ask the House of Commons to sanction the invasion. The Chinooks continue to Al-Qaim, flying low across the barren desert of western Iraq. They are soon overtaken by American AH-6 Little Bird helicopters, who move to rocket and strafe suspected Iraqi positions nearby. The Little Birds are flying low to avoid radar detection. The Iraqi defenders are caught by surprise and offer insignificant resistance. Enemy machine gun nests, radars and supply depots are hit hard by quick gun runs before the small and nimble helicopters escape back into the night sky. The SAS men spot the Little Birds, their minigun barrels glowing white hot in the night sky. One operator thinks to himself, "There's no turning back, Allied forces are now committed." Having stopped to refuel en route, the first wave of Chinooks arrives at the target area after a 75-mile flight from their forward refuel base near the Iraq-Jordan border, and land at a remote position on the outskirts of the Iraqi town of Al-Qaim. The helicopters disembark the operators and Pinky Land Rovers, known as Desert Patrol Vehicles or DPVs. The plan is for D Squadron to set up an encampment and await the arrival of B Squadron, which is driving overland from Jordan in more DPVs. Together, they will assault and destroy the water treatment plant, which is also a suspected chemical weapons facility. The site was also used to launch Scud missiles against Israel during the First Gulf War, and could be again. Intelligence reports that 2 full regiments of the Republican Guard are in the area, promising a tough fight ahead. Watkins and his team are digging in when a pair of headlights are seen approaching their position. The men prepare to fire, but the car passes by without spotting the encampment. Watkins and his men relax and catch up on sleep. They will spend the next day reconnoitering the plant and waiting for B Squadron to arrive. While the SAS are laying low outside of Al-Qaim, the British House of Commons officially approves the invasion of Iraq on the evening of the 18th of March. There's still a day before the expiration of President Bush's ultimatum for Saddam Hussein to give up power, but the coalition partners are now past diplomacy. Various Special Forces teams and the CIA's Special Activities Division begin their own infiltrations across the Iraqi border, awaiting the beginning of the air offensive, A-Day, when they will call in airstrikes against key military targets and attempt to rally Iraqi citizens to the coalition's cause. In the evening, B Squadron of 22 Regiment SAS links up with D Squadron on the outskirts of Al-Qaim, having driven throughout the day without being detected. At just after midnight on the 19th of March, both squadrons move out to probe the defences around the water treatment plant. They are backed up by DPVs armed with rocket launchers and a sniper team. The SAS squadrons approach the plant's perimeter when they are spotted by an Iraqi sentry. The night sky suddenly lights up with small arms fire as the Republican Guard tries to drive the British troops away. One of the snipers quickly gets to work, seeking out targets with his Barrett 50 caliber rifle. However, a round from an Iraqi machine gun shatters the barrel and sprays the sniper with metal shrapnel. Nonetheless, the sniper coolly switches to his sidearm and continues to fire back. With such intense fire coming their way, the commanding officer of B Squadron orders a withdrawal back to the encampment. One of the DPV crews find themselves pinned down and are forced to abandon their vehicle as the men sprint through a hail of gunfire to safety. The DPV is destroyed by the SAS with an anti-tank rocket before they slip away into the darkness. They have suffered only 1 wounded and no fatalities. Many Republican Guardsmen have been killed, but their repulse means the SAS must try to penetrate the chemical plant the following night. At 10 PM on the 19th of March, the commander of Combined Air Forces, Lieutenant General Buzz Moseley, receives orders to launch a short-notice airstrike within the next 6 hours. Moseley is informed that the CIA has located Saddam Hussein and both of his sons with 99.9% certainty at a compound outside of Baghdad known as Dora Farms. With Saddam showing no sign of leaving the country, President Bush is keen to decapitate Iraqi leadership right after his ultimatum expires at 4 AM the following morning. Mosley quickly gets to work planning the mission before awaiting final orders from the President and General Franks. When night falls, B and D squadrons of 22 Regiment SAS again attack the suspected chemical facility in Al-Qaim, but once more find that enemy numbers are too great. Instead, they withdraw and are treated to the opening stage of shock and awe. Starting at 9 PM, the elite 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, along with 2 flights of MH-60 Blackhawks armed with Hellfire missiles and 30mm cannons, moved to engage Iraqi radar and observation posts along the border with Saudi Arabia, Jordan and Kuwait. The SAW Regiment, known as the Black Swarm, splits up into 4 groups. Each flight consists of 2 AH-6 Littlebirds and an MH-6 Littlebird carrying a thermal imaging system to spot targets. An MH-60 Blackhawk equipped with infrared sensors is also operating independently to support the operation. Also accompanying each flight are 2 A-10 Warthogs to engage any targets too heavily armoured for the Littlebirds. For 7 hours, the helicopters and A-10s systematically destroy Iraqi installations on the border. The Iraqis offer only limited resistance and no American aircraft are lost. They turn back to base. An SAS officer recalled, "We sat in the desert watching what was a pretty impressive fireworks display." With the path clear, British and Australian Special Forces infiltrate into Iraq from Jordan, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. Using both vehicle-mounted patrols and helicopter transport, these Special Operations units move to secure airfields and other valuable strategic assets. Meanwhile, the news that the US Air Force could take out Saddam Hussein has set off a flurry of activity at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. The 8th Fighter Squadron, the Black Sheep, have readied 2 F-117 Nighthawks piloted by Lieutenant Colonel Dave Toomey and Major Mark Hohen to launch by 3:30 AM the morning of March the 20th. Mosley is discussing with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dick Myers, who asks, "The President has one question. Can you get the pilots back?" Mosley replies, "I can get them to the target. I don't know if I can get them back." There is a pause before Myers relays Bush's final order: strike. 8 minutes later, Toomey and Hohen are airborne and on their way to Baghdad to kill Saddam Hussein. Despite the short notice, General Mosley wants to give the F-117s as much support as possible and orders 3 EA-6B Prowlers from the carrier USS Constellation to jam enemy radars, while 2 F-16CJ Fighting Falcons are diverted from a patrol to shadow the stealth aircraft and destroy any SAM sites. The strike will be followed by approximately 40 Tomahawk cruise missiles from US Navy battle groups in the Persian Gulf and a submarine in the Red Sea, and AGM-86 air-launched cruise missiles from B-52 Stratofortress strategic bombers. This mission is risky. The coalition forces have steadily worn down the Iraqi Air Force and air defense capabilities over the past year as part of a bombing campaign known as Southern Focus. However, the air defences around Baghdad have not been targeted, and many Air Force officers remember the intense SAM barrages directed at coalition aircraft above the Iraqi capital during Desert Storm. The pilots have been told they must strike the target by 5:30 AM, or else their vulnerable aircraft will be silhouetted against the rising sun. At exactly 5:30 AM, the 2 Nighthawks approach Baghdad. Despite fears of overwhelming anti-aircraft fire, the Iraqi capital is still asleep, and the F-117s have not been detected. Toomey and Hohen locate the target area and release 4 2,000-pound EGBU bunker buster bombs. These are state-of-the-art satellite-guided munitions which have been designed with missions like this in mind. The EGBUs explode in quick succession, and the F-117s turn and run for the Persian Gulf. Iraqi anti-aircraft guns fire wildly into the sky, but no hits are scored, and the Nighthawks make a clean getaway. General Mosley is jubilant when told that the munitions hit precisely on target. "Bitchin', dudes, bitchin'," he exclaims to his subordinates. A few minutes later, the first of the Tomahawks and B-52 launched cruise missiles arrive to further saturate the Dora Farms area. Toomey and Hohen will make it back to Al-Udeid, and on landing are greeted by camera crews and ground personnel cheering them as heroes for taking out the Iraqi dictator. They have just won the war before it's even started. However, the celebrations of victory are short-lived. Saddam Hussein appears unharmed on Iraqi state television later that day, and it is later determined that despite the 99.9% certainty of his location there, the Dora Farms compound has not been used since 1995. The decapitation strike has failed. The mission provokes an Iraqi response. Shortly after 1 PM on the 20th of March, the Iraqi military launches a Seersucker cruise missile at the Marine base at Camp Commando in Kuwait. Despite the heavy presence of Patriot anti-missile batteries, the Seersucker flies so low that it is not detected. The missile narrowly misses the headquarters of the Marine Expeditionary Force and explodes just outside the camp fence. 2 ballistic missiles are launched, but Patriots successfully intercept them. However, Saddam Hussein has sent a message that he knows the invasion is imminent. That night, SAS units outside of Al-Qaim launch one last attack on the water treatment plant, but by now, local militia have arrived to reinforce the already much larger garrison. When the SAS attack, they are greeted by another wave of small arms fire, including tripod-mounted machine guns on civilian pickup trucks. These trucks are known as technicals in military terms, and prove to be a dangerous weapon. Although they are the most elite unit in the British Army, the SAS find themselves outgunned. B and D squadrons are once again pushed back, but this time they are in danger of being overrun as they retreat. The Iraqi militia and the Republican Guard heavily outnumber the SAS and go on the offensive. They fight a pitched battle against the Special Forces operators outside of a Bedouin village on the outskirts of Al-Qaim. The rocket launchers aboard the DPVs prove vital in driving off the attackers and inflict casualties on the enemy as they attempt to overrun them. After hours of fighting, the Iraqis withdraw, but the SAS commander is informed that a convoy of 20 Iraqi military vehicles are looking for his unit. Knowing that storming the complex would result in unacceptable casualties, the commander instead orders an airstrike to destroy the facility. As dawn breaks on the 21st of March, 2,500 pounds of munitions are dropped on the area while the SAS retreats into the desert. 2 operators will receive the Military Cross for their actions outside of Al-Qaim. The events of this day force a major change to the overall plan for Iraqi freedom. The date for the invasion, G-Day, had been set for the morning of the 22nd of March, in concert with the start of the air war. However, General Franks and leader of the ground offensive, Lieutenant General David McKiernan, fear that the now alert Iraqi government will conduct a scorched earth policy and destroy their country's infrastructure to halt the invasion. Maintaining Iraq's infrastructure is a key priority for the coalition leaders. As such, the decision is made to move the land invasion up to the night of the 20th of March. Unlike Desert Storm, the ground attack will now begin before the massive air offensive. The bulk of the forces involved in Iraqi freedom will attack into Iraq from Kuwait. The governments of Turkey and Saudi Arabia are sympathetic to the coalition cause, but both have refused to allow ground troops to use their countries as staging areas. With most coalition forces in the south, a rapid advance to Baghdad is required to topple the regime as quickly as possible. On the left flank, Lieutenant General Scott Wallace's 5th Corps represents the main axis of advance, and will push through the Tigris-Euphrates Valley and destroy any Iraqi units they encounter. The key armoured capability of 5th Corps is the 3rd Infantry Division, fielding M1A2 Abrams tanks, M2 Bradley fighting vehicles, and M109 Paladin self-propelled howitzers. Supporting them as ground infantry, the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions. Altogether, 5th Corps will field 247 Abrams, 264 Bradleys, and 132 artillery pieces. The 101st will provide the bulk of the helicopters, with 151 Apaches, 52 Kiowas, 62 Chinooks, and 178 Black Hawks supporting Wallace's divisions. On the right flank, one Marine Expeditionary Force will again go toe-to-toe with Saddam's forces after taking part in Desert Storm. The MEF is comprised of the 1st Marine Division and 2nd Marine Expeditionary Brigade. A total of 50,000 men and 10,000 vehicles will move to capture Iraq's southern oil fields and the port of Qasr, before also turning north to attack Baghdad. The 1st Marine Division is commanded by Major General Jim Mattis and is equipped with 120 Abrams tanks. The UK 1st Armoured Division will move to cut off and capture Basra, the most important city in southern Iraq, with 166 Challenger 2 tanks, 236 Warrior infantry fighting vehicles, 66 Scimitar light tanks, and 36 AS-90 self-propelled artillery pieces. In addition to those already infiltrating into Iraq to conduct recon patrols, combined special forces from the coalition nations will launch amphibious assaults against the Al-Faw Peninsula and offshore oil rigs to seize crucial oil installations in the south. 250 Navy SEALs from the United States, a brigade of Royal Marines from the UK, and 126 Polish Grom commandos are tasked with securing Iraqi oil infrastructure. In the north, special forces have been steadily trickling into Kurdish-controlled areas for over a year to organise an offensive against Saddam's regime. Rather than a northern front established from Turkey, the Kurdish Peshmerga will handle the bulk of the fighting to tie down Iraqi units. The United States is providing 706 combat aircraft, while the British contribute 68, and the Australians a squadron of 14 FA-18 Super Hornets. Altogether, 309,000 coalition troops will invade, supported by just over 1,200 aircraft, including 790 fighters and bombers. It is less than half the total of the combined forces which took part in Desert Storm, but US Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has purposefully kept the number of troops low. To him, this campaign will be carried by American technological superiority and aggressive commanders on the ground, who are told to avoid large population centres. Under Rumsfeld's doctrine, there should be no need for a larger invasion force. Facing the coalition is the Iraqi military, which on paper is still a serious threat. 300 to 350,000 ground troops are organised into 16 divisions in 5 corps. However, 2/3 of the Iraqi army is composed of untested conscripts, while the rest of the ground forces are equipped with outdated Soviet-era weaponry. The 70,000-strong Republican Guard once again represents the backbone of Saddam's military. They are organised into 6 divisions and have much better equipment than the regular army. Altogether, the Iraqi military has around 2,000 tanks, 3,700 APCs, and 2,300 artillery pieces. Yet most of this strength exists only on paper, as the Iraqi military as a whole is in a far worse shape than it was before Operation Desert Storm. The coalition far outnumbers the Iraqi Air Force, which is believed to have 300 mostly obsolete combat aircraft. At 9 PM on the 20th of March 2003, the ground offensive starts with a short but sharp artillery barrage from 155mm guns of the 15th Regiment of the US 3rd Infantry Division. After 20 minutes, 1st and 3rd Battalions moved to clear Iraqi border guards from the massive sand berms which mark the boundary between Kuwait and Iraq. 3rd Battalion encounters machine gun fire coming from 2 observation posts, but both positions are quickly neutralised by Bradleys and Abrams. Armoured tractors then move in to bulldoze holes through the berms so the mechanised units can cross the border. It is not long before the channels are cleared and the invasion force moves into the openings. Now at the tip of the spear of the 1st Marine Division are the 374 men of the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion, rolling into Iraq in a convoy of 70 Humvees. 1st Recon is ordered into the breach early on the 21st of March, with Sergeant Brad Colbert in the lead Humvee. Day is breaking as Colbert notices that his rear gunner, Corporal James Trombley, has fallen asleep as they cross the Iraqi border. Colbert taps Trombley on the shoulder to rouse him from his sleep. "Wake up, Trombley, you're missing the invasion." The convoy continues into Iraq, with Marine Cobras flying overhead. Just a quick word before we move to part 2. I just want to say a big thank you to our supporters on Patreon. Your support is the only reason we can make series like this, which take a huge amount of effort and work to produce by a growing team of 15 people. If you'd like to support what we do and get exclusive benefits such as early access to our videos ad and sponsor free, please consider joining our Patreon. We would love to have you as part of our community.
It is 3,000 and 5 Golf Mike, actually amend altitude to center maintain 1,000.
It's the evening of the 20th of March 2003, the opening hours of Operation Iraqi Freedom. At 10 PM local time, a single B-52 Stratofortress arrives above Iraqi positions on the Al-Faw Peninsula in the southeast of the country. The B-52 releases 16 1,000-pound JDAMs which devastate pre-sighted enemy trenches and dugouts. Minutes later, 8 MH-53M Pavlo 4s approach from the west carrying SEAL Team 3. Royal Marine Commandos and Navy SEALs are to mount a joint Anglo-American assault on Iraqi territory. The coalition assault has got off to what US Central Command nicknames the Running Start. Earlier in the day, CENTCOM Commander Tommy Franks decided to move the land invasion forward to secure Iraq's vulnerable oil infrastructure and prevent Saddam Hussein from waging a scorched earth defence of his country. The US Marine Expeditionary Force and the British 1st Armoured Division will move to capture the Rumaila oil fields, while combined forces of the coalition nations will assault the Al-Faw Peninsula. Meanwhile, 5th Corps, under the command of Lieutenant General Scott Wallace, has begun its attack on the left flank, advancing out of Kuwait with the 3rd Infantry Division and the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions. Wallace's corps represents the main axis of advance. Their main objective for the day is to capture the key Highway 1 bridge and Talil Air Base outside the city of Nasiriyah. The Al-Faw operation will utilise special forces from most of the coalition partners. 250 Navy SEALs from the United States, a brigade of Royal Marines from the UK, and 126 Polish Grom commandos will work together to seize southern Iraq's oil infrastructure. During Desert Storm, Saddam ordered his forces to set fire to Kuwait's oil facilities, causing a devastating ecological disaster. To prevent history from repeating itself, the SEALs will hit the ground first on the Al-Faw Peninsula and establish landing zones before the Royal Marines will follow and push out to secure more objectives. When enemy resistance is suppressed around the landing zones, the Royal Marine Commandos will move to secure the oil facilities and await the arrival of the US 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU. The 15th MEU, with its 2,000 men, 4 Abrams tanks, 16 Amtraks, and multiple Cobra attack helicopters, has been placed under British command for this operation, and will link up with the Special Forces once they have secured their objectives. Meanwhile, the Polish Grom commandos will storm Iraq's offshore oil platforms before they can be sabotaged. As the helicopters cross Kuwait's Bubiyan Island, British and American artillery open a sustained barrage on the Al-Faw Peninsula. The 1st Navy SEALs land at the large metering and monitoring station just outside the town of Al-Faw, guided by a circling AC-130 Spectre gunship, shining an infrared beacon on the target area. Another SEAL team lands at the coastal pipeline stations to the southeast. The Pavlos head back to Kuwait to pick up the first 2 companies and a support group of Royal Marine 40 Commando. They are soon joined by naval gunfire from Royal Navy frigates HMS Marlborough and Chatham, which bombard Iraqi positions with 4.5-inch shells. The 2 frigates and the Australian HMAS Anzac are close to the shore in the Khwar Abd Allah waterway between Bubiyan Island and the Al-Faw Peninsula. Marlborough is so close in, she has only 1.5 metres of water under her keel. After quickly loading Bravo and Charlie companies, totalling around 400 Royal Marines at the tactical assembly area, the helicopters take off to head back in, now flying through difficult conditions with swirling dust and bulky night vision goggles obscuring the pilot's views. Inside the Pavlos, the commandos are hot and drenched in sweat from the uncomfortable confines. Bravo Company is to assault 2 pipeline buildings to the southeast of Al-Faw, which feed oil to offshore shipping terminals. Major Matt Jackson commands Bravo Company, and is riding in the cockpit of a Pavlo when he's informed that the 3 transports carrying his men must go around. The SEALs have encountered resistance and have to clear out the enemy while the British circle above. The helicopters repeat this 3 more times, adding to the commandos' torment. Jaxa later recalled thinking, "I don't care whether there's the assembled masses of Genghis Khan, I just want to get off this bloody helicopter." Finally, the task force is given the order to land, and the helicopters set down in the desert. The commandos fan out to secure the oil pipelines separated by a mile from each other. Jackson divides his force and orders Royal Marine scouts to seize any buildings they come across, intending to use them as observation posts. His objective is to clear the area and then move out to expand their defensive perimeter. After securing the westerly pipeline, Jackson's men come across an enemy command bunker, which has not been seriously damaged by the B-52 raid. The Iraqis inside open fire, forcing the approaching Royal Marines to take cover. Major Jackson radios in support from the orbiting Spectre gunship and other friendly aircraft. The Spectre pounds the target with 40mm and 105mm rounds, throwing clouds of sand into the sky. The bombardment ends a few minutes later when an FA-18 Hornet screams overhead and drops 4 guided bombs on the bunker, neutralizing the enemy. Major Jackson is satisfied by the display of firepower and decides to hold a defensive position until daybreak. To their northwest, 5 RAF Chinooks carrying the Royal Marines of Charlie Company and 5 Pavlos carrying 40 Commandos Maneuver Support Group, or MSG, approach the oil monitoring and metering station. The Maneuver Support Group comprises GPMGs, heavy machine guns, grenade machine guns, and javelin sections. The MSG provides fire support for other marine elements. The commanding officer of 40 Commando, Colonel Gordon Messenger, has accompanied his men to this objective. Charlie Company is to secure the perimeter and support the SEALs already on site, while the MSG will clear the main gate and a security bunker. After being warned about the boggy conditions around the station's perimeter, Messenger decides to make a slight change to the plan, and his Chinook lands on the tarmac road running directly through the facility. However, he is then informed that telegraph poles lining the side of the road will have to be felled before the rest of Charlie Company can land. With no saws or large cutting tools, the Royal Marines improvise and place keyhole charges against the poles before detonating them. With the path now clear, the formation of aircraft inserts 200 Royal Marines in 3 waves in 2 minutes, and the Marines reinforce the SEALs already on the ground. The 35 men of the MSG element of the Marine reinforcement, under the command of Captain Paul Lynch, land 500 metres away from their objective to find that the SEALs had lost their vehicle in the mud and have been unable to secure the outer perimeter as a result. To make matters worse, Captain Lynch had been told to expect around 30 contacts in the trenches to the north of the main gate, only to now be informed that a Spectre gunship is picking up more than 130 on thermal vision. Lynch calls in fire support from the Spectre, which saturates the area with 40mm shells. A Chinook carrying more Royal Marines picks this inopportune time to land right behind Lynch's MSG, drawing fire from the undeterred Iraqi defenders. To cover the helicopter, Captain Lynch sends 10 men forward to secure the gatehouse in a bounding advance. A Royal Marine corporal asks Lynch if they should fire on any contacts they see on the rooftops. Irritated, Lynch responds, "They are the enemy. We are here to kill the enemy. Now get on with it." Lynch orders his men to set up a Milan anti-tank missile launcher along with 3 machine guns to provide covering fire. He intends to make up for the MSG's numerical disadvantage by showing aggression. The 35-man-strong MSG assaults the 130-man-strong Iraqi positions, methodically clearing out buildings and trenches near the gatehouse. Lynch's men strictly adhere to the rule of no fire without advancing, no advance without firing, when attacking their numerically superior enemy. Iraqi mortars fire back, forcing the Marines to occasionally take cover. However, the Milan is also used as an anti-personnel weapon against the mortar positions. Furthermore, most of the enemy troops are demoralised and many throw their hands into the air when Lynch's men draw closer. A company of 40 Commando arrives to reinforce the attack and provides additional fire support. Eventually, the position is secured and the MSG digs in. Neither 40 Commando nor the Navy SEALs suffer any casualties during the operation. At the same time, The US 1st Marine Division, under the command of Major General Jim Mattis, has been tasked with capturing the Rumaila oil fields. Mattis is an aggressive commander with the call sign Chaos, and is excited to command the longest marine advance since the 1805 Barbary War. His goal is to seize the key oil installations before turning north to aid the attack on Baghdad. Colonel Joe Dunford's 5th Marine Regimental Combat Team, or RCT, is the first unit to roll across the border. Most of the lanes through the Iraqi minefields have been successfully cleared, allowing for a rapid advance by Lieutenant Colonel Fred Padilla's 1st Battalion. They speed north to capture crucial oil facilities, the men complaining about their bulky mop suits designed to shield them from chemical weapons. Alpha Company of Padilla's battalion advances in a wedge with a platoon of Abrams leading the way. The Marines encounter 2 Iraqi tanks in a quarry, and the Abrams quickly destroy them before resuming the attack. They meet no more enemy units as they advance. Padilla is pleasantly surprised by the lack of resistance, and his men successfully secure gas-oil separation plants and pumping stations before setting up defensive positions. Meanwhile, a much larger joint operation is underway. 14 CH-53s and 14 CH-46s, accompanied by 12 Cobras and 4 UH-1 Hueys, will land the 550 Royal Marines of 4-2 Commando at the vital town of Al-4, to the west of 40 Commando's position. The capture of Al-4 will allow the coalition control over the entrance to both the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. It will be the largest opposed airborne operation since the Vietnam War. At 2:50 am, the task force takes off from Kuwait with the Cobras leading the formation. The helicopters are piloted by Americans, who will land the first wave of Royal Marines at their destination before going back to pick up more of 4-2 Commando. Lieutenant Colonel Jerome E. Driscoll is leading the assault flight in Dash 1 when the pilots encounter heavy smoke. Alerted by the earlier fighting, the Iraqis have set oil fires, which exacerbate the already difficult flying conditions. The formation is approaching Bubiyan Island at 225 feet above the ground when Driscoll hears frantic shouting in his headset. Dash 3, power, 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 pull up. Driscoll spots a flash of light out of the corner of his eye, followed by another report. Dash 3 is down, there's a bird down, it's in flames. The disoriented crew has flown right into the ground, killing the 8 Royal Marines and 4 American airmen aboard. In light of the worsening conditions, the mission is aborted. The invasion has also started on the left flank. Major General Bluff Blunt's 3rd Infantry Division is tasked with capturing the Highway 1 bridge outside of Nasiriyah, along with the Talil airfield to use as a forward operating base. Iraqi resistance as a whole collapses, but some border outposts offer defiant resistance. An Apache is damaged by small arms fire from one outpost, but the crew is able to return to base. These holdouts are soon identified and silenced by coalition firepower. When the engineers are done clearing a path, they stand on top of the sand berms and wave American flags to signal that the lane is open. The first echelon of the 3rd Infantry Division passes the Iraqi positions, which are now smouldering ruins. As the division vehicles are moving forward through gaps in the sand berms, a recon patrol spots a company of T-72 tanks ahead through their thermal goggles. A task force comprising most of 2nd Battalion of the 7th Regiment opens fire with their Abrams M1A1 tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles, and call in air support before they realise the Iraqis are curiously not returning fire. Patrols are sent forward and discover that these are destroyed tanks from the First Gulf War. Their rusting remains have appeared on the thermal cameras after soaking up the desert sun during the day. The advance continues as the 3rd Infantry Division heads north to the Highway 1 bridge. As day breaks, Lieutenant Shane Childer's platoon in Alpha Company of Padilla's 1st Marine Battalion 5th Marine Regiment is guarding the road leading to a pumping station when a pickup truck carrying non-uniformed men with AK-47s approaches. The Marines have been told that armed Iraqis might be friendly militia and to hold their fire. The truck pulls up, and the Marines wave only for the men in the back to start shooting. The Marines fire back, and all of the enemy fighters are killed, but Lieutenant Childers has been hit and slumps to the ground. The medic immediately goes to work, but it's no use. Lieutenant Shane Childers is the first man of the coalition killed by enemy fire in the Iraq War. 1st Battalion of the 7th Marine Regiment attacked the oil pumping station at Zubair, which pumps 14% of the world's oil supply to Iraq's port terminals. The pumping station is codenamed the Crown Jewel to underline its importance. Under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Chris Conlin, the Marines assault the complex, expecting a tough fight and anticipating that the Iraqis would blow up the facility at any time. However, they find no defenders, and the workers are still at their posts. Conlin inspects the facility and sees damage to some of the machinery. He suspects sabotage and confronts the workers, only to be told that the facility is merely in its normal state of disrepair. Iraqi infrastructure is far worse than originally expected. The next objective for the right flank of the invasion force is the port of Qasr. Capturing the port will cut off Iraq from the Persian Gulf and allow humanitarian relief supplies to arrive. Early in the morning of the 21st of March, the US 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, crosses the border into Iraq, covered by a heavy artillery barrage, and encounters little resistance. The 15th MEU falls under British 3 Commando, commanded by Brigadier Jim Dutton, who dispatches a convoy of 20 vehicles of the 15th MEU, along with assets from the British 26th Armoured Engineer Squadron, to begin the initial advance down the road to Qasr. As they approach the outskirts of the city, the vehicles come under sporadic small arms fire from Iraqi positions by the roadside. The convoy pushes on until mortar shells start bracketing the route, forcing the column to halt. Dutton calls up armoured reinforcements while the Royal Artillery pounds the Iraqi mortar positions. However, the artillery fire comes dangerously close to the vehicles, which hastily withdraw to stay out of the killing zone. Shortly thereafter, the vehicles resume their advance, with 2 Abrams main battle tanks now in the lead, while the Australian frigate HMAS Anzac provides fire support. By the afternoon, the lead units of the 15th MEU arrive into the outskirts of Qasr and split, some elements moving into the Old Town area, and others advancing for the valuable port area. With CIA intelligence that a brigade of T-72 tanks of the Medina Republican Guard Division, as many as 180 tanks, are on their way to Qasr, it is imperative that the Anglo-American force takes the town promptly. As they drive down the streets of the city, Iraqi soldiers occasionally fire back with small arms, but the Marines suffer no casualties. The fight for the Old Town area will continue for 4 days. The column reaches the port and forces the surrender of 200 Iraqis. Marines raise the American flag over Qasr, only to quickly take it down. Orders from General Franks' headquarters have strictly forbidden any displays which make the coalition forces appear as an occupying army. The supposed brigade of 180 Republican Guard tanks approaching never in fact existed, another coalition intelligence failure in a growing list. The seizing of the oil fields is a strategic success. The 15th MEU links up with the Navy SEALs and Royal Marines on the 21st of March, while the Polish Grom Commandos secure the offshore oil platforms without loss. The Iraqis have been caught off guard and only managed to destroy 7 of the more than 1,000 oil wells in the area. Not only has Iraq's fragile oil infrastructure been captured intact, but the foiling of enemy sabotage efforts prevents another ecological disaster in the Persian Gulf. At his headquarters at Camp Doha, General Franks and Ground Commander General Dave McKiernan are pleased with the operation's initial punch. Moving the ground offensive to before the main air campaign has thrown off the Iraqis' defensive strategy, and the coalition forces are meeting negligible resistance. The British 1st Armoured Division is about to cut off Basra with the 7th Armoured Brigade, the famed Desert Rats, leading the way. The Marine Expeditionary Force has already begun its northern advance, while 5th Corps' main thrust continues up the Euphrates Tigris Valley. Franks and Defence Secretary Rumsfeld urged their local commanders on, hoping to catch and destroy the vaunted Republican Guard divisions in a repeat of Desert Storm. As night falls on the 21st of March, it is time for the air offensive, A-Day, to begin.
Maintain 110.
14 B-52H Stratofortress strategic bombers begin rolling down the runway at RAF Fairford in the United Kingdom at just before 1 PM local time on the 21st of March 2003. The crews of the aircraft queuing on the taxiway wave small American flags out their windows before joining the main runway, drawing cheers from the ground crews. The B-52s are on their way to their target, Baghdad. There, they will join coalition aircraft to bring shock and awe to Saddam Hussein's military. 4 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers and a further 14 B-52s also take off from the British base at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. Like the B-52s flying from the UK, these aircraft are en route to the operational area. Aboard the aircraft carrier USS Constellation, Captain Mark Fox has briefed the pilots of Carrier Wing 2, whose 20 FA-18C Hornet strike aircraft are part of the first wave heading to Baghdad. Due to press reporters listening in on the briefings, Fox and his subordinates are careful not to disclose sensitive information, while also giving their men a clear picture of what to expect before sending them to their aircraft. The liftoff from the carrier's flight deck is smooth, and the Hornets climb to 18,000 feet en route to meet their tankers over northern Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, strike aircraft, strategic bombers, wild weasels, tankers, electronic warfare aircraft, recon aircraft, and drones begin launching from air bases across the Middle East, and from 5 aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf. By the end of the first day, 1,700 sorties will have been launched against Iraq, about 60% of the number during the first day of the air war of Desert Storm. The first wave is to launch a coordinated attack into Baghdad at 9 PM local time, H hour. Hundreds of strike aircraft will then immediately join the aerial assault across Iraq, hitting Iraqi Army and Republican Guard targets, SAM sites, and military infrastructure. This operation was originally intended to mark the official start of Operation Iraqi Freedom, with the ground invasion following on the morning of the 22nd. Instead, US 5th Corps and the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force have crossed the Iraqi border 24 hours early, after concern that Saddam Hussein's government would wage a scorched earth campaign. Saddam's generals are caught off guard by this strategy. They had been expecting another long and sustained aerial barrage similar to the one they had faced in the 5 weeks before the land offensive of Operation Desert Storm. With the Iraqi military knocked back on its heels, the leader of Central Command, General Tommy Franks, and the Air War Commander, Major General Buzz Moseley, decide to proceed with the first day of the planned air offensive, A-Day. The objective is to clear out enemy air defences and decisively cripple the Ba'athist regime. Unlike at the beginning of Desert Storm, the coalition has already won air superiority over Iraq, with months of preparatory airstrikes. When planning for Iraqi freedom began, General Moseley estimated that his air forces would need 10 to 14 days to pummel Saddam's air defences before the invasion could start. General Franks was unhappy with this. He believed the lightning war on the ground should be supported by a lightning war in the sky. Instead, Operation Southern Focus was authorised in 2002. Royal Air Force and United States Air Force aircraft methodically bomb Iraqi air defences over the no-fly zone below the 33rd parallel. Between March and December 2002, the number of bombs dropped by the RAF and USAF on Iraq increased by 300%. The suppression missions became so routine that RAF Tornado pilots began referring to them as recreational bombing. However, not all enemy air defences have been suppressed. The air defences in the area of central Iraq did not fall under either the northern or southern no-fly zones established during Desert Storm, and have not been targeted by inter-war strikes. Coalition intelligence has identified over 200 threats within this area, including Soviet-built SA-2, SA-3 and SA-6 launchers, French-made Rolands, and even an American-produced Hawk SAM battery, which was captured by the Iraqi army during the invasion of Kuwait in 1991. A main objective for Air War Commander General Moseley will be the elimination of AA capability in this area, which has been named the Super Missile Engagement Zone, or SuperMEZ. While the strike aircraft are assembling, General Franks addresses his subordinates by video call from his headquarters in Qatar, telling them, "Shock will be introduced at 2100, you're all doing great." At General Mosley's command post in Saudi Arabia and aboard the US Navy carriers in the Persian Gulf, air controllers are closely monitoring the strike groups. The mission planners have created three-dimensional highways in the sky to minimize any mid-air collisions or friendly fire. These highways require incoming aircraft to fly on the right-hand side, while egressing aircraft fly to the left. These paths are to be strictly followed by the aviators as they fly into enemy airspace. An aerial innovation will help the coalition improve over its performance from Desert Storm. Both the United States and United Kingdom have since built fleets of UAVs, which can provide valuable intelligence without putting their operators in danger. A year earlier, the US Air Force unsuccessfully attempted to shoot down an Iraqi MiG-25 using a Predator drone, but the episode spooked Iraqi High Command into ceasing aerial patrols. In preparation for A-Day, unarmed Predator drones have been loitering above Baghdad to document enemy air defences. At just before 9 PM, Navy Special Mission C-130s drop 3 Fire B target drones and peel away while the drones continue on a predictable heading towards Baghdad. These drones are to act as decoys and draw the attention of Iraqi air defences away from the incoming raids. Arriving on station simultaneously, the B-52s from the UK and from Diego Garcia fulfill a similar task to their first actions during Desert Storm. The Stratofortresses launch 100 AGM-86C cruise missiles from both the northwest and southeast of Iraq, the largest air-launched cruise missile attack in history. The Stratofortresses turn for home, while the US Navy warships in the Persian Gulf launch Tomahawk missiles. A-Day will see 504 cruise missile strikes against regime targets. The first strike on Baghdad will come in 3 waves and attack over 100 targets in the capital. While the Fire B target drones distract the anti-aircraft batteries around the city, the cruise missiles will strike Ba'athist targets and Republican Guard command posts to further draw Iraqi anti-aircraft fire. They will then be followed by 12 F-117 Nighthawks, supported by 10 EA-6B Prowlers, which will jam enemy radars. If the Prowlers detect Iraqi fire control radars, 8 F-16 CJ Wild Weasels will be vectored to destroy the enemy with radar-seeking HARM missiles. 4 B-2 stealth bombers, 20 FA-18s, 8 F-14s, and 8 F-15Es will follow in to hit targets in the city after the Iraqi air defences have been exhausted. Immediately following the initial attack in Baghdad, hundreds of strike aircraft will execute their planned missions to attack military installations across the country. The B-1B Lancers will act as so-called roving linebackers, patrolling Iraqi airspace and awaiting the order to unleash their munitions on targets of opportunity. More airstrikes by RAF Tornadoes and B-1Bs will simultaneously target what remains of Iraq's Air Force and SAM capabilities around the Supermez. Altogether, the A-Day strike aircraft will carry out more than 1,700 sorties against Saddam's regime. The Fire B target drones launched earlier arrive over Baghdad and have their intended effect. Iraqi radar teams take the bait and switch on their radar sets to lock onto the drones. Anti-aircraft fire erupts wildly into the night sky. Once the drones are within the city limits, they release aluminium chaff strips, scrambling Iraqi radar sets even further. At exactly 9 PM, H-hour, the first AGMs and Tomahawks scream into Baghdad. Just as planned, the Iraqi defenders open fire with all the weapons at their disposal. Like in 1991, news organisations have trained their cameras on the city and broadcast the opening salvo of the air offensive live to the world. This time, none of the bridges over the Euphrates or Tigris rivers are bombed, as the American forces will soon need these crossings in their drive northwest. With new intelligence on the dire state of Iraqi infrastructure, electricity and water systems will also be spared. Thus, those watching at home are treated to the strange sight of downtown Baghdad being hit by cruise missiles while the city is still fully lit. The night before, the Bush administration removed over 500 targets from the strike list, worried that Saddam's government might collapse too quickly and leave the country in anarchy. While the cruise missiles are pummeling Baghdad, the F-117s have encountered a problem. Because of the large number of aircraft involved in the operation, all KC-10, KC-130 and KC-135 tankers are swamped by refueling missions, and 9 of the 12 Nighthawks have been unable to tank on schedule. Only the 3 remaining F-117s have continued to Baghdad. Once the city is in sight, they split up and prepare to execute their attack runs from different directions to dilute enemy AA fire. Colonel Matthew McKeon, Major Stephen Ankerstar, and Captain Brent Blake seek out their targets. Ankerstar is flying in from the northeast and locates his first target, an Iraqi army communications array to the north of Baghdad. At 9:17 PM, he drops a single bomb on the complex which detonates right on target. The F-117 continues south to the city itself, which is now covered in smoke following the cruise missile strikes. He then drops a GBU-27 earth-penetrating bomb on a 4-way intersection rumoured to have a military tunnel running beneath it. He egresses south as his aircraft avoids inaccurate anti-aircraft fire and SAM launches. The once vaunted air defences around the Iraqi capital do not score a single hit. Colonel McKeon spots his target, the massive dome of the Ba'ath Party National Headquarters. He drops a single 2,000-pound bomb which penetrates the building and explodes, collapsing the dome. McKeon heads north and drops another bomb on the same communications array Ankerstar struck earlier, before turning for home. Finally, Captain Blake drops both his bombs on another regime target in downtown Baghdad, before also turning south. Obliging General Frank's order that the air forces should keep the heat on, the B-2 Spirit stealth bombers arrive to continue the barrage as the F-117s are departing. The stealth bombers quickly get to work. A B-2 drops 2 4,700-pound GBU-37 satellite-guided bunker busters on an Iraqi communications tower. The base of the tower explodes in a massive fireball, and the entire structure collapses. The B-2 can carry up to 16 JDAM precision-guided bombs, 16 JSOW glide bombs, or 8 GBU-37 bunker buster bombs. All of these weapons are deployed on this night. Saddam's lavish palaces in the Iraqi capital are systematically reduced to rubble by the B-2s. At 11 PM local time, the remaining conventional strike fighters in the Baghdad force move in to hit their targets. It is also at this time that the conventional strike fighters and strategic bombers that are now flooding into Iraq to hit military targets across the country also begin their massed assault. With Iraqi military command isolated and in chaos, the F-16 CJ Vipers begin the dirty work of suppression of enemy air defences, or SEAD. SEAD missions are among the most demanding faced by pilots. Known as wild weasels, the SEAD aircraft must fly in close coordination with the strike aircraft and remain constantly vigilant in monitoring enemy radar activity. These exhausting flights can last anywhere between 6 to 12 hours and require as many as 10 mid-air refuelings to remain on station over the area of operations. However, the United States Air Force employs the most modern SEAD tactics along with the feared HARM missiles. Once an enemy radar set is detected, the F-16s engage the target with HARMs, missiles which lock onto the radar emissions themselves. With Iraqi radar sites continuing to try to illuminate American aircraft over Baghdad, the environment is target-rich for the F-16s. One Wild Weasel pilot later brags, "The Iraqis knew for sure that if they came on the air, they were going to get a face full of harm." With the skies clear of enemy aircraft, and the Vipers destroying any Iraqi radar that illuminates, Captain Fox leads a flight of 4 FA-18s to their target, an enemy surface-to-surface missile site just outside Baghdad's southern suburbs. While en route to the objective, Fox watches the aerial fireworks from the cockpit of his Hornet as SAM and tracer rounds arc through the night sky above the city, which is still fully lit. He later recalled, "Baghdad's light and the building crescendo of explosions were almost too bright to view through night vision goggles." Each Hornet in the flight is carrying 3 AGM-154 Joint Standoff Weapons or JSOWs. These fire-and-forget glide bombs are the perfect weapon to knock out the Iraqi missiles. When the 4 Hornets reach the JSOW launch point, each AGM-154 releases from the underside of the aircraft with a thunk sound. Guided by sophisticated avionics using GPS tracking, the JSOWs glide towards their targets. Within a minute, all 12 explode and demolish the missile launchers. The Hornets bank to the right as Captain Fox is treated to a unique sight. Below him, he spots a sea of sparkles, almost as if there are people taking flash photographs from the ground. He realises that it is actually hundreds of Iraqi soldiers firing AKs straight up into the air at his aircraft. Fox later remarks, "I thought to myself, this would be a bad night to go low." As the flight egresses south, he looks back one more time to take in the spectacle of the air campaign. The Iraqi defences were spectacular but ineffective. Another flight of 4 Hornets, including 2 from Marine Squadron 323 from the USS Constellation, are about to reach their target in the town of Carala. However, this mission is facing difficulty as the 4 Vipers tasked with defending the Hornets are late. Commander Mark Hubbard and the rest of the flight are circling to wait for them, when he also learns that the Prowler electronic jamming aircraft is also missing. Running out of fuel, Hubbard knows he must abort if his support aircraft cannot arrive on time. Yet, with less than 2 minutes to spare, the Vipers arrive, and Hubbard gives the go-ahead to continue the mission. 2 Marine Hornets split off to bomb a communications array just to the west, while Hubbard and his wingman head for their target, a barracks complex in Karbala, which is a training complex for Saddam Hussein's personal bodyguards. Ribbons of Iraqi anti-aircraft tracers lace through the sky and bracket the 2 Hornets, who continue undeterred. At the release point, they each drop 2,000-pound JDAMs before turning for the Persian Gulf. Their munitions explode right on target. Despite the heavy AA fire, none of the Hornets in the flight have taken any battle damage. Meanwhile, RAF Tornadoes join the fray. 4 Tornado GR4s of 9 Squadron are screaming towards the Iraqi city of Al-Qut on a seed mission. Flight Lieutenant Andy Robbins and his weapon system officer, Lieutenant Dave Williams, are the second aircraft in the formation. Each Tornado is carrying a single AIM-9L Sidewinder, a chaff countermeasure pod, 600-gallon drop tanks, and 5 alarm anti-radar missiles. Robbins and Williams receive a warning telling them that their aircraft's avionics cooling system has failed, followed quickly by another informing the men that the radar homing and warning receiver has also malfunctioned. Despite the cascading failures, Robbins closes up to the lead aircraft to effectively share their warning receiver. They detect a Roland SAM fire control radar set lighting up to search for targets, and the Tornado achieves lock with the alarm missiles. 4 of the 5 missiles launch while the aircraft egresses south. The alarms smash the radar and there is little anti-aircraft fire. As they return to base, Robbins is in awe of the columns of coalition ground forces below them, advancing north. He watches them through his night vision goggles and later recalls, every road into Iraq was simply rammed with green dots. At the same time, 2 pairs of Tornadoes from 617 Squadron are about to showcase their MBDA Storm Shadow cruise missiles for the first time. An Anglo-French bunker-busting cruise missile, the Storm Shadow can be air-launched by Tornadoes, delivering 450 kilograms of high-explosive warheads up to 350 miles, and through the roofs of hardened aircraft shelters and bunkers. 9 Squadron, the same unit which sank the German battleship Tirpitz with 617 Squadron 60 years earlier, launched their missiles at hardened Iraqi Air Defense Command bunkers in Taji and Tikrit. They follow with alarm missiles against radar sites across the country. The B-1B Lancer strategic bombers orbit the airspace, each aircraft armed with a payload of 24 JDAMs. When given the signal by the air controllers, the Lancers pounce on targets of opportunity. The supersonic bombers face little to no anti-aircraft fire. However, they do not hit many Iraqi aircraft, which are conspicuously absent from their airfields. It is later discovered that the Iraqis buried much of their remaining MiGs and Mirages in the desert to keep them from being destroyed in the initial attack. This is also because Saddam believes the coalition will fail to depose him, and he hopes to reactivate his air force once they have withdrawn. 4 F-15E Strike Eagles from the 336th Tactical Fighter Squadron are tasked with dealing a personal blow to the Iraqi dictator. Nicknamed the Rocketeers, the Strike Eagles are approaching Baghdad to attack Saddam Hussein's yacht club. At the same time, 4 Strike Eagles from the 335th Tactical Fighter Squadron, the Chiefs, are en route to destroy the Republican Guard barracks at Saddam International Airport. These attacks are intended to make it harder for Saddam to flee the country before he can be captured. However, the mission is already not going according to plan. One of the 335th Strike Eagles suffered an air-to-ground missile failure while still on the ground, leaving only 3 to complete the mission. When the F-15Es are in range of the airport, another one of the AGMs fails to launch. 2 of the Strike Eagles manage to launch their missiles, but one explodes only seconds after leaving the aircraft. Only one AGM-130 impacts the target but causes only minor damage. The Rocketeers fare even worse. None of the AGM missiles hit the yacht club due to a data link problem. The failure of these missions will lead to increased scrutiny of the AGM-130, which has gained a reputation for being unreliable, not that Saddam's yacht collection will mind. 2 F-14D Tomcats of VF-2 and a pair of FA-18C Hornets from VFA-137 are approaching their target, the Iraqi Ministry of Defence's radio relay transmitter at Salman Pak, a heavily defended town southeast of Baghdad. The missions over Baghdad tonight are the first non-stealth attacks against a target in the Baghdad area since the ill-fated Package Q debacle in the First Gulf War. Lieutenant Commander Kurt Frankenberger is piloting the lead Tomcat, and immediately loses count of the number of SAM launches against the formation, recalling, "We had to trust our systems and visually confirm that each missile did not appear to be tracking, then disregard it and evaluate the next one." 4 F-16 Wild Weasels are covering the strike formation and launch their harms from behind them, knocking out enemy SAMs when they dare to illuminate their fire control radars. The enemy fire intensifies as the Tomcats and Hornets draw closer to the radio transmitter. However, the radio intercept officer in the other F-14 is unbothered by the heavy AA fire, and is filming the entire bombing run with a home camcorder. Frankenberger remembers, "He took some great video footage, documenting the target ingress as if he was going to Disneyland." Once they reach the release point, the Hornets and Tomcats release their JDAMs and turn to leave the area. The radio transmitter is destroyed, and Frankenberger and 3 others will be awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for their excellent performance. This is also the first time an F-14 Tomcat has dropped a JDAM in combat. One section of F-14Ds from VF-2 is diving in on the heavily defended Al-Taqadum Air Base to the west of Baghdad. The Tomcats drop 5 JDAMs which crater the runway, making the base inoperable to the enemy. 2 more VF-2 F-14s are tasked with providing air cover for the other Tomcats, but the Iraqi Air Force continues to remain on the ground. The bombing continues throughout the night and into the early morning hours of the 22nd of March. 4 FA-18Cs and 2 F-14s from the USS Abraham Lincoln strike a missile production facility in Karbala. The Tomcats dive in fast, releasing 4 2,000-pound JDAMs. 3 minutes later, the Hornets follow and drop a mix of JDAMs and Mark 84 bombs. The Iraqis launch several SAMs at the aircraft, but none track, and they make it back to the Abraham Lincoln without further incident. 2 wings of Tornadoes from RAF-12 Squadron are heading straight into the teeth of the Supermez. The first wing of 8 Tornadoes smash Iraqi radar sites near the northern city of Mosul with their alarm missiles, losing no aircraft in the process. The second wing of 7 Tornadoes is commanded by Squadron Leader Kev Rumans. Their task is to destroy the Republican Guard barracks in the heavily defended town at Saribadi, 30 miles southwest of Baghdad. To minimise exposure to Iraqi anti-aircraft systems, Rumans leads the Tornadoes in line abreast so they can each fire 2 alarm missiles once enemy SAM radars light up, while simultaneously dropping Paveway 2 laser-guided bombs on the barracks. With the sun starting to appear on the horizon, The Tornadoes launched their alarms while unleashing all 21 of their paveways on the target within a 2-second window. With so many missiles and bombs in the air, Rumans later says, "I remember thinking to myself that it looked like a scene out of the movie Armageddon." The Tornadoes beat a hasty retreat to avoid SAM launches, but satellite imagery later confirms the paveways have scored 21 direct hits on the Republican Guard barracks. With the sun now rising over Baghdad, the first night of A-Day is over, and the remaining strike aircraft egress back to their bases. They are soon replaced by Hornets and A-10 Warthogs, along with US Marine and RAF Harriers, which arrive to provide close air support for the ground forces advancing further into Iraq. Much like its predecessor 12 years earlier, the first night of the air war over Iraq is a success. In some respects, it is an operational improvement, as no coalition aircraft are shot down. This is mostly due to weaker than expected Iraqi resistance. Furthermore, major Iraqi airfields are rendered unusable by JDAM and Storm Shadow strikes, knocking the Iraqi Air Force out of the war in the first few hours. In contrast to the Desert Storm air war, the Iraqi Air Force does not take to the skies during the entire campaign. When asked by the press why the Iraqi Air Force will not come out to fight, General Mosley responds, "I believe that he has not flown because in their mind they've made a calculation that they will not survive." For the rest of Operation Iraqi Freedom, the main focus of the coalition's air power will be to provide close air support to ground troops as they advance northwest. Michael Knight, a British defence analyst, will later observe, in contrast to the beginning of Operation Desert Storm, which had been a triumph of orchestration, the opening of Operation Iraqi Freedom would prove to be a triumph of improvisation. Despite radical changes made to the plan in the hours before the attack, the air offensive smashes Iraqi defences to bits. A-Day is such a complete success in neutralising enemy air defences that the non-stealth B-1B bombers are able to fly daytime missions over the Supermez by the third day of the campaign. The coalition ground forces will enjoy unrivaled air superiority as they advance northwest. However, the air campaign does not deliver a strategic knockout blow as hoped. The decision to remove key regime targets from the list at the last minute spares much of Saddam's military capability. Unlike Desert Storm, his forces will continue to fight hard against the advancing coalition forces. At 1 AM on the 23rd of March 2003, the 507th Army Maintenance Company is trying to make up time, having been delayed since the start of Operation Iraqi Freedom. They are driving in darkness on Iraq's Highway 8 when they approach an intersection. The commanding officer, Captain Troy King, makes a mistake and continues on the highway rather than turning off as ordered. They approach the sprawling city of Nasiriyah and its more than 400,000 inhabitants. The 18-vehicle convoy draws closer to the city and runs into an Iraqi roadblock manned by men with AK-47s. Rather than opening fire, the Iraqis wave the Americans in, and King leads the column into Nasiriyah at 6 AM. It is here that the 507th and the entire coalition will receive a nasty shock from an enemy they have underestimated. There are at least 4,000 Iraqi fighters waiting for them in the city. It is now the third day of the invasion. Despite an improvised start to the campaign, coalition forces are methodically advancing north, with the American 5th Corps on the left and the Marine Expeditionary Force on the right. Most of the initial objectives have been achieved on schedule. The Marines have secured the Rumaila oil fields, the British are steadily encircling Basra, and 5th Corps is preparing to drive on Baghdad itself. The day before, the 7th Cavalry Regiment of the 3rd Infantry Division reached the outskirts of the town of As-Samawa, having advanced 130 miles in just 2 days. Leading elements of 5th Corps have also advanced to the suburbs of Nasiriyah. Although the army units are meant to bypass the city, the 507th AMC is mistakenly and unknowingly driving right through it. The convoy moves slowly through the narrow streets, past Iraqis who seem surprised to see the American trucks. Things are tense until the convoy reaches the other side of Nasiriyah, without taking any fire. However, Captain King now realises he has made a mistake and orders the 507th AMC back into the city to rejoin the assigned route. As the convoy turns around and retraces its steps, King orders lock and load as the column passes Saddam Fedayeen fighters, who are eyeing the Americans with anticipation. At 7 AM, the vehicles make a left turn onto Highway 16 and begin taking small arms fire from every direction. They attempt to fire back, but many of their small arms have become jammed by the desert sand. The convoy misses the turn back into the city, forcing Captain King to search for an area ahead where they can make a U-turn. In the confusion, the convoy splits into 3 groups as it tries to fight its way out of the city, with the faster Humvees outrunning the slower maintenance trucks, as the drivers desperately try to avoid improvised roadblocks. 2 Americans are killed while the convoy is trapped in the killing zone, and multiple trucks must be abandoned when they are too badly damaged. The Saddam Fedayeen is a heavily armed paramilitary composed of the Ba'ath Party's most loyal members and formed after Saddam's defeat in 1991 to brutally suppress the rebellions against his rule. The Shiite population in southern Iraq is generally supportive of the invasion, but the Fedayeen keep order through brutalizing the locals, often executing civilians who try to surrender themselves to coalition forces. Finally, the convoy has found an area large enough to execute a U-turn. In the middle of the convoy, Private Brandon Sloan's truck breaks down in the middle of the chaos. He and his passenger, Sergeant Donald Walters, disembark while the 5-ton wrecker behind them moves in for a combat pickup. Sloan is able to climb aboard the wrecker, but Walters is accidentally left behind. Alone in a hostile city, Walters fights his way to the Saddam Canal by himself. It is believed that Walters was looking to lay low before attempting to escape the area. However, he is soon cornered by Fedayeen fighters, and Walters continues to resist with nowhere else to run. Heavily outnumbered, he fires every single one of his 201 rounds from his M16. Despite running out of ammunition, Walters refuses to surrender and must be forcibly taken into custody by his captors. He is then summarily executed by the Fedayeen militia. Sergeant Donald Walters will later be awarded the Silver Star. Meanwhile, the rest of the convoy has re-entered the heart of the city and is speeding towards the Euphrates River Bridge. At 7:30 AM, the first group, led by Captain King, finally emerges from Nasiriyah and runs into Marines from Alpha Company of the 8th Tank Battalion. Their commander, Major Bill Peoples, learns of the ambush and orders his tanks forward to help the embattled members of the 507th AMC. Covered by 2 Marine Corps AH-1 Cobras and a pair of FA-18s, 8 tanks along with a Marine rifle platoon launch a bounding advance. As they fight their way in, Alpha Company is confronted by an Iraqi tank, along with AA and artillery positions. The Marines swiftly destroy all of them. They arrive to find 10 survivors of Group 2 pinned down by Iraqi fire. Under supporting fire from the tanks and air support, Alpha Company managed to save these survivors and get them to safety. However, 10 Americans are killed and 6 more captured in the ambush of the 507th Army Maintenance Company. At 7:10 AM, an Army tractor trailer in the third group swerves to avoid a dump truck, but jackknifes and crashes. The Humvee behind attempts to go around, only to be hit by an RPG in the front tyre, causing the Humvee to smash into the back of the truck at high speed. Everyone in the Humvee is killed except for the 2 female privates Lori Piestewa and Jessica Lynch, who were wounded and captured by the Iraqis. Private Piestewa will later die in captivity, becoming the first female Native American soldier killed in service of the United States. In total, 15 of the 18 vehicles in the 507th AMC are destroyed in the deadly ambush. The 8th Tank Battalion is part of Task Force Tarawa, the designation for the 2nd Marine Brigade, which is to capture 2 bridges in the eastern sector of Nasiriyah. This will allow Jim Mattis's 1st Marine Division a direct route into Mesopotamia. Task Force Tarawa is to seize the crossings over the Euphrates and the Saddam Canal as soon as possible in order to keep up with the fast pace demanded by Mattis. The Marines are not expecting much resistance at the bridges. Lieutenant Colonel Rick Grabowski's 1st Battalion of the 2nd Marine Regiment will be the spearhead for this operation. Before the assault, Task Force Tarawa's commanding officer, Brigadier General Rich Natonsky, takes Grabowski aside and asks him to rescue the missing members of the 507th AMC if possible. "Ricky, you have got to see if you can find those guys. They'd do it for us." Grabowski's plan is for Alpha Company to take the lead and seize the Euphrates Bridge by late morning. Then, Bravo and Charlie companies will swing east and north of the city through an open field to capture the bridge over the Saddam Canal. Alpha Company advances towards the Euphrates Bridge, but soon spots 9 T-55 tanks defending a railway overpass. Grabowski sends an anti-tank team ahead of his column to destroy the Iraqi tanks. The T-55s have been purposefully immobilized to be used as pillboxes, making them easy targets for the AT team, which dismounts from their Humvees and flanks around the Iraqi tanks. Using their FGM-148 Javelins, the AT team makes quick work of the obsolete Iraqi tanks, which first entered service in 1958. All 9 T-55s are destroyed, and the attack continues. Alpha Company seizes the Euphrates Bridge without much trouble and secures the perimeter, allowing Bravo and Charlie to advance towards the Saddam Canal Bridge. However, Bravo Company finds that the open field they are supposed to move through to circumvent the town is actually a marshy sewage plain, and the vehicles quickly bog down. A tank retriever is called for, which also becomes stuck. With the column mired in the sewage and coming under increasingly heavy Iraqi fire from rooftops to their east and west, Grabowski orders the men to dismount and head to the second bridge on foot. The Iraqis are using shoot and scoot tactics, popping up on the flat rooftops to take shots at the Marines before moving to their next location. Cobra attack helicopters are ordered in to provide gunship overwatch, suppressing Iraqi fire long enough for Bravo Company to keep moving. At the same time, Charlie Company moves across the Euphrates Bridge but does not spot Bravo Company. Due to a breakdown in communications, Captain Dan Whitnam believes that Bravo actually took the direct route through Nasiriyah's main street and decides to follow. His column speeds towards the second bridge through the heart of the city, a route that will soon become known as Ambush Alley. Meanwhile, in Qasr, the US Marines from the 15th MEU are relieved by the Royal Marines of 3 Commando, and the port of Qasr is declared open by American Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. However, the reality on the ground is far different. The Saddam Fedayeen have fortified themselves in the old town of Qasr and put up unexpectedly strong resistance. It will take several more days and multiple casualties among the Royal Marines before the city is finally secured. After the fall of Qasr, British Defence Secretary Jeff Hoon publicly compares the port to Southampton. One Royal Marine cracks, "It's not at all like Southampton. There's no beer, and they're shooting at us. It's more like Portsmouth." In Nasiriyah, Captain Whitnam's Charlie Company is speeding through the streets at 45 miles per hour, racing towards the Saddam Canal Bridge. The Iraqis are initially slow to react, surprised by the fast-moving column of vehicles. Ambush Alley had been identified as a potential Iraqi kill zone before the invasion, and no provisions have been made to clear the dangerous 4-lane boulevard. The Iraqis quickly overcome their initial shock and fire RPGs and machine guns into the convoy. Yet, unlike the outgunned 507th AMC, the Marines of Charlie Company are able to bring Mark 19 grenade launchers and 50 caliber machine guns to bear on the enemy. Furthermore, the Marines' vehicles stay together without bunching up, allowing them to keep a coherent formation. Just as the convoy is crossing the canal bridge, the last assault amphibious vehicle in line is hit by an RPG in the back ramp, seriously wounding 4 Marines. The commander of the vehicle, First Lieutenant Michael Seeley, is a veteran of the First Gulf War, where he receives the Bronze Star. As the AAV begins to slow down due to a damaged track, Seeley orders the driver to get across the bridge before they break down. Push, push, push. We have to get the hell out of here. The AAV manages to limp to the other side of the canal, where the rest of Charlie Company is in a massive firefight, having been caught in a successfully pre-planned ambush by Fedayeen and Iraqi army forces. Faced with a hail of small arms and mortar fire, Whitnam deploys his lead vehicles in herringbone formation, and the Marines dismount to form a defensive perimeter at a T-intersection. Whitnam requests fire support from an army artillery battalion, while Cobra gunships rake the Iraqi positions with rocket and gunfire. However, Charlie Company does not have a forward air controller, so any airstrike will be going in blind and at major risk of friendly fire. The Iraqi mortars find their range, and a quick barrage devastates the Marine position, killing 3 and wounding 3 more. An NCO asks Whitnam if the casualties can be sent back across the bridge, to which the captain replies, "Absolutely not, we need to hold right where we're at." However, a breakdown in communication leads to 4 AAVs leaving the position to retreat back through Ambush Alley. Whitnam can only watch helplessly as his radio net is jammed with Marines talking over each other in the chaos. Charlie Company and Whitnam are in the fight of their lives at the intersection and have just lost half of their vehicle strength thanks to the miscommunication. The retreating AAVs, carrying dead and wounded Marines, again comes under heavy RPG and machine gun fire as they run the gauntlet down Ambush Alley. Only the Mark 19 and 50 caliber machine guns are able to keep the fully alerted enemy at bay. To make matters worse, 2 A-10 Warthogs orbiting the city spot the AAVs moving south and assume it is an Iraqi armoured counterattack, and therefore anything north of them will be Iraqi. The second AAV in the line takes a direct hit from an Iraqi RPG. Loaded with mortar ammunition, the AAV explodes in a massive fireball, killing 8 Marines. The third is struck by an RPG in the treads, forcing the squad inside to abandon the vehicle and set up a defensive position at a nearby building to await rescue. The final AAV takes a hit to the ramp from another RPG, blowing the back off, but the vehicle continues to the bridge. Just as it is about to reach safety, another RPG explodes inside the AAV, setting it on fire and wounding 9 Marines inside. The first AAV in the line makes it back to Alpha Company, who immediately begin medevac procedures. By early afternoon, Charlie Company's position is dangerously exposed, but no one in the battalion HQ, co-located with Bravo Company, knows where Charlie Company is. The regimental air officer calls in the 2 A-10 Warthogs on station to support the battalion, but Whitnam's Charlie Company becomes the victim of another dangerous miscommunication. The air controller has mistakenly been told that any units north of Bravo Company are hostile. The Warthogs roll in to launch airstrikes against what they don't realise are Charlie Company's vehicles. The A-10s make multiple passes, strafing and bombing the remaining AAVs with AGM-65 Maverick missiles and firing their 30mm guns. The vehicles are marked with friendly markings, but the Warthogs have not been equipped with the new thermal identification system. Finally, Whitnam makes contact with Grabowski and calls off the airstrike. 6 Marines have been killed. Meanwhile, Major Bill Peoples has heard on the radio that Charlie Company is taking a pounding and has decided to act. Without orders, Major Peoples has taken 2 Abrams main battle tanks and has told his executive officer, "Hey, XO, punch it. We're going to run down this damn alley as fast as we can and hope we don't get hit." His own Abrams had broken down when the attack began, but he has acquired a new vehicle. The tanks advance through Ambush Alley, firing on both sides of the street with their machine guns. Although the well-armoured Abrams can endure a lot of punishment, it only takes 1 well-placed RPG or recoilless rifle round to disable the tank. Peoples breaks through to Whitnam's position, and his tanks provide overwhelming fire. Alpha Company is ordered to push forward across the Saddam Canal to support the beleaguered Marines on the north bank. As they are en route, and now with Abrams tank support raining shells on the Iraqi assault, the attacks begin to subside. Charlie Company will soon be relieved and enemy fire has slackened significantly. The situation is coming back under control. Peoples will go back into Nasiriyah again to rescue the Marines still trapped in the building in Ambush Alley. 28 Americans are killed in Nasiriyah on the 23rd of March alone, and none of the missing members of the 507th AMC are found by the Marines. At 2:45 am on the 23rd of March 2003, two RAF Tornado GR-4As from 9 Squadron begin their descent from 18,000 feet into Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait. The Tornadoes are returning from a mission over Baghdad as part of the coalition's effort to batter Iraqi defences around the clock. The second Tornado in the pair is piloted by Flight Lieutenant Kevin Main, with Flight Lieutenant David Rees-Williams in the back seat. So far, everything is normal as the GR-4s continue their descent into the airbase. On the ground, the radar of an American Patriot surface-to-air missile battery is sweeping the skies, looking out for incoming Iraqi ballistic missiles. The Patriot batteries have already destroyed 9 such missiles as part of their mission to protect Kuwaiti and coalition infrastructure. At 2:47 am, the Patriot's radar detects an approaching contact and classifies the bogey as an Iraqi air-launched anti-radiation missile. These are particularly dangerous, as anti-radiation missiles can home in on ground radar sites. However, this is in fact Main's and Williams' Tornado on the radar display. The battery crew springs into action and immediately checks the target for an Identification Friend or Foe tag, or IFF. Usually, friendly aircraft can easily be identified through their tag, but the Patriot does not detect an IFF response. Unfortunately, the IFF transponder aboard the Tornado isn't responding for unknown reasons, possibly due to a power failure. Having been trained to identify and fire on targets within 1 minute of detection, the Patriot crew launches an anti-aircraft missile at the supposed threat. It takes only seconds for the missile to reach the Tornado, which is continuing at a predictable angle of descent and not expecting to be shot at. At 2:48 am, the missile strikes the Tornado, instantly killing both men aboard. There is no evidence that either Main or Williams had any idea they were being fired upon by friendly forces. It is only later in the morning that the wreckage is identified as an RAF Tornado. The British and US military will extensively investigate the incident and eventually come to the conclusion that a series of electronic failures by both the Patriot battery and the Tornado's IFF transponder led to the shootdown. This will be the only RAF aircraft lost during the invasion. Coalition air operations are also about to take a deadly turn elsewhere in Iraq. The spearhead of the 3rd Infantry Division has reached the outskirts of Najaf by the afternoon of the 23rd of March. Unlike most other cities, Najaf is a critical road junction to the south of Baghdad and cannot be completely bypassed. The city must be taken to secure 5th Corps' long supply line for the advance on the Iraqi capital. The 3rd Infantry Division is to capture the bridges north and south of the city, while the 101st Airborne Division, along with elements of the 1st Armoured, will secure the city itself. With tanks of the Medina Republican Guard Division rumoured to be north of Najaf, Apaches of the US 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment will launch a deep raid on the night of the 24th of March to attack the Medina Division before they can reinforce the Iraqi defences in the city. 60 Apaches of the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment and the 1st 227th Aviation Battalion fly from their base in Kuwait to Objective Rams, a landing zone secured by the 3rd Infantry Division from where the attack will be launched. At 2 p.m, the first 60 helicopters from the 2nd and 6th Squadrons, 6th Cavalry Regiment, along with the 1st Battalion of the 227th Aviation Regiment, land to refuel. However, problems develop immediately. A sandstorm is expected the following night, and the 11th Regiment's commander, Colonel Bill Wolfe, decides to move the attack up by 24 hours. However, the change in plan means that more than half of the regiment's fuel trucks have not arrived yet, and many Apache crews find themselves scrubbed due to lack of fuel. To further complicate matters, the landing zone has also not been completely secured, and American pilots are aghast to see Iraqi civilians driving cars and trucks right past their refueling helicopters, many talking on mobile phones. The chaotic refueling process delays the mission by a further 2 hours, causing intense frustration. Wolf's own command and control helicopter will take 3 hours to take on fuel and will miss most of the raid. After midnight, Colonel Wolf finally gives the order to proceed with the mission. He and his men are tired of waiting, and Wolf decides to leave an entire squadron behind at Objective Rams so the regiment can get underway. However, when the helicopters lift off, one of the Apache pilots becomes disorientated and pitches forward, crashing into the ground. The crew survives and is extracted from the downed helicopter while the rest of the formation heads north. Due to the refueling mishap, only half of the original 60 Apaches can take part in the raid. To make matters worse, the US Air Force and supporting artillery assets have not been informed of the delay, and have conducted suppression of suspected Iraqi air defences at the original mission time before the refueling problems began. Since then, the Iraqis have had time to prepare for the imminent assault. The 11th Regiment is making a straight shot north over what is believed to be mostly empty desert. Instead, the Apaches find themselves flying over urban areas where they immediately start taking fire. The streetlights make the helicopters easy to spot against the night sky. The attack has been launched without proper reconnaissance. The pilots are completely unaware of what awaits them. Lieutenant Colonel Mike Barbie is the commander of 6th Squadron 6th Cavalry Regiment and orders his formation to detour away from the urban sprawl. One Apache is badly damaged by small arms fire and must return to base, but the rest of the squadron presses on. Chief Warrant Officer John Tomlin and First Lieutenant Jason King are the crew of Pale Rider 16, flying over the towns of Haswar and Iskandariyah, when the lights below suddenly go out. After 2 seconds, the lights come back on, and a hail of small arms fire greets the helicopter. It is a signal from the Fedayeen to open fire on the Apaches when they are most vulnerable. King is struck by a round which penetrates the cockpit and sets the communications equipment on fire. Tomlin is alarmed to see King bleeding from the neck, but King reassures him, I'm okay, before gasping, you're taking fire from the right. Tomlin and King nurse their Apache back to Objective Rams. A few minutes later, Barbie aborts the mission before any Iraqi tanks are spotted. Success of the operation is now up to Lieutenant Colonel Dan Ball and the 1st 227th Aviation Battalion, which is flying the westerly route. Ball has split his Apaches into 3 prongs. Alpha and Charlie troops will defend the flanks of the attack, while Bravo troop will deliver the main blow against the Medina Division. Warrant Officer Lance McElhenney is heading north with Charlie troop when they come under attack. McElhenney is a 34-year veteran who had been shot down 3 times in the Vietnam War, and will later describe this as the heaviest ground fire he has ever faced. He disregards the strict rules of engagement and orders his Apaches to engage any Iraqi targets they spot. The Iraqis have set their 57mm S-60 AA guns to airburst at 500 feet, forcing the Apaches to fly at lower altitudes. Although the AH-64 Apache is heavily armoured, it is not invulnerable to small arms fire. Furthermore, this type of deep raid operation was intended to destroy armoured columns of the Warsaw Pact on the plains of Germany, not guerrilla units in urban areas. Nonetheless, McElhenney attempts to make the best of the situation. Using his 30mm chain gun and rockets, he demolishes a building where RPG fire had been coming from. At this moment, he spots a slow-moving train moving through the city. Remembering that the Iraqis towed ZSU-23 anti-aircraft guns on the back of trains during the 1991 Gulf War, he fires his rockets at the lead engine and disables it. He then attacks an S-60 anti-aircraft gun with a Hellfire missile before his primary hydraulics are shot out. With master cautions blaring in his helicopter's cockpit, McElhenney leads Charlie Troop back to base with all Apaches damaged. The 8 attack helicopters of Bravo Troop are also taking heavy fire. The Iraqis repeat the tactic of turning the lights on and off to signal when to open up with small arms. Chief Warrant Officers Dave Williams and Rong Young are piloting Vampire 1-2. They, with their wingman Vampire 3-0, have been violently attempting to evade enemy fire. taking hits for 40 minutes and have already lost one of their engines. Williams spots Iraqis setting up an anti-aircraft gun. Dave Williams is a 14-year veteran and former co-pilot of Mike Durant, the pilot of downed Super 6-4 during the Battle of Mogadishu. He has already been wounded during this mission and descends the Apache down to 50 feet off the ground to attack the anti-aircraft gun. Both sides fire at each other as further rounds rip through the Apache's armoured skin. Williams destroys the AA gun, but not before his flight management computer and hydraulics are shot out. The Apache loses engine power and crash lands in a rice paddy, where Williams and Young scramble out. Young transmits on his survival radio, Vampire 1-2, heading on foot, request hasty pickup, I need help. Another Apache, Reaper 6, attempts to locate and rescue the downed pilot. When they approach, they are met with a hail of gunfire and the main rotors are damaged, forcing the pilots to back off. Lieutenant Colonel Ball now moves in to attempt a pickup. This will be the last opportunity for Williams and Young to be rescued immediately. However, the Apache is hit by an RPG, which sets one of the Hydra 70mm rocket pods on fire. Jettisoning the pod, and faced with becoming a casualty himself, Ball has no choice but to abort the mission, and the rest of Bravo Troop returns to base. The downed American pilots are captured and later taken to Baghdad. The raid is a failure, and the Medina Division is not significantly engaged. Vampire 1-2 has been shot down during the mission, and every single other Apache on the raid but one have sustained battle damage. The chief planning officer of the raid is shaken after landing at Objective Rams, telling the refueling chief, "It was a bad mission, a really bad mission." Only the Apache's tough armour prevents a larger disaster, but the failed attack forces the coalition to limit deep raids by attack helicopters for the rest of the campaign. The events of the 23rd of March in Nasiriyah and in the skies near Najaf mark the darkest day of the campaign for the coalition forces. The Iraqis are not fighting as they did in the Gulf War. Rather than engaging large Republican Guard tank formations, the Americans and British are facing small groups of armed militia. Furthermore, the Iraqis have adapted after the last war, and have attempted to neuter coalition air power through guerrilla warfare. As a result, casualties are piling up in what was supposed to be a straightforward invasion. Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Apodaca, a Marine intelligence officer, recalled the difficulties of these days after the war. "We all knew Baghdad would be a hard and ugly fight, but if it was this hard before we even got close to the city, how hard would the fight really be, and did we have enough force?"
It is 3,000 and 5 Golf Mike, actually I'm in altitude descent maintain 1-1.
0 Bravo, this is 4-1, we are engaging RPG team to the south. 0 Bravo 2-2, engaging 4 enemy packs to the north. 0 Bravo 4-2, engaging multiple dismounts. It's just past midnight early in the morning of the 24th of March 2003, and the men of the 2nd and 4th Troops from C Squadron Royal Scots Dragoon Guards are fighting for their lives. They are defending an intersection known as Grid Point Nick 401 to the north of the city of Basra, the second largest urban centre in Iraq. RPGs and tracer fire whistles through the air while mortar rounds pound C Squadron's position, forcing its vehicles to stay on the move to avoid being bracketed. To the south of the position, 2 Challenger 2 main battle tanks are holding the Iraqis at bay with their 120mm main guns and 7.62mm machine guns. Troop Sergeant Harry Lamb is commanding call sign 4-1 when he spots an Iraqi RPG team sprint through the fire and into an abandoned 2-storey building. Knowing that the hostile combatants are likely trying to gain elevation in order to hit the Challenger 2's weaker armour on the top of the turret, Sergeant Lamb barks out directions. "Hesh round, building front, 100 yards. On," replies his gunner, before Lamb gives the order to fire. The Hesh, or high explosive squash head round, slams into the building. Almost immediately, another Hesh round from a second Challenger penetrates the structure and starts a fire. With the target neutralised, Lamb and his crew turn their attention back to the Iraqi fighters attempting to encircle his tank. Shortly afterwards, Sergeant Lamb spots flashing blue lights coming up the road towards his position. Lamb holds his fire and watches in awe as 2 Iraqi fire trucks arrive and firefighters train their hoses on the burning building where the RPG team had been hiding, oblivious to the fierce battle around them. The previous afternoon, an armoured column of 28 Challenger 2 main battle tanks and 28 Warrior infantry fighting vehicles from the British 7th Armoured Brigade crossed the intersection of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers in an attempt to isolate Basra. It is the job of the Desert Rats to encircle and isolate the key city of Basra in the southeast of Iraq. American and British forces have captured the Basra airport, but the fight for the city itself will be one of the most difficult tasks of the invasion. The Fedayeen have a particularly strong grip on the population in Basra, ruling out any attempt to storm the city. Instead, the British plan is to besiege the Iraqi units holed up inside while creating a humanitarian corridor for civilians to evacuate. The Desert Rats lead the way as the British armoured spearhead continues northeast to cut off the city. 2 hours later, the headquarters of the 7th Armoured Brigade receives a disturbing report that Iraqi forces are moving to cut off the column at NIC 104, and issues the order to evacuate the exposed position. Brigade headquarters has received intelligence suggesting that Iraqi special forces will destroy the 2 bridges over the Kamat Ali Canal, trapping the battle group. The Royal Scots Dragoons hurriedly prepare their 56 vehicles and make a fighting withdrawal back to friendly lines. One of the Challenger 2 commanders radios Captain Ben Catamol and asks, "Is this a retreat, boss?" To which Catamol answers, "Well, it's not a bloody advance, is it?" Despite heavy Iraqi fire, all 56 vehicles make it back to base, and the Royal Scots suffer no casualties. This engagement is just the beginning, as the British begin to lay siege to Iraq's second city of 1.5 million people. Also on the 24th, Royal Marine 40 Commando and 29 Royal Artillery conduct an artillery raid against an Iraqi armoured brigade. The 105mm field artillery guns are helicoptered into enemy territory, escorted by the Royal Marines to engage Iraqi targets. With the help of US A-10s and FA-18s, 20 Iraqi tanks are knocked out, rendering the brigade combat ineffective before it even got into the fight. By the end of March 24th, British 1st Armoured Division has successfully isolated Basra, where one of Saddam's closest associates, Ali Hassan al-Majid, commands the defence of the city. Al-Majid is better known by his nickname Chemical Ali, after his use of gas against Saddam's opponents. The British have no intention of fighting an urban battle and instead establish a loose siege along with humanitarian corridors to allow Basra's residents a chance to leave the city. However, Al-Majid orders his forces to shell the corridors on a daily basis, killing and wounding dozens of civilians. Not willing to indiscriminately bomb the city in response, British soldiers can only stay where they are and try to help the wounded. Luckily, the capture of the nearby port of Qasr has ensured a steady stream of supplies to the front. Following their retreat from NIC 104 grid point, C Squadron of the Royal Scots Dragoons is redeployed to the former RAF base at Shaibar Airfield to the west of Basra. For the next 2 days, the Royal Scots Dragoons reduce enemy resistance in the town of Az-Zubayr while the siege of Basra continues. On the night of the 26th of March, C Squadron's commanding officer, Major John Biggott, receives a message from 1st Armoured Division headquarters to move out immediately. While trying to clear the rest of the Al-Faw Peninsula, 40 Commando, led by Lieutenant Colonel Gordon Messenger, is spread dangerously thin, and a column of Iraqi tanks is expected to hit the Royal Marines soon. One tank crewman is roused from his sleep and exclaims, "Where are we off to? Blackpool Pleasure Beach?" To which his comrade responds, "The other side of the Al-Faw Peninsula, you muppet." Within minutes, the Royal Scots Dragoons have stowed their personal items and set off towards their objective. The operation, codenamed Operation Panza, will be complicated and risky. C Squadron's column of 14 Challenger 2s, a warrior carrying forward observation officers from the Royal Horse Artillery, 2 tank repair and recovery vehicles, and an FV-432 armoured personnel carrier to be used as an ambulance, must navigate 50 miles of enemy-held territory at night to reach 40 Commando. Furthermore, the tanks must navigate swampy salt flats and marshland to reach the objective after crossing the hazardous Shat al-Arab waterway. C Squadron continues in that direction while midnight comes and goes. The column scans both sides of the road, watching for any enemy ambushes. Just before turning left to begin their journey across the Al-Faw Peninsula, the tanks stop for one last supply replenishment from the Squadron Quartermaster Sergeant, or SQMS. Fuel, rations and water are distributed to the column, while the night is occasionally lit by the distant battles raging around Basra. One of these battles begins after nightfall, when a massive column of 120 Iraqi armoured vehicles is spotted leaving Basra and heading southeast parallel to the border with Iran, to attack the coalition forces fighting on the Al-Faw Peninsula. British officers can scarcely believe their eyes and quickly call up fire missions and air support. As soon as the Iraqis are free of the city limits, a massive Royal Artillery barrage, followed by airstrikes, devastates the column. RAF Harriers and US Navy FA-18 Super Hornets drop precision-guided munitions and cluster bombs, while British 105mm and 155mm AS-90 artillery guns smash Iraqi T-55s and BMPs. The first 3 vehicles in the column are destroyed, trapping the long tail of armour and artillery in place. In response, the Iraqi convoy scatters as many vehicles move off-road to look for cover from the devastating attack. The bombardment continues as Iraqi tanks seek shelter in palm groves and shut off their engines to avoid showing up on thermal sights. The Royal Artillery send up Phoenix battlefield combat surveillance drones to seek out and mark the positions of Iraqi tanks. A foreshadowing of conflicts to come over the next 20 years, the drones are used to provide live targeting data to the artillery forces, who continue to rain shells on the Iraqi positions throughout the night. By the following morning, the Iraqi column will be spread out, disjointed, and without any form of organisational cohesion, not that there was a great deal to begin with. Meanwhile, just to the south of the city, the Royal Marines of 40 Commando are digging in at their current position. Reports of an enemy armoured attack in the morning of the 27th of March have greatly disturbed Lieutenant Colonel Messenger, who only has 5 lightly armoured FV-107 Scimitar reconnaissance vehicles to augment his defences. These Scimitars would be outnumbered and outgunned even against the Cold War era Iraqi tanks in the area. Inside Basra itself, Chemical Ali decides the best way to draw the British into a fight inside the city is to attack the Royal Marines while they are vulnerable, then pull back to the urban terrain when the British counter-attack. It is imperative that the Royal Scots Dragoons arrive on time to support the Marines. At 3 AM, C Squadron reaches their designated crossing point over the Shatt al-Arab waterway to find a 250-foot wide stretch of fast-moving water. 3 troop of 23 Amphibious Engineer Squadron from the Royal Engineers have constructed a pontoon ferry to carry each tank across one by one using a German-built M3 bridging rig. The M3 is a wheeled vehicle that can act as rafts and be combined to create a floating bridge. Here they are being used as a ferry. Major Bigot leans out of his hatch to speak to one of the lead engineers, asking, "So how's this going to work?" "We're just working that out. This is the first time we have ever done this operationally." Major Bigot responds, "Well, that makes 2 of us. We haven't even done one in training." To inject confidence in the rest of his squadron, Bigot decides to cross first. The Challenger 2's driver gingerly guides the tank down a steep embankment and onto the pontoon, while Major Bigot offers words of support. Finally, the tank is secured in place, and the engineers begin moving it across the Shatt al-Arab. The single M3 will be able to move 3 Challenger 2s per hour across the treacherous waterway. The pontoon reaches the other side, and Bigot's tank disembarks as the crew members breathe a sigh of relief. The M3 returns to the west bank and loads the second Challenger to begin the process again. However, the tidal water is beginning to recede, making the embarkation process more difficult. The rest of the tanks embark and cross over while the tidal water continues to be an obstacle. It will take 4 hours for the entire column to cross over to the east bank and assemble for the final sprint to 40 Commando's position. By now, the first rays of sunlight are beginning to illuminate the barren wasteland of the Al-Faw Peninsula when Major Bigot gathers his men for a final briefing. Once they reach the line of departure, C Squadron will split into 2 groups. The main thrust, led by Bigot, will advance northeast along a raised pipeline before turning right at an intersection codenamed Taku. The second group, under the command of Captain Catamol, is to move parallel to the first group in order to cover their flank. Both halves of C Squadron will then rendezvous at a second intersection named Coriano before moving to relieve 40 Commando. At 8 AM, the Challenger 2s of C Squadron move out from the line of departure and split into two groups of 7 tanks each. By coincidence, the line of departure had been codenamed Waterloo by pre-war planners, the battle where the Royal Scots Dragoons' predecessor unit, the Scots Greys, had distinguished itself in 1815. Almost 188 years later, they are once again mounting a charge at a place named Waterloo. A heavy mist descends upon the Alfour Peninsula as the Challengers thunder forward. Shortly before the column reaches Taku, 155mm AS-90 heavy guns open a deafening barrage on the intersection ahead. One of the rounds strikes an underground oil pipeline, causing a massive orange fireball to erupt from the ground and covering the intersection in dense black smoke. The column slows to a crawl as they approach Taku as visibility gets worse. When Captain Fraser McClellan's leading Challenger 2 is 200 yards from the objective, the smoke finally clears, and he immediately spots an Iraqi T-55 tank rotating its main gun barrel towards the approaching British armour. He quickly radios a warning: 030 contact tanks, wait out. His Challenger 2 fires a thin armour-piercing round at nearly point-blank range, which penetrates the T-55's frontal armour and exiting through the rear. Within seconds, the stored ammunition detonates and sends the turret flying into the air. Captain McClellan calmly reports 1 T-55 destroyed. Iraqi regular army soldiers and Fedayeen fighters open fire with machine guns, the tracer rounds arcing through the mist and sparking off the Challenger 2's Chobham armour. As the rest of the tanks are joining the dual carriageway leading southeast, McClellan's driver spots dozens of anti-tank mines on the road ahead. "Blast them off the road with the coax," he shouts. The driver sprays the path ahead with the coaxial machine gun, causing some of the mines to explode while others spin through the air. With McClellan's Challenger in the lead, the column slowly advances through the mines while returning fire against the Iraqi defenders. After a few minutes, the road is safe enough for the column to pass through, and the advance continues. The 7 Challengers finally emerge from the dense mist and are faced with a landscape bristling with enemy activity. Iraqi T-55 tanks are positioned hull down, facing towards the British column, while MTLB armoured personnel carriers disembark troops to take up position in pre-prepared bunkers. Heavily outnumbered, the British tanks fire at will, while Iraqi mortar rounds bracket the column. Captain Richard Lasser's Challenger 2 now leads the line of tanks and delegates targets to the rest of the procession. To the north, more Iraqi T-55s, which were originally part of the 120 vehicle convoy, are appearing in the countryside and fire on the British tanks, while black-clad Fedayeen fighters sprint across the palms to rally the Iraqi regulars. Despite the forces arrayed against them, the Royal Scots use their technological superiority to run the gauntlet towards 40 Commando. With the loaders feverishly feeding shells into the breach, the Challengers fire round after round to the north, destroying multiple T-55s. Instead of retreating back the way they came, the Iraqi armour scatters off the road and into the countryside, where a steady rain the previous day has turned the sand into a swamp. The bogged-down Iraqi vehicles stand no chance against the Challengers. Some T-55s manage to score hits on the British tanks, but the Challenger 2's Chobham armour deflects the old T-55's armour-piercing shells. The Challengers continue their rampage, destroying 7 more T-55s, 6 APCs, and multiple enemy bunkers. When the first group of Royal Scots reaches the Coriano intersection, they have left a trail of destruction in their wake. Without any infantry or air support, 7 Challenger 2s have devastated an 8-mile stretch of heavily defended territory. They are soon joined by the second group commanded by Captain Catamol, whose men are disappointed in missing out on the action. With C Squadron reunited, the tanks continue until they come across 40 Commando. The tanks pull off to the side, where the Royal Marines cheer their arrival. One of the Marines shouts at Captain Lasser, "What an engagement! "We couldn't borrow your vehicles for a few days, could we?" With their mission complete, Major Bigot orders his men to catch up on their sleep. Operation Panza has been a major success. A Royal Scots officer jokes that the battle was like a bicycle against a motorcar. Several Iraqi soldiers approached the British to surrender, grateful to not be killed in their failed defence. However, captured Iraqi tank crew reveal the grim reason for their seemingly low odds of success counterattack. Many men were forced into their vehicles at gunpoint by Ba'ath Party loyalists, with threats made against their families, and told to do their patriotic duty in fighting off the invaders. It is a telling story of the iron grip that Saddam still maintains over the Iraqi people. The Royal Scots Dragoon Guards will soon be called upon to do battle once more in the ongoing siege of Basra.
You guys know your mission over there at, so we can order.
Answer 1, I'm sorry, sir, request again.
It's 11 PM on the 28th of March 2003. The men of A Squadron from the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards, or Scots DG, are receiving a briefing on their next mission, a daring raid into the heart of Basra, Iraq's besieged second largest city. Major Tim Brown outlines the plan for the raid and ends by telling his men, "I cannot think of a better group of men to execute this raid. Your courage and professionalism has been obvious to all over the last few days. So, unless any of you have any questions, I suggest we all get our heads down and get as much sleep as possible." The men disperse back to their tanks to rest when they hear a nearby explosion. Thanks to the non-stop work of British AS-90 artillery guns, most of the Scots DG believe they are merely picking an inopportune time to shell the enemy defences around Basra. However, a second explosion lands directly in the middle of A Squadron's camp, which sends Scots DG scrambling for cover. This is followed in quick succession by 38 more explosions. An Iraqi BM-21 Grad multiple rocket launcher has found the range and is hitting the British position. A fuel tanker takes a direct hit and explodes, while soft-skin Bedford trucks are torn apart by shrapnel. Major Brown and his loader make a break for their Challenger 2. The two men clamber into the tank and shut the hatch tight while the barrage continues. After a minute, the explosions die down and the British tank crewmen gingerly exit their cover. Despite the heavy bombardment, only 3 men have been wounded and none seriously. Sensing that his men are eager to get back at the enemy, Major Brown puts his headset on and informs A Squadron, "Charlie Charlie, this is 0 Alpha, raiding party, prepare to move out at 0200 Zulu time." A loud cheer goes up as the Scots DG again prepare to move out. Since the city was cut off on the 24th of March, slowly but surely, the British 1st Armoured Division has been tightening the perimeter around Basra. Although the coalition's overwhelming firepower will almost certainly result in victory, the British are facing more enemy resistance than originally anticipated. Although Basra is surrounded and Iraqi forces are taking heavy casualties, Saddam Hussein's local commander, Ali Hassan al-Majid, has managed to hold the city through fear and intimidation. Nicknamed Chemical Ali by the press, al-Majid rules Basra with the fanatical Fedayeen militia, who often commit atrocities against innocent civilians. On the 27th of March, Fedayeen fighters indiscriminately fired into a crowd of civilians fleeing through a humanitarian corridor, killing or wounding several, including women and children. In response, the 1st Armoured Division has planned a show of force to dissuade the Fedayeen from attacking the humanitarian corridor. A Squadron, with a platoon from Bravo Company 1st Black Watch, will strike into Basra through the main dual carriageway known as Route Red. A Squadron's Challenger 2s will stop just short of the narrow, maze-like streets of Old Town and destroy 3 targets: the city's main TV and radio mast, the Fedayeen's headquarters, and a massive statue of Saddam Hussein. Once these objectives are eliminated, the column will turn around and withdraw the same way they came in. A BBC reporter will be embedded with A Squadron to show the British public that Saddam's attacks on civilians will not be tolerated. While the thunder runs into Baghdad later in the campaign will receive much coverage, the first thunder runs of Operation Iraqi Freedom will be conducted by the Scots DG in Basra. The raiding party sets off towards the line of departure just before dawn on the 29th of March. The assault will be made by 11 Challenger 2s of A Squadron, with 4 Warrior infantry fighting vehicles carrying a platoon from Bravo Company of the Black Watch following closely behind. A tank recovery vehicle and 2 ambulances will bring up the rear of the formation. The tanks will advance in a staggered formation with 6 Challenger 2s covering the left side of the road, while 5 will deal with resistance on the right. With this raiding force ready, Major Brown counts down the time to H-hour. At 5 AM, Brown breaks radio silence and transmits to the rest of his unit. Charlie Charlie 1, this is 0 Alpha. 3, 2, 1, move now. With this, the armoured column surges forward and crosses the bridge in front of them. The raid has begun. After crossing the bridge, the lead tanks accelerate to 40 miles per hour down the highway through the wasteland which separates the bridge from Basra's city limits. Hearing the roar of tank engines, Iraqi army and Fedayeen militia defending the main route into the city quickly ready their defences. As the British column approaches the outskirts of the city, they are hit with a wave of machine gun and RPG fire from both sides of the road. The warriors and support vehicles stop short of the Iraqi kill zone, while the challengers continue forward, returning fire with their coaxial machine guns. Most of the Iraqi RPGs miss, but the British tankers are amazed by the solid wall of fire greeting them. The tanks pass through the heart of the kill zone, with Major Brown carefully controlling the pace of the advance, mindful of not moving too fast or too slow. Despite orders not to take part in combat, the recovery vehicle is also returning fire. The Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, or REME, have smuggled 2 extra men and an extra general-purpose machine gun into their vehicle. 2 REMEs fire back using their GPMGs, while another leans out of his hatch and picks off hostiles with a pump-action shotgun. Members of the Scots DG recalled joking that their engineers must have a screw loose, but now they have their proof. The armoured column continues along the main road into Basra, as British and Iraqi tracers zip through the heavy morning mist. After an intense 5 minutes in combat, the Iraqi fire slackens, as the Scots DG make it through the kill zone without any casualties. Now, the column splits up, as the Challenger 2s seek out their targets. Captain Steve Walters takes the 3 tanks of 2nd Troop forward into the heart of the city to destroy the statue of Saddam Hussein. Lieutenant Ed O'Brien's 4th Troop and Staff Sergeant Tiffy Hanson's 3rd Troop stick together to engage the TV antenna and Fedayeen headquarters, which are across the street from each other. Captain Walters' 2nd Troop accelerates ahead of the main column and disappears into the city towards the statue, just as the other tanks reach their objectives. The 8 remaining tanks drive towards their targets, while Iraqi fire picks up again. Once they arrive at their respective objectives, the challengers drive forwards and backwards to present the nearby Iraqis with a moving target. Sergeant Will Montgomery's Challenger is engaged by a heavy machine gun atop a 40-foot watchtower next to the TV antenna. Montgomery sends a single HESH round into the watchtower, which shatters and collapses to the ground. All 5 Challenger 2s on the right-hand side of the road open up on the TV antenna, pounding the base with their main guns, while the 3 Challengers on the left suppress the Fedayeen's headquarters with HESH rounds and machine gun fire. Enemy fire from the building begins to slacken as the defenders are killed or forced to flee by the tanks. The HESH rounds punch massive holes in the building, so large that Challenger 2s could fit through the openings. The 3-story headquarters is obliterated within minutes, as most of the enemy fighters flee the position. Meanwhile, Captain Walters and 2nd Troop have reached the statue of Saddam Hussein, having blasted their way through a hail of RPG fire. Once they arrive at the statue, 2nd Troop wastes no time in getting to work. Corporal David Ross is tasked with destroying the statue, while the rest of the Challenger 2s quickly set up a loose defensive perimeter. On Captain Walters' command, Corporal Ross sends a single HESH round into the base, causing Saddam's likeness to collapse face first into the ground. After towering over Basra for decades, the statue is no more. With only the Iraqi dictator's boots now sticking out of the base, Walters and 2nd Troop begin their withdrawal to rejoin the main column. Meanwhile, the shells of the 5 Challenger 2s assaulting the TV antenna can't seem to destroy the thin wire metal structure despite the heavy stream of firepower. Major Brown is frustrated at the delay and considers calling in an airstrike, but worries that the failure in bringing down a simple TV mast would be a propaganda victory for the Iraqis. Instead, he orders his loader to switch from HESH rounds, which are usually used against softer targets, to a thin armour-piercing round. The gunner, Corporal Vince McLeod, aims for the iron corner supports, which measure only 6 inches wide. Despite the din of battle, McLeod coolly hits all 3 supports with precise shots, causing the 300-foot tall TV tower to list before smashing into the ground. A cheer goes up among the men as Major Brown transmits, "0, this is Hotel 10 Alpha, all targets destroyed, withdrawing in contact." With 2nd Troop having rejoined the rest of A Squadron, all 11 Challengers and the recovery vehicle reverse back through the kill zone. Despite the resumption of heavy enemy fire, every vehicle in the column will return to the line of departure without damage. The mission is a success, and the Fedayeen, as well as Saddam's propaganda machine in Basra, has been severely degraded. Although the 29th of March raid into Basra has been a major public relations victory for the British, Iraqi forces defending the city continue to resist. The suburbs of Hamdan and Al-Jahudi to the southeast of the city centre have proven to be especially difficult to subdue due to their status as Ba'ath Party strongholds. The commander of 3 Commando Royal Marines, Brigadier Jim Dutton, decides that this area, along with the community of Abu al-Kasib, must be cleared out in order to weaken the Iraqi defence of Basra. The solution is Operation James, a risky plan that will require Lieutenant Colonel Gordon Messenger's 40 Commando and C Squadron of the Scots DG to secure these southern suburbs in close quarters fighting. Following a preemptive artillery barrage, the attack will begin on 4 different axes the morning of the 30th of March, supported by US Marine Corps Cobra attack helicopters. 2nd and 3rd Troop of the Scots DG will support the western and easternmost axes of advance respectively. Many of the Challenger 2 crewmen are anxious about the prospect of urban combat, where their tanks will be at their most vulnerable. Operation James begins on the morning of the 30th of March. To the east of Abu al-Kasib, Captain Fraser McClellan's 3rd Troop and Alpha Company of 40 Commando make short work of the opposition, with support from a US Marine Cobra and intense barrages from the British artillery. The Royal Marines secure Iraqi strongpoints and even capture an Iraqi Lieutenant Colonel and a Major who are taken in for questioning. 3rd Troop and Alpha Company capture their objectives hours ahead of schedule, and the British troops are relaxing in Abu al-Kasib's main marketplace by lunchtime. Yet, resistance is tougher to the west, where 40 Commando's Manoeuvre Support Group, along with Captain Richard Lasser's 2nd Troop, are attacking into a hornet's nest. The first assault into Al-Jahudi and Hamdan is launched an hour late due to a friendly fire incident necessitating the evacuation of 4 wounded Royal Marines. When the British finally advance, 2nd Troop and the MSG find themselves outnumbered 5-1 by an enemy that is well prepared for them. The first attack is called off for fear of civilian casualties in the area, and the MSG is forced to abandon a transport vehicle during the retreat. 2nd Troop regroups back at the line of departure, where Sergeant David Baird is informed that his Challenger, callsign 2-1, will lead the next attack. The second attempt goes in at noon, along with reinforcements from L Company of 4-2 Commando Royal Marines. Sergeant Baird leads the 3 Challengers of 2nd Troop past the abandoned transport, leaving it to be recovered by the Royal Marines. This time, the area is completely deserted, which only increases the tension inside 2-1's turret. As the Challenger 2 is manoeuvring only inches away from a deep trench on the right side of the road, 5 RPGs suddenly streak out of a nearby date palm and smash into Baird's tank. A shower of automatic fire follows, and another RPG makes a direct hit on the commander's cupola, shattering 2 of the 4 periscopes. To make matters worse, the frontal coaxial machine gun jams, leaving the tank almost defenceless. Baird calls for help on the radio. "We're getting hit big time here. All my sights are out. I can't see a thing. Where are you?" Captain Lasser immediately responds, "We're right here, and we're not going anywhere without you. We're giving you covering fire." The next 2 tanks in line turn to the left and rake the enemy positions with machine gun fire, while Baird attempts to reverse back towards friendly forces. As the Challenger is gingerly attempting to reverse past the abandoned transport, Baird calls out left stick, while the gunner and loader shout right stick at the same time. The confused driver pulls right stick, and the Challenger 2 tumbles backward into a deep trench to the right. With both tracks thrown and the tank's thinly armoured underbelly exposed to the enemy, Baird's crew is helpless to defend themselves. Fedayeen and Iraqi army regulars stream out of the nearby groves and buildings to fire RPGs at the stricken tank. Seeing that the defenceless Challenger is about to be overrun, Captain Lasser and 2nd Troop's other tank fire HESH rounds and coaxial machine gun fire into the mass of enemy fighters to keep them at bay. Lasser estimates there is a full company of Iraqi dismounts attempting to storm Sergeant Baird's tank and calls for reinforcements and the recovery vehicle. In the meantime, the 2 remaining Challengers must fight off multiple enemy attacks, trying to force the advancing Iraqi forces back to the nearest tree line. Several RPGs and even a Milan anti-tank guided missile strike Baird's tank, but none penetrate. Sergeant Baird fires off the tank's smoke grenades to buy his crew some time, but the Iraqis still keep coming. After 30 minutes of desperate fighting, the commander of C Squadron, Major John Biggott, arrives with his Challenger 2 with the recovery vehicle. Biggott takes position 20 yards behind the disabled tank, while the recovery vehicle moves forward to retrieve it from the ditch. Biggott gives the order to lay down suppressing fire while 3 Remis leap from the vehicle and attach a winch to Baird's Challenger 2. Braving the heavy Iraqi fire, the engineers return to their vehicle and attempt to winch the disabled tank out of the ditch. However, the angle is too shallow and the cable snaps without the Challenger budging an inch. Major Biggott considers evacuating Baird's crew and destroying the tank to keep it out of Iraqi hands, but decides on one last rescue effort. He calls for another Challenger 2 and a second recovery vehicle to move with all haste to his position. The sun is setting by the time the 2 vehicles arrive, and Iraqi fire has picked up again. Determined to save the tank, Major Biggott orders Baird and his crew, as well as the engineers, to meet him behind the stricken Challenger. British artillery fires several smoke rounds to block the enemy's view as Biggott opens his hatch and strolls through a storm of machine gun tracers and RPGs to his waiting men. He makes it clear they are not leaving without Baird's Challenger 2, telling them, come hell or high water, that tank is not falling into enemy hands. Through the hail of fire, Biggott walks back to his tank as casually as before, and calls Lieutenant Colonel Messenger to ask him to push 40 Commandos MSG up to cover the rescue operation. Within 20 minutes, 2 platoons of 60 Royal Marines spread out and form a perimeter around the tank, while the engineers once again get to work. Night falls across the battlefield, as both sides continue to exchange heavy volumes of fire. 40 Commandos mortars fire illumination flares to light up Iraqi positions, along with smoke rounds to shield the engineers who are still toiling away. The Marines do an impressive job covering the operation, expending over 30,000 rounds from their GPMGs to suppress the Iraqis, as well as taking out a sniper with a Milan anti-tank missile. Finally, the recovery vehicle is ready to pull the tank out of the ditch and begins reversing. This time, the Challenger 2 responds, and the recovery vehicle manages to budge the tank a few feet. However, the brittle sod embankment gives way just as the tank is winched back onto the road surface, snapping the cable yet again. The Challenger falls back into the ditch even more deeply wedged this time, causing Major Biggott to slam his fist into the side of his turret in frustration. Galvanized by the failure, the Iraqis once again attempt to storm the tank, but are beaten off by vicious Challenger 2 tank and Royal Marine fire with heavy casualties. The British are using their superior night vision equipment to great effect. The Remis now try to cut the jam's tracks loose to make it easier to recover the tank, but the welding torches are bright and draw too much enemy fire to the position. By this point, the tank has been stuck for 12 hours and Iraqi forces continue to pour into the area. After this latest failed attempt, Major Biggott asks the lead engineer on scene, Corporal James Garrett, "Is there nothing left we can try?" Garrett responds, "Well, there is one very small chance. Do it." 5 minutes later, both recovery vehicles move in again. this time carrying 2 A-frame drawbars and chains. The unorthodox plan is to attach the A-frames to the tank before both vehicles pull the Challenger out of the ditch. Brigate recognises this is their last attempt, otherwise they will have to destroy the tank. The engineers continue their dangerous work under fire for the next 15 minutes. Once both A-frames are attached and chained to the recovery vehicles, every man holds his breath to see if the plan will work. With RPGs and mortars exploding around them, the recovery vehicles hit their accelerators, and the Challenger begins to slowly move. Sergeant Baird can't bear to watch as the tank rises and slowly teeters on the edge of the ditch. A second later, the Challenger 2 slams down on the road in an upright position, and the Marines and tankers cheer. Bigot switches on the radio to report the good news. "This is Zero Alpha. All units prepare to withdraw. Well done, engineers. Now let's get the hell out of here." Moving at no more than 5 miles an hour, the armoured convoy slowly makes its way out of the Iraqi kill zone, while the Marines execute a bounding withdrawal. This continues for over a mile before the Scots DG and 40 Commando are out of range from Iraqi fire. Sergeant David Baird's Challenger 2 has taken 14 direct hits from RPGs, and 1 from a Milan anti-tank missile. The tracks along with the sights have been destroyed. Yet, 72 hours later, the Challenger is back on the front lines in full operational order, a testament to the British Army and Coalition's excellent logistical train. Although this attack fails, Operation James succeeds in further squeezing the Iraqi defenders around Basra. It will not be long until the city falls. The only question is how long this will take, and how much blood will need to be spilled to see it through.
Do you guys know your paperwork where they're at so we can orbit?
J01, I'm sorry, say request again.
The events of the previous day have been a setback for the Coalition's invasion of Iraq. The fighting at Nasiriyah has claimed the lives of 30 Americans so far, and delayed the 1st Marine Division by more than a full day, causing intense frustration at General James Mattis's headquarters. Outside the town of As-Samawa, the 3rd Brigade Combat Team of the 3rd Infantry Division has been engaged in a vicious battle with Iraqi defenders since the first day of the invasion. The overall ground commander, Lieutenant General Dave McKiernan, recognises that the Iraqis are unexpectedly fighting an asymmetrical war, and proposes a more methodical push towards Baghdad to General Franks at Central Command. Franks is unconvinced and urges 5th Corps on the left and Mattis's Marines on the right to speed up their advance. He still believes the objective of the operation is to catch and destroy Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard divisions, and the Fedayeen militia is a mere speed bump rather than the main threat. Conversely, the operation is proceeding as planned in the south. In Nasiriyah, fighting continues around Ambush Alley. General Mattis intends to send the 6,000 Marines of Colonel Joe Dowdy's Regimental Combat Team 1, along with the 1st Marine Reconnaissance Battalion, through the city and onto Al-Qut, but Dowdy informs Mattis that the path isn't clear yet. To Mattis, Dowdy is hesitating too much, when he should be seizing the initiative and crossing the bridges over the Euphrates and the Saddam Canal that Marines have been fighting and dying over. At nightfall on the 24th, Dowdy orders the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Marine Regiment to force an opening through Nasiriyah. After a night of hard fighting, Ambush Alley is finally clear of hostile resistance by noon of the 25th of March. However, Mattis's faith in Dowdy as a commander is severely shaken. To the northwest, the 3rd Infantry Division is prepared to isolate the city of Najaf. However, Fedayeen fighters are flooding into the area, and Brigadier General Lloyd Austin is concerned they will harass the forward operating base at Objective Rams. Brigadier General Austin orders Colonel Will Grimesley's 1st Brigade Combat Team to seize a bridge over the Euphrates River near the town of Al-Kifl, designated Objective Jenkins. To the south is another span codenamed Objective Floyd, which will be assaulted by the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry Regiment. These crossings were not major objectives in the original invasion plan, but their capture will interrupt the flow of Fedayeen fighters moving south to ambush American supply columns. However, the Iraqis consider Al-Kifl to be vital terrain and intend to defend the bridges at all costs. With his troops too spread out to launch an assault with his whole battalion, Grimsley assigns Captain Charles Branson's Air Defence Battery, composed of 8 M6 linebackers, along with a reconnaissance force, to capture the bridge. 1 tank and 2 mechanised infantry platoons of Lieutenant Colonel Rock Marcone's 3rd Battalion of the 69th Armoured Regiment will act as a quick reaction force to reinforce the attack if needed. The assault begins at 2 AM on the 25th of March. Branson's men slowly push the Iraqis closer to the bridge, halting their advance when they get closer to the river and are faced with even larger numbers of Iraqi troops. Nevertheless, they are still engaged and coordinate artillery fire to suppress the enemy in front of them. Marcone commits his quick reaction force at 6 AM to support the attack with 4 Abrams in the lead. The formation is quickly ambushed and comes under Iraqi mortar and RPG fire from buildings along the route. Company Commander Captain Dave Benton urges his men to drive as fast as they can, with his tanks firing at Iraqis on either side of the road. Despite the Fedayeen bracketing his force with mortars, Benton's vehicles link up with Branson's men and advance on the bridge. When Benton's company reaches the Euphrates bridge, they spot a car and a truck full of armed Iraqis driving across the span. Using massed tank fire, the Abrams destroy the vehicles before Benton's men are treated to a strange sight. A group of 8 Iraqi soldiers in uniform are marching across the bridge in parade formation, despite the mayhem around them. A few seconds pass before a Bradley fighting vehicle opens up on the Iraqis using its main cannon. At 10 AM, Benton's force begins clearing the bridge, with the first 2 Abrams outfitted with ploughs to push the wreckage off the span before crossing to the eastern bank. Grimsley and Marcone watch anxiously as the staggered formation of Abrams go to work clearing the way, knowing that the bridge could be blown at any second. The 3rd tank across the bridge barely reaches the other side before a massive explosion rocks the span. The Iraqi defenders have blown the demolition charges, and both Grimsley and Marcone believe the entire bridge has collapsed. Grimsley reports, "I've got a Black Hawk Down situation here. I have American soldiers on tanks on the far side, with no way to get back." When the smoke clears, Marcone realises that the bridge is still standing, and decides to inspect the span himself before sending more units over. He asks a scout from the 3rd Infantry Division where the bridge has been blown, and is pointed to the middle of the span. "You've got to be kidding me," he replies. "This little indentation, a tank can drive over this." Marcone calls his own tank across, and while the span sinks a few inches, the bridge holds. Satisfied, he orders the rest of the company to cross and set up a defensive perimeter. To the south, the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry Regiment secures Objective Floyd despite heavy attacks by the Fedayeen. The cavalry fights off the Iraqi opposition during a sandstorm with support from Apache gunships. No American lives are lost in the fighting at either bridge, and Najaf is now successfully isolated. Marcone's men will face large counterattacks over the next days, while the 101st Airborne Division will now move up to secure the city of over 1 million inhabitants. With the main road into Nasiriyah now clear after 36 hours of heavy fighting, the 70 vehicles of the 1st Marine Reconnaissance Battalion are finally able to move through the city and into Mesopotamia. Passing burned out civilian and American vehicles including destroyed Humvees, Corporal Josh Ray Person turns to Sergeant Brad Colbert and jokes, "This looks like Tijuana." Colbert responds, "And this time I get to do what I've always wanted to do in TJ, burn it to the ground." His dream will have to wait, as they are the first unit on the road to Al-Qut, where the 1st Marine Division will capture the key bridges over the Tigris River. Unbeknownst to the men of 1st Recon, they are to act as bait to draw out Iraqi fighters en route, while the 6,000 men of Colonel Dowdy's RCT-1 will follow Route 7 towards Al-Qut. By the morning of the 25th of March, 1st Recon has arrived at the eastern outskirts of the town of Al-Gharaf, hoping to draw out Iraqi units so that RCT-1 can progress north past the town on Route 7. RCT-1 had attempted to enter the town earlier, but were ambushed by Iraqi positions in 2- and 3-story buildings. Marine artillery from RCT-1 begins a bombardment of the buildings suspected of containing Iraqi military positions, while 1st Recon's Corporal Jacob Trombley asks Sergeant Colbert what they are doing. Colbert responds, "The battalion is trying to find a way around that town up ahead, so we can link up with RCT-1 on the other side. Why don't we go through it? It's full of bad guys, we'd get smoked." However, Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando is impatient to get moving, and decides to send 1st Recon straight through the town despite the threat of ambush. At 4 PM, Ferrando orders Alpha Company to drive through Al Gharaf and rendezvous with a battalion of RCT-1 on the other side. Alpha Company's commander, Captain Brian Patterson, hands Corporal John Burris a map of the town and asks him to find the fastest route through Al Gharaf. Burris responds, "That's insane, but okay." Patterson's men and the rest of the battalion mount up to run the gauntlet of a significant force of Fedayeen which repelled the whole of RCT-1 earlier. Alpha Company is first in line and starts down the main road with Patterson's Humvees racing forward at 50 miles per hour. The streets are littered with burned out vehicles and craters from marine artillery shelling, forcing the drivers to make sharp turns in order to avoid a collision. Some Fedayeen fighters fire back, but there is no massed ambush. Unfortunately for the Marines, the convoy drives right through a stream of foul water right in the middle of the street, the result of a burst sewer main. Sewage sprays across the Humvees, while Corporal Burris tries to figure out where to go next. A T intersection is rapidly approaching, while Burris fumbles with his map, but at the last second another Marine calls out, "Left, left!" This turns out to be the correct decision. The column takes no casualties and speeds out of Al Gharaf to rendezvous with RCT-1 after spending just 3 minutes in the town. 3rd Platoon of Bravo Company are the next to move through the town, but are greeted by intense small arms fire. One Marine has been wounded, but the column again makes it to the other side. 30 minutes later, the 5 Humvees of 2nd Platoon in Bravo move out with Colbert, Trombley, Corporal Person, and Rolling Stone reporter Evan Wright in the lead vehicle. Bravo will be the last 1st Recon unit to run the gauntlet, and the Fedayeen have had time to prepare for them. Colbert tells Trombley and Person, "Gentlemen, you're now going to have to earn your stories." The Humvees accelerate through Al Gharaf. The Fedayeen open fire with heavy machine guns and rounds start slamming into the Humvees. The Marines fire back from the Humvee windows, while turret gunners use Mark 19 grenade launchers and 50 caliber machine guns as the column races through the hail of gunfire. The gunner in the 3rd Humvee, Corporal Anthony Manimal Jacks, spots Iraqi fire coming from a building on the route. He fires 30 rounds from his Mark 19 grenade launcher into the hostile position and watches as the whole structure collapses, silencing the enemy machine guns. Suddenly, a scraping noise fills the lead Humvee and the Mark 19 gunner, Corporal Walt Hasser, suddenly goes limp. He has been knocked unconscious by a metal cable which the Iraqi defenders have stretched across the street to decapitate American turret gunners. Colbert shouts, "Walt, are you okay?" A few seconds pass before Hasser responds, "I'm okay." The Humvee accelerates again, and the column continues to keep up a torrent of fire against the Fedayeen. Colbert spots the exit out of the city as they approach the T intersection. The convoy makes the correct turn, but takes fire from a small industrial area on the edge of the town, and Colbert's Humvee drives into a field of sabka. Sabka is a quicksand with the consistency of tar, and Colbert's Humvee quickly becomes stuck, forcing 2nd Platoon to stop. The Marines pile out of their vehicles to fire back at the Iraqis, while Colbert figures out a plan for freeing his Humvee. The rest of the Humvees fire back with Mark 19s and 50 caliber machine guns to suppress the Iraqi fighters. With close coordination with 1st Recon's headquarters, Marine artillery continues to shell the town to destroy the remaining Fedayeen, while the convoy attempts to leave the area. The battalion operations chief runs towards them with an incendiary grenade, shouting, "Abandon your Humvee, thermite the radios." Annoyed, Colbert shouts back, "I'm not abandoning this vehicle." After a few minutes, a battalion maintenance truck rolls up from the other direction and winches the Humvee out of the muck. Colbert has often made fun of the maintenance support unit, but they have just saved his Humvee. The convoy gets underway again, while sporadic enemy fire continues to come from Al Gharaf. Colbert, deadpan, says, "Good, I hope they call it El Pancake when we're through with it." The coalition victories at Najaf and Basra provide a much-needed morale boost. By the end of the 27th of March, Iraqi resistance in Nasiriyah and outside of Samarwa is beginning to collapse as American forces bring their material superiority to bear. With Najaf now also isolated, the 3rd Infantry Division is now poised to assault the Carala Gap, the last obstacle before Baghdad. Meanwhile, in the Zagros Mountains in northern Iraq, coalition special forces will ally with the Kurdish Peshmerga militia to launch Operation Viking Hammer. The northern front of Operation Iraqi Freedom is about to kick off in earnest.
It is 3,000 and 5 Golf Mike, actually amend altitude to descend maintain 1,000.
It's almost midnight on the 22nd of March 2003. 6 MC-130 Combat Talon transport aircraft from the 352nd Special Operations Wing are flying at just under 500 feet above the Jordanian desert towards Iraqi airspace. Aboard are the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the American 10th Special Forces Group, who are en route to the Bashur and As-Sulaymaniyah airfields in northern Iraq. The Green Berets, CIA operators and US Air Force Special Tactics operators of the 10th SFG will rendezvous with 7,000 Kurdish Peshmerga fighters to take part in Operation Viking Hammer, one of the largest special warfare operations in military history. Viking Hammer is part of an effort to open up a northern front against Saddam Hussein's army and draw troops away from the main invasion coming from Kuwait. Coalition war planners have anticipated the need to squeeze Saddam's regime from two sides and had been planning for the US 4th Infantry Division to invade northern Iraq from Turkey. Meanwhile, American special forces will be flown into Iraqi Kurdistan, an autonomous region controlled by anti-Saddam rebels. The most important of these are the Kurdistan Democratic Party and the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK, who have formed an alliance to topple the Iraqi dictator. To prepare for Viking Hammer, Green Berets, along with other special forces, have covertly infiltrated Kurdistan and made contact with the Peshmerga militia, lightly armed but highly respected Kurdish warriors. Viking Hammer's main objective is to destroy the Ansar al-Islam militant group, which operates in Kurdistan. However, this mission proves more difficult than originally expected. 3 weeks before the invasion, Turkey declines to join the coming war and refuses to let the 4th Infantry Division attack from Turkish territory. Furthermore, Turkey bans combat overflights by coalition aircraft, meaning the 10th SFG's commander, Colonel Charles Cleveland, must improvise. A new plan is drawn up for the insertion of Cleveland's forces. They will be flown into Kurdistan from Jordan via a risky and circuitous route. When the flight plan is revealed to Cleveland's officers, one comments, "Damn, that's an ugly baby." The name sticks, and the new route is referred to as Ugly Baby. The low-flying formation of MC-130s hug the Syrian border to avoid detection. The first minutes in Iraqi airspace are uneventful, with the Special Forces operators passing the time by playing with their night vision goggles. However, the journey quickly descends into chaos when Iraqi anti-aircraft gunners target the lead formation. One of the combat Talons, callsign Harley 3-4, takes heavy fire, shredding through the aircraft's thin metal skin. The pilots press on, but soon the fire causes more critical damage. The number 1 engine catches fire, and fuel leaks are detected in both wings. Faced with losing the aircraft, Harley 3-4 diverts to Incirlik Air Base in Turkey. Miraculously, nobody aboard the combat Talon is wounded, and the aircraft successfully lands, having been given permission by the Turkish government. The rest of the MC-130s encounter similar AA fire. Aboard one of the transports headed for As-Sulaymaniyah, a veteran operator turns to his friend and says, "I don't know if we are going to make it, man. I don't feel good about this ride." For another 50 agonizing minutes, the Green Berets are thrown around the cargo hold while the aircraft maneuvers violently to avoid ground fire. The MC-130s also deploy chaff to prevent Iraqi radar-guided AAA from locking on. Finally, the Iraqi fire subsides, and the two combat Talons approach As Sulaymaniyah airbase. On the ground, previously inserted Green Beret Sergeant Mark Giaconia watches the aircraft make their final approaches when, just as they are about to land, the airbase's electrical generator dies and the runway lights go dark. Despite flying nearly blind, the pilots successfully land all 5 MC-130s. The Special Forces operators stumble out of their damaged and leaking aircraft and kiss the ground. The improvised Ugly Baby route proves treacherous, but no coalition lives are lost, and the bulk of the 10th SFG are now in the fight. With his forces in place, Colonel Cleveland now turns his attention to their objective, the destruction of the Ansar al-Islam group. The plan is to assault the AAI's main base of operations in the town of Sargat, outside the Kurdish city of Halabja, near the Iranian border. Altogether, over 7,000 Peshmerga from the PUK, along with 70 American Special Forces operators, will take part in the attack. The advance has been split into 6 colour-coded prongs, each with 900 to 1,500 Kurdish fighters and a 12-man Operational Detachment Alpha Team, or ODA. Yellow Prong is to be the main effort against the suspected chemical facility in Sargat, while Green Prong will clear the ridge north of the town. Meanwhile, Blue Prong will advance towards the village of Biara. Orange and Red Prongs will assault the southern half of the AAI zone, while the troops assigned to Black will act as a reserve. The ground assault will begin at 6 AM on the 28th of March. As part of the A-Day offensive on the 21st of March, the US Navy launched 64 Tomahawk missiles from the Mediterranean, pounding AAI positions to soften them up before the main attack. However, the roughly 700 AAI fighters have had a week to recover and have prepared firing positions to meet any incoming assault. Although the combined US Kurdish forces outnumber the Iraqis 10 to 1, the attackers are taking no chances. The American Special Forces and Peshmerga must navigate difficult mountainous terrain under the watchful gaze of the enemy fighters in the hills. The Peshmerga have converted large construction dump trucks into armoured personnel carriers to serve alongside flatbed trucks carrying anti-aircraft cannons and Soviet-era Katyusha rocket launchers. Mark Giaconia is part of the main assault group with Yellow Prong and later recalls, "The scene reminded me of the movie Braveheart, where the two enemies faced off before battle, and like the movie, we were just waiting for a signal to begin the charge." At exactly 6 AM, the Kurdish artillery opens fire, signalling the beginning of the ground offensive. The Kurdish fighters jump into pickup trucks, some mount onto horses, and advance towards the Iraqi firing lines, with what Giaconia would later describe as a low and gruff war cry emanating from the masses. In an attack reminiscent of the First World War, the Peshmerga charge out of their positions towards the enemy. The mix of civilian vehicles, Peshmerga on horses, and those trailing behind on foot cross the plain in front of them. Kurdish tactics are basically to, and I quote, "look for a weak point, then bum rush it." With speed and aggression, the Peshmerga reaches the rough terrain of the Shandahari Ridge. Green Prong now separates from the main group in order to clear the ridge of enemy fighters, while Yellow Prong, including Giaconia, attack the small village of Gulp at the entrance to the Sargat Valley. As the mass of soldiers approach the entrance to the valley, AAI fighters respond with mortar and machine gun fire, forcing the attackers to halt. The fire is heavier than expected. The enemy is ready for the assault. Giaconia and the rest of the attackers take cover while enemy fire continues to rake the valley floor. With the advance stalled, combat controllers attached to the ODA team request air support from nearby aircraft from carriers USS Harry Truman and Theodore Roosevelt. 2 minutes later, a pair of Navy FA-18 Hornets arrive on station and prepare for an attack run. The controllers relay specific coordinates to the pilots, who scream in and drop 2 500-pound JDAMs on the AAI positions. The timely air support delights the Peshmerga fighters as well as the ODAs, who cheer wildly at the sight. The FA-18 switch to guns and make another pass on the target area. The Hornets fire long bursts from their M61AN Vulcan guns, saturating the hillside with 20mm shells. Giaccona recalled, "I felt each of the hundreds of small explosions in my gut." The FA-18s make several passes to cover Yellow Prong before AAI fire is finally silenced. Giaccona and the Peshmerga continue to gulp, which is taken without further resistance at 9 AM. After securing the town, Red Prong breaks off from their main group and heads south to capture small villages in the Sargat Valley. As the Peshmerga and Green Berets in Yellow Prong move out from Gulp, more AAI small arms fire is directed at them from a ridgeline to the south. The Green Berets unload a Mark 19 grenade launcher from one of the trucks and begin assembling it under fire. When the Mark 19 is ready, a Green Beret sergeant launches 50 rounds at the AAI position, saturating the ridgeline with 40mm grenades. Several AAI fighters attempt to retreat, but many are cut down by the fearsome Mark 19. Once again, the Iraqi fire subsides, with the defenders either dead or disappeared into the hills. With the path clear again, the ODAs pick up the Mark 19 and toss it in the back of the pickup truck before remounting the vehicle. The column moves out without coming under fire. At the same time, Red and Green Prongs have successfully routed the AAI fighters, forcing them to flee from their defensive positions. The fast pace of the Kurdish advance has left the Iraqi fighters unable to depress their mortars and heavy machine guns fast enough to engage the attackers. However, the retreating AAI insurgents are now being funneled into Sargat, where they intend to make a last stand. After a brief rest, Yellow Prong is ready to assault Sargat. The suspected chemical facility is located at the base of a hill overlooking the southern part of the town. As the joint Kurdish-American force reaches the outskirts, the rough terrain suddenly gives way to open ground. Located at the bottom of a large valley, Sargat is essentially a giant kill zone surrounded on all sides by rugged hills perfect for defense. AAI fighters immediately open fire from prepared positions, pinning down the attackers. Captain Blake Rainier loses reliable radio contact in the deep valley and is unable to call for counter-battery fire from the Peshmerga. The commander of C Company radios in requesting a sitrep, but is told, "Sir, I'll have to call you back. We're a little busy here right now." The Peshmerga and US operators begin receiving accurate mortar and World War II-era Katyusha fire, forcing them to take refuge in a graveyard. AAI fighters have mounted Katyusha rocket pods on fixed positions and are bombarding the advancing forces. Ignoring the grim irony of taking cover in a graveyard during a firefight, Captain Rainier realises that he can't risk calling in an airstrike with his spotty radio comms. He decides they have no choice but to fight their way through the town. The captain orders Sergeant Giaccona and 2 other Green Berets to set up an M2 50 caliber machine gun. The 3 men brave the intense firefight around them and retrieve the 50 cal from a pickup truck in the rear, before climbing high ground to prepare a firing position. After deploying, the 50 cal opens up to provide cover fire for the pinned down men, allowing them to move forward into Sargat. A weapons sergeant from Green Prong also begins targeting enemy fighters with his 50 caliber sniper rifle, focusing on the machine gun crews firing from caves and trenches on the ridgeline. The momentum shifts when Kurdish artillery is finally brought up and begins knocking out AAI positions one by one. In fact, the Peshmerga's rapid charge up the valley has completely wrecked the enemy's defensive preparations. Due to the speed of the advance, AAI fighters have been unable to fall back to prepared positions where they could take advantage of pre-stocked weapons and ammunition. Most of them are quickly overrun or flee to the east. After 3 hours, Sargat is secured, and the American operators receive a pleasant surprise. Despite the delay in bringing up artillery support, the Peshmerga's food truck is right on time, and arrives at 1 PM to serve hot kebabs and, with the presumed great envy of the Republican Guard Division's way to the south, healthy lashings of onions. As part of the plan, the Kurds turn the town over to the American Special Forces, who immediately secure the suspected chemical weapons plant. A Sensitive Site Exploitation, or SSE, team is called in to inspect the Sargat facility, which has the potential of proving Saddam Hussein has been connected to militant groups seeking WMDs. However, the SSE squad only finds insignificant traces of ricin and potassium chloride. Further investigations confirm the facility contains no chemical weapons. After lunch, the battle continues as the Peshmerga pursue the remaining AAI insurgents deep into the mountains near the Iranian border. The offensive has made progress everywhere on the first day. To the south, the Blue Prong achieves their objective in capturing the town of Biara, while Red and Green Prongs clear the hills overlooking the maze of valleys. Only the Orange Prong to the north has been seriously impeded by enemy resistance, forcing the Peshmerga and ODAs to halt short of a bunker complex on Hill 1351. The advance is finally stopped at nightfall, and 4 AC-130 gunships take station to suppress the enemy fighters. In the following days, many insurgents will attempt to cross into Iran, only to be arrested by the border guards. In some cases, the AAI fighters are fired upon by border guards, which force them back towards the Peshmerga. The following day, airstrikes and reinforcements from the Black Prong are enough to push the AAI forces off Hill 1351. By the 30th of March, the area has been secured by the coalition. Operation Viking Hammer is a success, with most of its objectives completed on the first day. Ansar al-Islam effectively ceases to exist after suffering 200 killed and wounded, with the rest fleeing into the mountains or taken prisoner. Many of the survivors find refuge in Iran, where they are harboured by the hostile anti-West government. Only 3 Peshmerga are killed and 23 wounded, with no American casualties. The commander of 3rd Battalion of the 10th SFG, Lieutenant Colonel Ken Tovo, will later comment that Viking Hammer was my most professionally satisfying mission. The Peshmerga forces involved in the operation have performed exceptionally well, and Mark Giacona later writes, "The Kurds have spent generations in war. They had it down to a science." The PUK quickly consolidates their hold on the region now that AAI has been dealt with, leaving 1,000 men to patrol the area and root out remaining enemy positions. The rest of the approximately 7,000 Peshmerga are redeployed to the south for the next phase of Operation Iraqi Freedom's Northern Front offensive. After the success of Operation Viking Hammer and the clearing out of the Ansar al-Islam group from northern Iraq, the coalition-backed Kurdish Peshmerga will turn their attention to the heartlands of Saddam Hussein's regime. The US Special Forces and Peshmerga militia are redeployed to attack the Green Line, an artificial boundary in northern Iraq which separates Saddam's Ba'athist areas of control from the Kurdistan region. Coalition forces are reinforced by 1,000 paratroopers from the 173rd Airborne Brigade, delivered into northern Iraq in a combat jump into friendly-held territory on the 26th of March. Despite heavy defeats in the south, Saddam has deployed a significant part of his army on the Green Line to prevent a Kurdish attack. 150,000 men in 12 divisions of the Iraqi army defend the city of Mosul and Iraq's second-largest oil field in Kirkuk. Arrayed against them are 60,000 Peshmerga and 3,000 US Special Forces operators. The main assault on the Green Line begins on the 30th of March against the town of Erbil, which is captured 2 days later. The Iraqi forces holding the north quickly begin to disintegrate under withering air and ground assault, with many units throwing down their arms. However, the Iraqi 1st Mechanized Division decides to make a stand at the Deca Pass crossroads, which controls the main roads connecting Mosul, Erbil and Kirkuk. Iraqi tanks and infantry have entrenched on the Zurqa Dagh Ridge, overlooking the crossroads, which the Americans refer to as Dog Ridge. Capturing the ridge and the Deca Pass crossroads will impede Iraqi movement on Highway 2 and provide a springboard for an advance into the Kirkuk oil fields. Codenamed Operation Northern Safari, the Peshmerga and Special Forces plan to attack the Iraqi positions with overwhelming force. On the night of the 5th of April, a small group of 8 Green Berets go forward in 3 Ground Mobility Vehicles or GMVs, light air deliverable variants of the Humvee intended for Special Forces use. The three vehicles stopped short of the ridge to avoid being spotted by Iraqi defenders, and the Special Tactics Squadron controller, Staff Sergeant Salim Ali, gets to work. Using a laser rangefinder, Ali marks the targets and uploads individual target data for a precision airstrike. This is a painstaking process which will take hours to complete. Shortly before daybreak on the 6th of April, two B-1B Lancer strategic bombers arrive on station with 24 2,000-pound JDAMs each. Staff Sergeant Ali has spent the entire night programming target data for every single JDAM and hasn't slept in over 24 hours, but his contribution proves critical. At just after 5 AM, the two Lancers make their first attack run on the ridgeline. One of the Green Berets on station, Sergeant First Class Frank Antonori, later wrote, "It was beautiful, the flashes and clouds of smoke and dust erupting into the air as the impacts rolled down the ridge." The coalition forces now prepare for the main assault. Operation Northern Safari calls for 4 groups to assault the ridgeline simultaneously. To the southeast, Green Berets and 150 Peshmerga fighters will attack Objective Rock, a T-intersection leading to the crossroads. In the centre, 2 groups of 250 Peshmerga each will act as the main effort and head straight for the ridge to push the Iraqi defenders off the high ground. Finally, in the northwest, 150 Peshmerga supported by further Green Berets are to capture a dominating hill codenamed Objective Stone. The attack is scheduled to go off at 6 AM local time. 20 minutes before, the B-1Bs return to hit suspected enemy armour behind the ridge. This bombing raid also acts as the signal to assemble for the attack. However, when 6 AM rolls around, the Peshmerga are not yet in position. It will take another 45 minutes until every column is ready to step off. Finally, at 6:45 AM, the attack begins. The Green Berets accompanying the southern column advance up the road towards Objective Rock in 8 GMVs, while the Peshmerga fan out on either side. Although this would ordinarily be a risky strategy because a single enemy tank could block the way forward, the Green Berets believe following the road will reduce the likelihood of friendly fire and keep the Peshmerga headed in the right direction. The Peshmerga are acting as the main assault force, while the Green Berets will hang back to provide fire support. However, the pre-planned airstrikes have all but cleared the ridgeline of most Iraqi defenders. The attackers cautiously move up the slope, careful to watch for landmines, but the enemy is nowhere to be seen. Sergeant Antonori recalled, "Although everybody was anxious to do some shooting, there was nothing to shoot." Instead, the Green Berets and Peshmerga navigate around a 12-foot high sand berm littered with anti-tank mines, which had been built by Iraqi engineers in order to slow their advance. The coalition forces begin to clear the mines when the few remaining Iraqi defenders finally take a few potshots at the attackers. The response is swift. It takes just 2 bursts from one of the GMV's 50 caliber machine guns to persuade the Iraqis to throw down their arms and surrender. The Peshmerga and Green Berets push on to Objective Rock and seize the critical T-intersection. To the north, the central columns of 500 Peshmerga have secured their objectives without loss. However, dug-in Iraqi defenders put up stiff resistance at Objective Stone, taking advantage of their elevated position. Furthermore, the airstrike here has not been as effective, leaving most Iraqi defences intact. The Green Berets attempt to support with their Mark 19 grenade launchers, M2 50 caliber machine guns, and Javelin anti-tank missiles, but the Iraqis make good use of their position and succeed in driving off the first attack with the help of heavy machine guns and 120mm mortars. 152mm howitzers also bracket the attackers, forcing them all the way back to their start line. The coalition forces take no casualties, but the Peshmerga request close air support. The Special Forces commander, Major Eric Howard, calls in an airstrike by B-52 Stratofortresses and asks for additional FA-18 Hornets to stay on station. The B-52s arrive and saturate Objective Stone with 27 1,000-pound bombs in an awe-inspiring demonstration of air power. The Peshmerga and Green Berets cheer as the hilltop explodes in a cloud of dirt. The FA-18 Hornets are then called in to conduct precision strikes, dropping even more JDAMs on targets identified during the first ground attack. Following the departure of his air support, Howard orders another assault. The Peshmerga move in, and this time the Green Berets move in closer behind, to better provide support with their 50 caliber machine guns, Mark 19s and Javelin missiles. This display of firepower causes the Iraqi defence to falter as the coalition forces breach their lines on the hillside. After a sharp firefight, the Iraqis on Objective Stone surrender to the Peshmerga. All 4 objectives have been reached and cleared by the end of the morning. To the south, at Objective Rock, the Green Berets learn from a captured Iraqi colonel that an Iraqi mechanised company is in the area. Because the coalition forces here lack any armoured support, this is a serious threat. The danger is compounded by the realisation that Objective Rock is located in a small depression, meaning any counterattack will only be spotted from the ground once the enemy is within 200 metres of the position. The Green Beret commander here, Captain Eric Wright, confers with Sergeant First Class Thomas Sandoval and decides to seize the initiative. The 8 GMVs move out again to pursue the Iraqis all the way back to the Deca crossroads. The special forces are essentially flying blind as they drive into the morning fog, having also lost radio communications with Major Howard due to the rugged terrain blocking the signal. The GMVs crest the small ridge about 2,000 metres from the crossroads, and 4 Green Berets dismount to go forward and assess the enemy defences. When they reach their recon position, they spot dozens of vehicles passing through the Deca crossroads. Many are civilians travelling between Mosul and Kirkuk, but Iraqi troop transports, resupply trucks, command vehicles and technicals are also transiting the intersection. 80 Peshmerga fighters loaded in 2 pickup trucks and 2 cargo trucks, and the 25 Green Berets mounted in 8 GMVs move forward to secure the objective. A single Iraqi military SUV drives towards the column, forcing it to stop. One of the Green Berets sprays the SUV with 50 caliber machine gun fire, riddling the vehicle with rounds and forcing it off the road. The Peshmerga cheer and move to claim the enemy vehicle as a prize, passing multiple civilian cars. Suddenly, a military truck loaded with Iraqi infantrymen is spotted leaving the town of Deca, attempting to head south away from the advancing coalition forces. The vehicle is too far away to engage with the 50 caliber machine gun or the Mark 19s, but Senior Weapons Sergeant Jason Brown decides to destroy it with a javelin. With the rest of the Green Berets recording the moment with their Kodak cameras, Brown launches the javelin, which arches through the air towards the Iraqi truck. The missile chases the truck for over 2 miles before finding its target. After a few minutes, the Peshmerga and Green Berets remount their vehicles and drive towards the intersection. Leaving 2 GMVs behind as overwatch, the coalition moves forward to shut down the highway. Somehow, the Iraqi civilians and military personnel at the intersection seem to have no idea there is a convoy of vehicles approaching from the northeast. At 9:30 AM, the column reaches the crossroads and the force dismounts to form a perimeter. A motorcycle driven by an Iraqi soldier attempts to run the gauntlet but is gunned down by the Peshmerga. Seconds later, a pickup truck charges the intersection at 50 miles per hour despite several warning shots. The weapons-free order goes out, and the truck is immediately hit by small arms fire and 4 rounds from the Mark 19. Soon after, a bus full of Iraqi soldiers approaches, and the men inside begin firing out of the bus windows. In response, all 6 of the GMVs open fire with their 50 caliber machine guns, shredding the bus. However, the driver brakes hard and executes a perfect 3-point turn in the middle of the highway before fleeing back towards Deca, stunning the Green Berets, who are also impressed by the driver's skill. At 10 AM, Iraqi mortar teams near Deca begin hitting the intersection. Because the area here is barren of cover, Captain Matt Saunders takes 4 GMVs and races off to engage the mortar team, leaving the rest of the men behind. Seconds later, several shells airburst above the crossroads, forcing the defenders to take cover. They are coming under fire from an Iraqi ZSU-57 anti-aircraft gun, which is covering the advance of a massive problem. A Green Beret shouts, "Tanks, tanks, tanks," and points down the road to the southwest. 8 Iraqi MTLB armoured personnel carriers are heading right for the Deca crossroads, deployed in line abreast. The 4 GMVs, which left to engage the Iraqi mortar teams, are recalled, and the defenders at the intersection open fire with everything at their disposal. Their small arms and Mark 19s cannot penetrate the Iraqi MTLBs, but they can slow them down and reduce their visibility. The Iraqis deploy a smokescreen from their APCs, making it more difficult for the coalition forces to see what is going on. Shortly after, the Iraqi APCs come to a halt, leading some of the Green Berets to believe they have halted the enemy attack. Instead, they stop and move out of the way for 5 T-55 main battle tanks. This is a serious enemy counterattack. Sergeant Sandoval immediately recognises the Peshmerga and Green Berets have no hope of stopping this attack in such an exposed position, and orders a phased withdrawal. The Peshmerga load up first into their trucks and head back towards Objective Rock, while the Green Berets continue to fire back. Several Green Berets attempt to bring their javelins online, but the missile launcher's command launch unit computer needs time to warm up, and the Iraqi tanks are advancing fast. The T-55 stop around 900 metres from the intersection and shell their position. Although the T-55 is obsolete and fire is inaccurate, its 100mm main gun still poses a major threat to infantry. Finally, Sandoval orders the rest of the Green Berets to retreat without firing off their javelins. The missile launchers are taking too long. The GMV gunners continue to fire, while the rest of the Green Berets load up and begin the trek back up the ridge in search of cover. Staff Sergeant Jake Chandler tunes his radio to the emergency close air support channel. Flash flash, troops in contact, clear the net. This is Roughneck 9-1 with an immediate close air support request, over. Realising that his men don't have the firepower to knock out the enemy armour, Major Howard orders the forward units to fall back to the Alamo, a small hill to the rear of their current positions. The Alamo refers to an emergency position where outnumbered American forces can stand and fight to buy time. The GMVs stop and establish a linear defence on the Alamo position, while Staff Sergeant Chandler pleads for air support on the radio. We're taking fire from a bunch of tanks just a couple of 100 metres to our front. What's the ETA for the fighters? The close air support controller responds, Roger, we copy all, ETA 30 minutes. Incredulous, Chandler shouts back, 30 minutes, we won't be here in 30 minutes, we need fighters now. The outnumbered and outgunned Green Berets are on their own for the time being. The Iraqi armour approaches the crossroads, while the Green Berets open fire with everything they have. The 50 caliber machine guns and Mark 19s sweep the valley downrange, but Iraqi mortar fire continues to bracket their position, forcing the Green Berets to constantly move around to avoid casualties. Luckily, the javelins are finally ready to use. Weapons Sergeant Brown launches the first missile at an MTLB on the extreme left of the Iraqi formation. It smashes into the MTLB outside the rated maximum engagement distance for the weapon. The APC explodes in a fireball. Seconds later, a second MTLB also explodes from another shot. A third javelin then catches a third MTLB, another successful kill. In one of the first mass uses of the javelin, it is proving to be a truly devastating weapon. However, the T-55 tanks are using a sand berm in front of them to shield their heat signatures from the javelin crew, meaning they cannot yet be engaged. The Iraqi attack pauses, and the remaining MTLBs dismount their infantry and begin to drive around in unpredictable circles. This tactic might work against the standard TOW or Dragon anti-tank missiles, but is useless against the javelin. The Iraqi infantry attempt to cross an open wheat field, but are quickly engaged by the 50 caliber machine guns and Mark 19s. While the infantry are being mown down, another volley of javelins is launched. This time, the Green Berets target both the MTLBs and several trucks carrying more infantry. 2 MTLBs go up in flames, along with 2 trucks, devastating the enemy attack. Surviving infantry retreat to the sandberm and shelter with the T-55s, while another 2 pickup trucks are destroyed by machine gun fire. Although the Green Berets have slowed the Iraqi attack, the intense combat is taking its toll. Almost all javelins have been fired, and spare missiles are too far away from the line to be brought forward. The T-55s allow the Green Berets no rest, popping out from the sandberm to shell their position and then retreating back into cover before the javelins can attain lock. Faced with a dwindling supply of javelins and less than 50% ammunition remaining, Howard knows that they won't be able to hold the position unless he receives air support. After a slight lull in the battle, Iraqi artillery begins dropping smoke on the Alamo position. Knowing this is a precursor to a larger attack, Major Howard orders the Green Berets to pull back to a more defendable ridgeline the Americans will nickname Press Hill. A growing number of media and journalists who have been tasked with covering the battle are accumulating on the hill, leading to its name. Peshmerga forces are also defending this new line. T-55 tanks begin to engage the new defences on Press Hill. Finally, 2 US Navy F-14 Tomcats arrive on station and are cleared to attack the Iraqi tanks. The tactical air controller on station, Todd Gannon, relays the instructions. We have enemy T-55 tanks near a road intersection 900 metres from our position, many dismounted infantry near the tanks, and a few trucks also in the vicinity. The F-14s descend below the clouds to get a good look at the battle, and the pilots confirm Gannon's instructions. The Tomcats bank away and prepare to turn back towards the crossroads for their attack runs. However, with knocked out Iraqi tanks littering the whole area, one of the Tomcat crews misidentifies the location of the Iraqi forces. On the ground, BBC reporter Tom Giles, who is embedded with coalition forces, receives a phone call from his mother wishing him a happy birthday. Having forgotten that today was in fact his birthday, he holds up the phone to capture the sounds of battle and says, "Mum, you can just hear, this is the sound of freedom." At this exact moment, his mother in the UK listens to the sound of an American Paveway 2 laser-guided bomb falling and exploding on friendly forces at Press Hill, just 12 yards away from her son. The Green Berets at the Alamo position are expecting to see the tanks in front of them erupt in flames, only for a massive explosion to come from their rear. Gannon, the air controller, screams into the radio, "Ceasefire, ceasefire, friendlies hit, abort, 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 blue on blue, blue on blue." Yet the damage is done. 18 Peshmerga fighters and 4 Green Berets are killed, and more than 80 are wounded, including Major Howard. BBC reporters John Simpson and Tom Giles are hit but survive, but BBC translator Kamran Mohammed is killed. This is the deadliest friendly fire incident of the entire invasion. The rest of the Green Berets in the Alamo fall back to Press Hill. Once they arrive at their new position, the Iraqis launch a second attack with armour and infantry, but this is far less coherent than the first. The T-55s remain in place, while MTLBs, trucks and infantry stream past them into the open. An Iraqi MTLB is also spotted driving in a circle, leading Sergeant Antonori to line up the shot. The open ground downrange is now covered by 4 50 caliber machine guns, which rip through the ranks of advancing Iraqi soldiers. Meanwhile, Weapons Sergeant Brown targets an enemy truck and fires off the Javelin missile. After 15 seconds, the missile punches right through the truck's skin and destroys the vehicle. Sergeant Jason Brown has just become the first ever Javelin ace, with 3 MTLBs and 2 trucks destroyed. However, the air controllers are fighting their own battle with the Navy pilots above. The F-14s return to drop dumb bombs on the enemy tanks, but the pilots are understandably skittish after the friendly fire incident. They drop their munitions far too late and miss the targets. A pair of FA-18 Hornets now arrive with Paveway laser-guided bombs, but the sandburn continues to protect the Iraqi tanks. The laser designators cannot see the T-55s, leading the Hornets to drop their Paveways only to have them explode harmlessly in the sand. Staff Sergeant Chandler calls for the next airstrike to use cluster munitions, but it will be some time before they arrive. One of the T-55s foolishly breaks cover and attempts to fire at Press Hill, but a Javelin missile quickly punishes this mistake. With this, the Iraqis suddenly stop firing, leading the Green Berets to believe the Iraqi commander was in the knocked out tank. 15 Iraqi soldiers begin walking towards the ridgeline, waving white pieces of paper to surrender. The Green Berets and Peshmerga hold their fire and motion the Iraqis to keep moving forward. However, 2 white SUVs appear and drive in front of the surrendering men. A man jumps out of one of the SUVs and shoots one of the soldiers in the head, followed by the rest of the men. These are Saddam Fedayeen fighters who have taken it upon themselves to murder anyone who surrenders to the coalition. Furious at this flagrant crime, the Green Berets call for an airstrike on the SUVs before they can escape. Using the laser designator, an FA-18 makes an attack run and drops its Paveway right on target, leaving no one alive at the scene of the massacre. As the day drags on into the afternoon, the Iraqis launch one final attack, but it is the weakest yet. Despite the presence of Iraqi artillery, the Green Berets and Peshmerga successfully break up the attack with heavy machine guns and mortars before it can gain momentum. An orbiting B-52 Stratofortress reports seeing T-55s approaching up the road, and drops a 2,000-pound JDAM, but no vehicles are hit. The battle has simmered down as both sides settle in for the evening. More FA-18s arrive and harass the remaining T-55s, eventually destroying them one by one. By nightfall, the Iraqis have pulled back after suffering staggering losses. In the battle for the Deca crossroads, 26 Green Berets and roughly 80 Kurdish Peshmerga fighters have faced an entire mechanised company of 5 tanks, 8 MTLBs, 11 troop transports or trucks, and over 150 infantry. By the end of the battle, all 5 T-55s, 7 of the 8 MTLBs, along with 8 trucks have been destroyed, and over 90 Iraqi soldiers have been killed. 18 Peshmerga fighters, 4 Green Berets and a BBC translator are killed, and more than 80 are wounded, almost all of them hit in the friendly fire incident. The Peshmerga will recapture the Deca crossroads the following day, officially breaking the Green Line. 3 Green Berets are awarded the Silver Star for heroism during the battle. By the 9th of April, the Iraqi army in the north has completely fallen apart, and Mosul is taken on the 11th of April. Despite the lack of significant American ground troop presence, the northern front of Operation Iraqi Freedom proves to be one of the most successful unconventional campaigns in modern military history. A small group of American special forces, along with untrained militia, have routed the Ansar al-Islam militants and the Iraqi army's northern divisions in just 2 weeks. Ultimately, Operation Viking Hammer and the offensive on the Green Line demonstrates the skill and bravery of the Kurdish Peshmerga. Mark Giaconia will later state, "I learned a lesson, the Kurds were smarter than us, and we learned to accept that fact and leverage it. We were not experts in war, they were. In fact, I felt like an idiot when it came to war, compared to the Peshmerga."
Army 72010.
At just before dawn on the 1st of April 2003, the 3rd Ranger Battalion of the 75th Ranger Regiment arrives outside the fence of the Haditha Dam in western Iraq. This force has driven through the night from a desert airstrip established by Delta Force operators early in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Dropped deep behind enemy lines on the 27th of March, the Rangers have been guided by Delta operators to the Haditha Dam, infrastructure critical to Iraq's power grid. Their mission is to capture the dam and ensure Saddam Hussein cannot destroy it as part of a scorched earth policy, flooding the Euphrates River Valley. With 2 AH-6 Little Birds of the 160th SAW hovering overhead, the attack begins. Ranger scouts breach the perimeter fence using pliers, allowing the force's vehicles to race through at 40 miles per hour. No Iraqi gunfire greets the Rangers as they speed through the gap in the fence with their ground mobility vehicles. The sudden assault catches the Iraqi army's garrison of 120 men by surprise, and most of the enemy soldiers panic and surrender when faced with the American vehicles. Sergeant First Class Jeffrey Duncan leads one of the sections of GMVs to secure the western side of the dam causeway. Using their night vision equipment to great effect, Duncan's men dismount to form a blocking detachment and round up several Iraqi prisoners who are dazed and confused by the surprise attack. The prisoners are flex-cuffed to a handrail along the road until they can be moved to a safer location. Another platoon of Rangers storm the massive administration building and begin clearing its hundreds of rooms. After quickly exhausting their breech charges and shotgun shells, one Ranger later recalled, "We turned to having a couple of guys throw a fully loaded Ranger with body armour against the doors to knock them down. A couple of us got mighty sore doing it, but we eventually got the job done. It will take 4 hours for the building to be completely secured, and 25 civilian workers are placed under guard." Meanwhile, Duncan's men come under fire from an RPG team on the western side of the river. One of his snipers fires back at a range of 1,100 yards, but instead hits a propane tank behind the enemy soldiers. The propane explodes in a massive fireball, taking out the RPG team in the process. With the southern end of the dam secured, Sergeant Duncan then leads his men across the dam's causeway to secure the northeastern side. As they're moving across, a truck full of Iraqi soldiers arrives and is immediately engaged by one of the GMV's 50 caliber machine guns. 5 Iraqis are killed instantly, but the rest dismount and take cover. This leads to another firefight which lasts for a full hour. By mid-morning, the remaining Iraqis will be driven off and the top of the dam secured. Sergeant Duncan and Sergeant Major Alfred Birch will later receive the Silver Star for rescuing 3 wounded enemy soldiers while under fire. The last 3 days of Operation Iraqi Freedom have seen a pause in the main offensive from the south, while the American and British forces consolidate their gains. In the north, the Kurdish Peshmerga, supported by US Special Forces, have successfully destroyed the Al-Ansar Islam militant group in Operation Viking Hammer. To the south, the US 101st Airborne Division and 2 battalions from the US 1st Armoured Division have spent the last week clearing out the city of Najaf, while 2nd Brigade of the 82nd Airborne is engaged in urban warfare in As-Samawa. To the southeast, the British are continuing their siege of Iraq's second largest city, Basra. Iraqi defences at Basra are gradually being worn down, but the garrison continues to resist. At the Haditha Dam, the Rangers have secured the power station and electricity transformer, while another platoon sets up a roadblock on the main road to the town of Haditha. Although they have overrun the 120-man strong garrison, there are 6,000 Iraqi combatants, 44 armoured vehicles, 14 155mm artillery pieces, and approximately 100 anti-aircraft guns in the surrounding area, most of which are now converging on the 154 Rangers. As they are fortifying their positions, the first wave of this force arrives. 3rd Battalion is attacked by a group of 50 to 100 Iraqi soldiers coming from the south. The American positions also come under mortar and RPG fire. Although the Americans are far from their logistical base, the Iraqis are attacking piecemeal and on foot, making them easy targets. The Rangers savage the Iraqi ranks. The Iraqi forces' Roland SAM launchers and S-60 anti-aircraft artillery have yet to arrive in the area, allowing Little Birds to make several gun runs on the infantry without opposition. The attackers are further smashed by 120mm mortar fire and accurate airstrikes. After a one-sided firefight, the outgunned Iraqis retreat in disarray. The Rangers are confident after their victory, but little do they know, these attacks will arrive roughly every 30 minutes for the next 2 days, with slow but constant Iraqi 155mm artillery fire throughout. At the river level, a platoon of Rangers are clearing out the lower dam face when they come under heavy fire from 2 buildings next to the river. The Little Bird's weapons aren't strong enough to destroy the position, so an airstrike is called in. A pair of A-10 Warthogs arrive to drop guided munitions on the 2 buildings. The first bombing run is a direct hit, but the Iraqis will reoccupy the ruins over the next 3 days, harassing the Rangers with machine gun and mortar fire. It will take 10 airstrikes and 20 guided bombs to finally silence the position for good. To the southwest of the Haditha Dam, the 3rd Infantry Division from the US 5th Corps under the command of Lieutenant General Scott Wallace prepares to assault the Carala Gap, a natural choke point which lies between the Bahr al-Mil Lake and the city of Karbala. Moving through this area will allow 5th Corps to avoid costly urban fighting and outflank Iraqi units to the west, although the assault on the gap is expected to be one of the toughest fights of the campaign. The narrow bottleneck is only 1,700 metres wide at its narrowest point and offers good fields of fire to the Iraqi defenders, who can use lush palm groves as cover from air attack. Furthermore, there is a more pressing need to quickly overwhelm Saddam's forces in this area. Coalition intelligence has identified the Carala Gap as the start of the Red Zone, the area outside of Baghdad where Saddam is expected to use chemical weapons as a last resort to stop the invading forces. Lieutenant General Wallace intends to draw Iraqi forces away from the gap by making a feint towards the Euphrates Valley to the southwest of the capital. However, the commander of the 2nd Republican Guard Corps, Lieutenant General Rad al-Hamdani, correctly anticipates this strategy. He argues to Qusay Hussein Chief of Staff of the Republican Guard and one of Saddam Hussein's sons, that he needs 2 divisions to cover the gap. Yet, Qusay dismisses Hamdani, saying, "The plan for the defence of the capital has already been decided, and your role is not to challenge it, but to carry it out." The assault begins at 2 AM on the 1st of April. Despite the fears of chemical attacks and tenacious Iraqi fire, Colonel Will Grimsley's 1st Brigade Combat Team of the 3rd Infantry Division faces only light resistance as they advance through the narrow choke point. The brigade is limited to hard surface roads due to the muddy rice fields they are advancing through, but most of the Iraqi fighters are on foot, without armoured support, and are quickly overwhelmed by the attack. By 6 AM on the morning of the first day, Grimsley's 1st Brigade Combat Team is the first American unit through the Carala Gap. They race towards Al-Qaid Bridge, codenamed Objective Peach, which is the key to opening the door to Baghdad. An understrength Iraqi battalion is defending the bridge, while the Iraqi 2nd Corps Reconnaissance Battalion is also believed to be on the east bank of the river. After their stellar work at Objective Jenkins outside of Najaf, Grimsley's men are tasked with capturing another bridge over the Euphrates River, the last significant obstacle between coalition forces and the Iraqi capital. The forward scouts of the 3rd Battalion 69th Armoured Regiment move towards Objective Peach at 11 AM on the 2nd of April, but fall back after realising that the bridge is defended by the enemy. Marcone will attack with 1,100 men, including 2 tank companies, 2 infantry companies, engineers, and chemical reconnaissance platoons to search for WMD. The advance is also supported by massed artillery and 6 Apache attack helicopters, underlining the importance of capturing the bridge. Marcone's plan is to bombard the eastern bank using artillery and air attacks to destroy any Iraqi demolition teams. Then, Alpha Company 11th Engineer Battalion will cross the river on inflatable boats and disable any explosive charges they find, while artillery covers by pounding enemy positions with a combination of smoke shells and high explosives. Finally, Marcone will push his battalion across and establish a bridgehead. The assault on the Iraqi forces defending the western bank of the Al-Qaid Bridge begins at 11:30 AM. The Abrams of Captain Chuck O'Brien's Alpha Company make a flanking attack, 3 sections of 3 tanks each in line abreast. The 18 155mm M109 artillery pieces of the 1st Battalion 41st Field Artillery Regiment lay down a barrage ahead of the tanks, while a company of Apaches engage Iraqi defenders with rocket and cannon fire. Having learned how the Iraqis defended the bridge at Objective Jenkins, Marcone and his engineers pinpoint potential areas where enemy soldiers could be taking cover. Most important is knocking out Iraqi engineering teams, which can blow the bridge at any given moment. Close air support also arrives overhead to bomb the enemy positions on the far side of the river, hoping to give the assault force enough cover to get to the bridge. The Iraqis break and retreat, while 3rd Battalion surges forward. At shortly after 2 PM, the 1st American tanks spot the bridge at Objective Peach, but are engaged by Iraqi RPG teams. Staff Sergeant Steve Smith's Abrams takes a direct hit from an RPG, which severs hydraulic power, while Iraqi fighters rush the damaged tank. Despite the Abrams filling with smoke, Smith and his crew slowly rotate the turret manually, while the rest of Alpha Company lays down protective fire. Iraqi soldiers attempt to overrun the tank by attacking through tall grass, but are mown down by machine gun fire. The Iraqis are killed or driven off, and the Abrams push forward to the edge of the river. After an intense battle, the west bank of the Euphrates is secured by 3:30 PM. Knowing the enemy could blow the bridge at any moment, Marcone orders Captain Dan Hibner and his engineers to move to the other side as quickly as possible. Although there are motors for the inflatable boats being brought up from the rear, Hibner decides there's no time to waste and instructs his men to paddle across using oars instead. Some of the boats set off with their engines in place, but most cross without them. At just before 4 PM, the crossing begins. Marcone's artillery begins their fire mission, mixing smoke shells with high explosives to cover the engineers as they begin the perilous voyage across the Euphrates. However, strong wind blows the smoke away just as the engineers are crossing. The first boat, commanded by First Lieutenant Kevin Caesar, immediately begins drifting south. No matter how hard Caesar's men paddle, the strong current carries the boat towards a 2-story building, where the Iraqis are targeting them with machine gun fire. One of the sappers deadpans, "Oh, we're dead." Seeing this disaster unfold, 3rd Battalion opens up on the building with everything they have, providing much needed covering fire. Caesar's boat and 2 others drift south of the bridge, but land on the east bank safely. They must now trek up to the far side of the bridge to disarm the explosives. Meanwhile, 5th Platoon of the 92nd Chemical Company sets up a smoke generator in an exposed position on the west bank of the Euphrates to better provide cover for the engineers. The engineers themselves are almost at the span when, at 4:15 PM, the Iraqis suddenly detonate the charges affixed to the bridge structure. When the smoke clears, the southern span has been seriously damaged, but the northern span is still intact due to the Iraqi sappers incorrectly rigging detonation cords. Once it's safe to continue their duties, the engineers rush to cut the rest of the wires, while their covering fire intensifies. One sapper, Sergeant Robert Stevens of Alpha Company, must venture into 10 feet of water to cut a cord hanging near one of the piers. He swims out to the pier and cuts the wire, but when he starts swimming back, his heavy pack begins to weigh him down. Stevens disappears beneath the water, believing he is about to drown. Luckily, an embedded reporter who is accompanying the force has watched Stevens go about his task and jumps into the water, pulling him to safety to the bank of the river. Infantry now begin clearing the buildings on the east side of the river. A Javelin anti-tank launcher is brought forward to engage the enemy position in the 2-story building. The Javelin is launched and streaks through the air at the building, making a direct hit and collapsing the entire structure. Iraqi soldiers now begin abandoning their defensive positions, some approaching the Americans with their hands raised in surrender, while others flee the battlefield. At 4:35 PM, Hibner reports that the southern span can still be crossed with vehicles, and Marcone's armour begins rolling across Objective Peach. In a final attempt to stop the crossing, Iraqi artillery fires more than 200 152mm shells at the west bank of the bridge. This is a simultaneous time-on-target mission utilising the last Iraqi artillery units in the area. They have caught the American forces at a vulnerable time. Not only is the bridgehead still fragile, but there is no Q-36 Firefinder radar in the area, meaning the coalition's MLRS and tube artillery cannot locate enemy batteries and fire back to suppress them. During the bombardment, men of the 92nd Chemical Company remain in place to provide critical smoke cover for the engineers working on the bridge. When the vicious barrage ends, the bridge still stands, and American vehicles continue to cross, although several Abrams and M2 Bradley fighting vehicles have survived close calls with shrapnel scars to show for it. Objective Peach is secured, and 3 armoured companies cross the bridge. However, the battle for Objective Peach is not over yet. Lieutenant Colonel Marcone pushes Charlie Company forward to secure an intersection 3 miles to the east of the bridgehead to establish a blocking position. A mechanised company from Captain Dave Benton's Bravo Company, 3rd Battalion, 7th Infantry Regiment, crosses the river, dismounting infantry to clear bunkers, and then heads north, destroying a company of BMD light infantry fighting vehicles of the Medina Republican Guard Division. While his forces are extending and consolidating the bridgehead, Lieutenant Colonel Marcone receives word at 9 PM that the Iraqis are preparing to counterattack. General Hamdani has gathered a Special Republican Guard Commando Brigade and a brigade each from the Medina and Nebuchadnezzar divisions. Marcone has been alerted to the Special Republican Guard Brigade, but US intelligence has failed to locate the main threat of the Republican Guard armoured brigades. The American commander orders his men to dig in, while his air liaison officers designate kill zones where close air support will devastate the attacking enemy columns. At 3 AM, the counterattack begins with an Iraqi artillery barrage. The Republican Guard Commando Brigade assaults on foot from the north, while the brigades from the Medina and Nebuchadnezzar divisions strike 3rd Battalion's perimeter from the south, hoping to crack the American line in multiple places before pushing on to the bridge. To counter this, Marconi has prepared a two-pronged defence, with Abrams, Bradleys and Apaches representing the first, while alternating artillery fire and airstrikes act as the second prong. Despite its supposed status as an elite formation, the men of the Special Commando Brigade are poorly led and suffering from bad morale. The demoralised commandos are easily beaten off with heavy casualties. However, the Iraqi armoured formations to the south attack with more aggression. A company of around 50 T-72s lead the assault, followed by two companies of American-built M113 APCs, totalling around 50 in staggered columns. The tanks of the 3rd Battalion quickly knock out the first three T-72s, killing the Iraqi brigade commander in the process. In keeping with the two-pronged defence, American MLRS and artillery is located 7 miles away, and it takes 33 seconds for US artillery rounds to land. Each time the artillery fires, Marconi's air liaison officer calls "shot", and the close air support aircraft are told to stay clear of the battlefield. As soon as the rounds land, the aircraft resume their attack. Hundreds of Iraqi soldiers are killed in the hurricane of artillery and rocket fire and close air support. Despite the massive disadvantage in firepower, the Iraqi forces demonstrate remarkable courage in assaulting the American lines throughout the morning. The Abrams of Captain Jared Robbins' Charlie Company used their thermal sights to knock out multiple T-72s. Their enemy has no such night fighting capabilities and are massacred en masse. The combat rages for over 2 hours, but the Iraqis fail to dent the American lines. By 5:30 AM, one of the largest tank mechanized engagements of the war draws to an end. 3 American servicemen are killed in action and another 60 wounded, while the Iraqis suffer between 700 and 1,000 dead. No American armoured vehicles are lost, while 18 T-72s and 30 APCs have been destroyed by the coalition's combined arms firepower. The capture of Objective Peach places coalition forces just 30 miles from the Iraqi capital. General Hamdani will later compare the loss of the Al-Qaid Bridge to the American capture of the bridge at Remagen in the Second World War, which allowed the Allied armies to storm Western Germany. General Franks and the Bush administration are briefly concerned that Saddam will finally unleash his chemical weapons now the coalition has breached the Red Zone, but no such attack takes place. 5th Corps is now in position to assault the Iraqi capital itself. By the afternoon of the 3rd of April, the situation at the Haditha Dam hangs in the balance. The 3rd Ranger Battalion has held their ground against wave after wave of enemy counterattacks, but the dam itself is on the verge of collapse. Iraqi shelling has destroyed an electrical transformer, knocking out 4 of the 5 turbines needed to safely operate the dam. The turbines are the only source of power for the dam. Without them, the interior will flood and could cause a catastrophic structural failure. With the last turbine about to fail, Sergeant First Class Kevin Camp, a Special Forces engineer, enlists the help of the remaining Iraqi workers to help him save the structure. While the battle outside rages for the next week, Camp and the Iraqi dam workers toil around the clock to keep the last turbine operational. The Rangers solidify their defensive perimeter over the next 7 days, aided by constant resupply missions and airstrikes, which keep the Iraqis at bay. A pair of Abrams also join the fight after being airlifted into H1 airfield and driven to the dam. The Rangers are finally relieved on the 10th of April after 10 days of constant combat. During this time, 3rd Battalion of the 75th Rangers, along with their supporting 120mm heavy mortars and air support, have destroyed 24 Iraqi mortars, 28 155mm artillery pieces, 23 AAA guns, 29 tanks, and 3 trucks. Between 300 and 400 Iraqi soldiers are killed in the battle, while 3 Rangers are killed and 6 wounded. Ultimately, the dam is saved, preventing a catastrophic flood from sweeping an active war zone. The US Air Force will soon fly in engineering personnel to bring the rest of the generators and turbines online. Over the next 2 days, the 3rd Infantry Division methodically rolls up the flank of the Medina Republican Guard Division. the unit which provided fierce resistance during the Gulf War and during the last 2 weeks of Operation Iraqi Freedom, is destroyed for the final time by the 4th of April, clearing the Carala Gap. To the northeast of Objective Peach, the capture of a key highway intersection, codenamed Objective Saints, on the 3rd of April, cuts off Baghdad from the south, isolating a large portion of Iraqi troops tasked with defending the city from that direction. The stage is now set for the main assault on Baghdad. The US Fifth Corps is advancing on Baghdad from the south, while the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force is isolating the capital from the east. Hoping to avoid prolonged urban warfare, American commanders are planning on using a new strategy to storm Baghdad, the Thunder Run. At just before 11 PM on the 3rd of April 2003, men of the Iraqi Special Republican Guard, a special protection force in Baghdad, are relaxing in trenches dug into the tarmac of Saddam International Airport to the southwest of the city. Hours earlier, American MLRS, conventional artillery, and F-16s and FA-18s pounded the Iraqi positions around the airport, sparking fears that an attack was imminent. Now, the Republican Guard commanders believe the danger has passed, and many are attempting to grab some sleep. The collapse of Baghdad's power grid has plunged the airport into complete darkness, causing some sentries to doze off at their posts. It seems as though the war will not come to Baghdad tonight. Suddenly, 2 loud explosions rock the airport, followed by the unmistakable growl of tank engines. M1A1 Abrams of Lieutenant Colonel Rock Marcone's Task Force 369 spill onto the cratered tarmac, having breached the 15-foot-high perimeter wall. The Special Republican Guard soldiers are caught by surprise. Their commanders have expected an airborne assault on the airport rather than an armoured attack, and are ill-prepared to deal with enemy tanks. As such, the runway is lined with anti-aircraft guns, but only one single platoon of T-72 tanks. The Abrams quickly engage the Iraqi T-72s, whose crews are completely blind in the darkness, while raining a hail of lead from their coax MGs and Commander's 50 cals on the Iraqi infantry. 3 T-72s are destroyed, with the final tank captured after a one-sided fight. Not a single T-72 gets off a shot at the American tanks. At 12:38 AM, another column of Abrams from Marcone's Task Force 369 breaches the airfield perimeter from the south, entering via a gate. The American attackers quickly begin to overwhelm the Iraqi infantry, who offer little resistance, destroying a large civilian airliner sitting at one of the terminals. Iraqi artillery hits the airfield, hoping to catch the Americans in the open, but this has little effect. By the morning, Marcone's men will have effectively taken control of Saddam International Airport and renamed it Baghdad International. It will take 2 more days to fully secure the area, which is littered with bunkers and tunnel complexes running underneath the airport. The assault on the airport is the first action of the ground assault on Baghdad. By the afternoon of the 4th of April, Najaf has been secured by the 101st Airborne, while the British forces in the south continue to squeeze the Iraqi defenders in Iraq's second largest city, Basra. On the 1st of April, the lead units of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force crossed the Tigris River and are now threatening the Iraqi capital. Major General Jim Mattis's 1st Marine Division is racing towards the outskirts of the city on the morning of the 4th of April. Dissatisfied with the progress of Colonel Joe Dowdy's 1st Regimental Combat Team, Mattis has relieved Dowdy of command. Mattis is determined to smash the Al-Nida Republican Guard Division defending the eastern perimeter of Baghdad, and will accept no delays. Colonel Joe Dunford's RCT-5 attacks along Highway 6 with Charlie Company of the 2nd Tank Battalion as the spearhead. Their objective is to follow the highway until they reach the Diyala intersection and then turn north to join their assigned route into the city, codenamed Route Green. A scout platoon of Humvees are in the lead, followed by Abrams tanks. Charlie Company approaches the outskirts of the town of Diyala when 2nd Lieutenant Adam Markley in the lead Abrams is treated to an ominous sight. The Iraqis ahead have set oil fires in trenches dug on both sides of the highway, meaning the column of vehicles won't be able to see any enemies on their exposed flanks. The lead scout platoon is about to reach the Diyala intersection when they are hit by an ambush. Iraqi tracers and RPGs fly past the Humvees, and the scout's commander, Lieutenant Brian McPhillips, gives the order weapons free. McPhillips begins firing the .50 caliber machine gun on his Humvee when he is shot and killed by an Iraqi sniper. The call goes out over the radio, Scout 6 is down. With McPhillips' Humvee now defenceless, Corporal Derek Keller in the vehicle behind asks his driver to bring them alongside the lead Humvee at 30 miles per hour. Despite the battle raging around them, Keller leaps between the two moving Humvees and takes over the .50 caliber machine gun. The Scout Humvees, armed with TOW anti-tank missiles and machine guns, run the gauntlet while laying down suppressive fire. After a minute of intense fighting, the Scouts are ordered to the rear of the column. The more vulnerable Humvees pull over to allow the tanks to take point. It is not long before they too come under heavy enemy fire. As Charlie Company's armour reaches the Diyala intersection, a volley of RPGs flash through the black smoke. One RPG round strikes Markley's turret hatch and deflects inside the tank before exploding, killing Corporal Bernard Gooden and knocking Markley unconscious. Knowing that stopping will greatly endanger the exposed column in the kill zone, Charlie Company's commander, Captain Jeffrey Houston, orders his tanks to keep moving while firing on the hidden enemies. Captain Houston's Abrams is taking the brunt of the attack. One of the outboard fuel tanks catches fire, but the Abrams is designed to be able to sustain an outboard fuel tank fire without critical damage to the tank. However, just at this moment, the crew rotates the turret and knocks the flaming fuel into the engine's air intake valve. The tank automatically shuts down to prevent an explosion, but Houston and his men are now immobilized in the kill zone. Following his training, Houston orders his men to give him covering fire while he leaves the vehicle to find a new tank to command from. Houston, a direct descendant of the Texan general and statesman Sam Houston, jumps down and runs to the tank behind, while his crew target Iraqi infantry from the turret hatch and using the coaxial machine gun. Lieutenant Markley regains consciousness in the chaos of battle and realizes the column has missed its turn. We have to turn around, we're only 4 clicks from Baghdad. Houston then returns to his tank and is giving his crew instructions when he is shot in the jaw. Seeing this, Lance Corporal Billy Peixoto runs to Houston and pulls him behind cover. Peixoto applies pressure to the wound while firing his 9mm sidearm. He will later be awarded the Bronze Star. As the column turns around, a fighter driving a truck bomb takes advantage of the chaos and speeds into the middle of the column next to an Abrams. The truck detonates right next to the tank, but the Abrams is unharmed and continues to fight. Another Marine, Sergeant Dwayne Rios, is standing in the exposed turret of his AAV when he is killed while 2nd Battalion is completing its U-turn. The column heads back towards their designated route while Captain Houston is evacuated by an ambulance. His disabled tank will have to be left behind. 3 Marines have been killed in the ambush and another 4 seriously wounded. The rest of Dunford's RCT-5 arrives and clears the town by the end of the day. The Marines are later surprised to find none of the ambushers in Diyala were members of the supposedly elite Al-Nida Division. In fact, they are not even Iraqi citizens. Instead, inspections of the more than 100 bodies reveal these men to be Syrians, Egyptians, Yemenis, and Lebanese. They have come to Iraq to take part in a jihad declared against the coalition invasion. Baghdad will be the epicenter of this supposed jihad. Mattis's push through the outer defences to the east of Baghdad have set the stage for the battle for the city. The initial plan is simple. The US Army units will take all of Baghdad west of the Tigris River, while the Marine Corps will capture the east bank of the city. However, the question of how to avoid costly urban fighting within the Iraqi capital is a source of fierce debate. The commander of 5th Corps, Lieutenant General Scott Wallace, advocates for a methodical approach, where the capital will be surrounded and the Iraqi forces gradually worn down by air power in a process that will limit American casualties but could take weeks. However, General Buford Blunt of the 3rd Infantry Division and Major General Mattis of the 1st Marine Division opposed this strategy, arguing for a more aggressive and direct assault on the city. Blunt's 3rd Infantry Division has already occupied 2 of the designated staging areas just outside the capital, an opportunity that Blunt seeks to exploit before the Iraqi army can establish stronger defences. He informs General Wallace that he will be sending an armoured column through the heart of Baghdad to shock and demoralise the enemy into capitulating. Blunt believes that this tactic, known as a thunder run, is the key to winning the battle as quickly as possible. In the evening of the 4th of April, Lieutenant Colonel Eric Schwartz is summoned to the headquarters of the commander of 2nd Brigade Combat Team of the 3rd Infantry Division, Colonel David Perkins. Perkins has already overseen a smaller thunder run in Najaf, which helped the 101st Airborne secure the city centre. Perkins gives Schwartz and the 1st Battalion of the 64th Armoured Regiment a new mission. I need you to attack north into Baghdad tomorrow morning at first light. Schwartz is stunned by his orders. His battalion will be the first American unit into the heart of the Iraqi capital, and his intelligence has no clear picture of enemy defences. You must be crazy, sir. I don't think so, and I'm coming with you. Schwartz is convinced that this mission will result in the death of many of his men, but he intends to carry out his orders. The 1st 64th Armour will leave its soft-skinned vehicles, such as support trucks, behind, and attack with 29 tanks, 14 Bradleys, and a handful of M113 APCs. It will be a carefully orchestrated demonstration of American armoured might, which will hopefully break the will of Saddam's army. But to General Blunt's superiors, it is merely reported as a reconnaissance in force. This attack is a risky proposition, which could either prove the viability of storming a city of more than 5.6 million inhabitants, or set the stage for a long and painful siege. At 6 AM on the 5th of April, the Thunder Run moves out, with Lieutenant Colonel Schwartz commanding from Alpha Company in the lead of the column, with Colonel Perkins accompanying from the middle. A-10 Warthogs are on station overhead, ready to attack enemy concentrations along the 6-lane highway, with air controllers on the ground standing by to relay coordinates. Despite the war, the citizens of Baghdad have been told by Iraqi officials that there is no threat to the city, and to go about their daily lives. As such, morning commuters are dumbfounded to see American tanks rolling down the highway towards the heart of the capital. Alpha Company comes across a group of Iraqi soldiers drinking tea at a checkpoint by the side of the road. Schwartz gives the order to open fire, and the Iraqis are so surprised that they fail to get a shot off before they are gunned down. The column moves on towards the heart of the city. However, unlike the unlucky men at the first checkpoint, other combatants react quickly, and a hail of RPG, recoilless rifle and small arms fire strike the lead vehicles. Tracers and rockets scream out of buildings and groves overlooking the highway, prompting a response from the American armour. Since the invasion began, Baghdad has been flooded with foreign fighters hoping to wage war against the coalition. These paramilitaries, along with the regular Iraqi army, Republican Guard and Fedayeen units, comprise 45,000 men, who intend to put up a stiff defence of the capital. The armoured vehicles move forward as planned, as the American gunners fire back. Schwartz and Perkins have set rules for the Thunder Run that must be strictly followed. The column will move at 9 miles per hour and will not stop under any circumstances. Bradleys are in the lead in order to use their higher rate of fire to suppress enemy positions. Harder targets will be passed off to the Abrams, which are to follow 55 yards behind. Each tank alternates the direction of its turret, so they can fire on both sides of the road. All of the crews have pre-positioned carbines, sidearms and grenades atop their turrets, in the event their vehicle is disabled. For 20 minutes, the Thunder Run continues north into increasingly heavy Iraqi fire. As the Abrams are passing a group of apartment buildings to the right of the highway, either a recoilless rifle round or a rare Iraqi anti-tank missile slams into Staff Sergeant Jason Diaz's tank, and explodes against the auxiliary power unit on the turret. All systems are normal, and the tank continues down the road and under an overpass. But after 500 yards, warning lights start flashing on the systems panel, and the tank groans to a halt. Diaz opens the hatch to see a tanker's worst nightmare. The Abrams is immobilized and on fire. Keeping with standard operating procedure, Diaz pulls the fire extinguisher handles and shouts, "Abandon tank." His crew jumps out of the vehicle and quickly gets to work trying to put out the fire. Aware of the situation, Schwartz goes against his orders and decides to halt the formation to try to save the tank. As more Abrams move up from behind and set up a defensive perimeter, one of Captain Jason Conroy's subordinates spots an enemy fighter and calls to him, "Sir, he's got a weapon, can I shoot him?" Conroy instantly responds, "Hell yes." The American column is taking fire from the overpass as civilian cars and trucks are still driving across, seemingly oblivious to the battle around them. Down below, Diaz and his crew, along with the battalion executive officer, frantically attempt to save the stricken Abrams, while RPG rounds skip off the ground around them. Captain Conroy continues to support the salvage operation when he spots a white truck laden with explosives screaming down the highway off-ramp towards his tank. His gunner can't train on the target fast enough as Conroy shouts into the radio, "Shoot it, shoot the damn thing." With everyone around them desperately firing on the vehicle with 50 cals and small arms, at the last second, a nearby Bradley turns its 25mm chain gun towards the truck and fires, killing the drivers and causing the vehicle to crash into the highway guardrail. The smouldering truck comes to a halt only 10 feet from Conroy's tank. Meanwhile, from his location at the newly renamed Baghdad International Airport, General Blunt has been monitoring the Thunder Run from a live feed provided by Hunter UAVs, and is increasingly concerned that the column has been stopped for so long. He orders Perkins to get moving again. At the disabled Abrams, the crew has put out the fire, and engineers are prepared to tow the tank to safety when the flames suddenly flare up again. Lieutenant Roger Gruneisen radios Captain Conroy to tell him the bad news. "It's on fire again." "What do you mean it's on fire? I thought you were putting it out." "I know," Gruneisen says, "but it caught back on fire." Perkins moves his command APC to the stricken tank and shouts at Diaz to abandon the vehicle. 2 men toss thermite grenades into the turret before another Abrams fires a heat round into the tank at point-blank range, ensuring the destruction of the vehicle. Diaz and his crew hop into Lieutenant Gruneisen's tank, which continues forward with the rest of the column. The lengthy stop to support the damaged Abrams has mixed up the order of vehicles, with Bradleys, Abrams and APCs now intermixed. Lieutenant Robert Ball's Abrams is now the lead vehicle at the front of the Thunder Run, and is preparing to make the turn-off to the airport. However, the thick black smoke is obscuring his vision, and Ball misses the exit to the airport. The task force is instead headed north towards heavily defended downtown Baghdad. Luckily, Ball realises his mistake and simply orders his vehicle to pull a U-turn and plough over the median guardrails. The rest of the armoured column follows, and Ball leads them towards the correct turn-off. Lieutenant Gruneisen's Abrams is lagging behind at the back of the formation. The tank is cramped with Diaz's crew on board, which is hampering the driver's view of the road. The Abrams is struggling to catch up when the 120mm main gun pointing towards the right side of the road suddenly strikes a concrete bridge abatement. The sudden impact knocks the hydraulics loose and sends the turret spinning around like a top. The men inside are pinned to the steel walls as the turret spins 20 times in less than a minute, sending their rucksacks and duffel bags flying onto the road. When the turret finally comes to a rest, the disorientated crew finds they cannot fire the main gun as it has been damaged by the impact. To make matters worse, they have missed their exit, and Captain Conroy radios Lieutenant Colonel Schwartz, "I've got a tank headed into downtown Baghdad." Gruneisen is aware of his situation and searches for an area where he can turn around. His tank approaches a roundabout occupied by enemy soldiers, with multiple military trucks parked on the side of the street. With the gun useless, the only weapon with which he can fire back is the loader's M240 machine gun out of the turret roof. He orders his driver to use the roundabout to turn around. the Iraqi soldiers seem rather surprised to see a sole American tank approaching them in central Baghdad. Rather than fire back, most of the fighters throw down their weapons and run away as fast as they can from the intimidating tank approaching. Gruneisen shouts, "Just keep on going, just keep on going," as a pickup truck rounds the circle and smashes directly into the front of the tank. After what seems to be an eternity negotiating the roundabout, the Abrams finally exits and hastens to rejoin the main group. The Iraqis seem so surprised that they do not pursue the lone tank. Gruneisen continues forward for a few minutes until he spots another Abrams, the vehicle which had fired the heat round into Diaz's disabled tank earlier. Relieved at seeing a friendly vehicle, both tanks rejoin the correct route to try to catch up with the main column headed towards Baghdad International Airport. Enemy fire is intensifying as the column approaches the airport. A Bradley takes a direct hit from an RPG round which penetrates the armour, wounds the driver, and ruptures the fuel cells. The column once again stops, but this time the Bradley is recovered, and a new driver is able to get the vehicle moving within minutes. In Staff Sergeant Stephen Booker's tank, the 50 caliber and coaxial machine guns have jammed, increasing their vulnerability to infantry attack. Despite the danger to his life, Booker stands in the turret hatch and fires back at the enemy with his carbine. He gleefully shouts to his crew from his exposed position, "I don't want to die in this country." Suddenly, an RPG round screams in and strikes Booker directly, but it does not explode. The staff sergeant is grievously wounded. The tank stops to allow him to be evacuated by an M113, but it's no use. A veteran of Desert Storm and one of the most beloved soldiers in the battalion, Staff Sergeant Booker dies before he can make it to a field hospital. He is later posthumously awarded the Silver Star, which is then upgraded to the Distinguished Service Cross. The column is almost at the airport when Lieutenant Ball reports a large concrete barrier ahead. Desperate to reach safety, Schwartz orders Ball to smash his way through. The Abrams accelerates and drives right through the barrier, sending concrete flying. The tank lurches in the air before landing hard on the highway. The other tanks follow suit while RPG rounds continue to explode around them. Ball's gunner reports, "I have tanks." Schwartz orders the column to slow down, but the tanks are quickly identified as friendlies. Colonel Grimesley's brigade has pushed out from the airport to come to his aid. After 2.5 hours under near constant fire in the very hostile city of Baghdad, the reinforced column continues and will soon arrive at the airport. The first Thunder Run on Baghdad has suffered 1 dead, 5 wounded, 1 Abrams main battle tank lost, and a damaged Bradley. Schwartz is shaken after the experience, and goes from soldier to apologise for leading them into heavy enemy fire. Yet, General Blunt is ecstatic and declares the Thunder Run a success. He debriefs Colonel Perkins and Lieutenant Colonel Schwartz, who estimate that they have killed approximately 2,000 enemy fighters and around 30 military trucks. However, the initial goal of the Thunder Run was to demoralise the Iraqi civilians and military and shock them into defeat. This hasn't happened. Instead, Iraqi prisoners tell American interrogators that they had believed Iraqi military propaganda. A captured quartermaster colonel had been told that the coalition advance had been stopped at the Euphrates River. He believed this to be true until he drove his VW Passat into a Bradley fighting vehicle. The next Thunder Run must drive home the fact that Saddam has lost the war. General Blunt and Colonel Perkins get to work planning another Thunder Run. The following day, Iraq's second largest city of Basra falls to the British 1st Armoured Division, while the American forces around Baghdad consolidate and prepare to move into the city again. Meanwhile, the Iraqi Northern Front has collapsed, and joint American Peshmerga units are advancing south. At a safe house in Baghdad, Saddam gathers his high command for the last time. He will later be described as a man who had lost the will to resist, and knows that his regime is coming to an end.
Army 72010, descend to maintain 2000, I got you loud and clear.
It's 5:30 AM on the 7th of April 2003. Parked on Highway 8 just outside downtown Baghdad is a large column of 60 Abrams main battle tanks, 28 Bradley fighting vehicles, and multiple armoured personnel carriers. 1st Battalion of the 64th Armour Regiment under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Erich Schwartz is in the lead, but they are not alone. The 970 combat soldiers of the 3rd Infantry Division's 2nd Brigade Combat Team are prepared to storm a city of 5 million residents. Led by Colonel David Perkins, they aim to end the entire war with one final blow against Saddam Hussein's regime. 15 minutes later, the column sets off to begin the final battle for Baghdad. 2 days earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Schwartz's 1st 64th Battalion led a large armoured raid through the outskirts of Baghdad, which ended at the airport. The attack, nicknamed a Thunder Run, is a success and provides the coalition with valuable intelligence on the state of Iraqi defences. With the 1st Marine Division breaking into Baghdad from the east, the leader of Central Command, General Tommy Franks, believes the end is near for Saddam's regime. Despite the success of the first Thunder Run, Perkins is angered by Iraqi Media and Foreign Affairs Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, better known in the West as Baghdad Bob. Al-Sahaf stands atop an Abrams tank abandoned during the first raid, and proclaims that the city will never fall to the Americans. Perkins is determined to demonstrate to the enemy the futility of continuing the war. Furthermore, he is gambling that the Iraqis have no plan for an enemy force storming the centre of Baghdad and setting up a base from within the city. Captain Jason Conroy of the 1st 64th Battalion later writes, "The initial Thunder Run was a drive-by knock on Saddam's door. On Thunder Run 2, we planned to break down the door and invite ourselves to stay for a while." However, 5th Corps Commander Lieutenant General Scott Wallace is hesitant about sending the 2nd Brigade Combat Team into the centre of the city. He has concerns about supplying such a large force and wants to avoid a so-called Black Hawk Down situation, with American units trapped behind enemy lines. Perkins' direct superior, General Buford Blunt, concurs, and orders Perkins to conduct another armed reconnaissance to the airport, rather than a dash to Saddam's palaces. Much like the first Thunder Run, Perkins is set on his plan and downplays how ambitious this operation will be. Perkins ends his briefing on the 6th of April by telling his officers, "Tomorrow is our last big fight. Good luck, gentlemen." The previous evening, a reconnaissance patrol discovered a dangerous obstacle less than a mile from the planned jumping-off point, a deep minefield of over 400 mines, blocking Highway 8. Yet, the Iraqi defenders have made no effort to bury or camouflage the mines, which are simply lying out in the open. Captain Hibner's 2nd Platoon Delta Company of the 10th Engineer Battalion is called in to clear the route. Hibner's men begin clearing a lane as quietly as they can in the darkness. To speed up the mine clearing, some engineers use special tape to lasso the mines off to the side of the road, while others simply move them with their bare hands. Having used this technique in Najaf, the sappers lasso 8 mines at a time and drag them across the asphalt to be disarmed. By morning, a breach lane is established and the attack will begin as scheduled. At just before 5:45 am, 1st Battalion of the 9th Field Artillery Regiment launches a preparatory barrage to destroy Iraqi positions detected by UAVs the previous day. Minutes later, the vehicles of Schwartz's 1st 64th Battalion once again start moving north up Highway 8. This is the first time in the invasion that the brigade is attempting to combine artillery with a fast-moving armoured raid. Schwartz's battle-hardened men are chosen to lead the column due to their knowledge of the route after their experience 2 days before. They also put lessons learned to good use. During the first Thunder Run, the Iraqi defenders used the highway overpasses to fire down on the advancing column. Precisely 10 minutes before the column reaches an overpass, 12 Paladin 155mm howitzers from the 1st 9th Artillery Battalion fire anti-personnel shells over the top of the key intersections to drive off the Iraqis. As the column approaches the first major interchange at Objective Curly, the Paladins fire high-explosive point-detonating rounds fused to airburst 10 metres above the overpass, so the Iraqi infantry is devastated by shrapnel, but the critical overpasses themselves are not damaged. When the column approaches, the lead Bradleys come under sporadic RPG fire. The Bradleys return fire with 25mm cannon and disperse the enemy RPG teams. Lieutenant Colonel Schwartz can already tell that the overpass clearing tactic is working, and reports to Colonel Perkins that they are facing less intense fire this time. Schwartz is pleased with the improved communications among the units involved in the Thunder Run, and is impressed with the combined arms approach. The mission is playing out as planned. When the American tanks approach the abandoned Abrams from the first Thunder Run, Staff Sergeant Joe Bell notices a Soviet-made armoured recovery vehicle parked next to the burned-out tank. Iraqis are winching the Abrams, attempting to tow it away in the middle of a battle. Bell's tank sprays the recovery vehicle with 50 caliber machine gun fire before destroying it with a heat round. Seconds later, an RPG slams into the side of Bell's Abrams, followed immediately by another which penetrates the engine compartment and starts a fire. The Abrams fire suppression systems deal with the flames, but the tank is now without power on the side of the road. This time, the column simply continues on. Perkins has urged his commanders to maintain momentum throughout the attack, and any disabled vehicles will be left behind. After the column passes, Bell and his crew sit tight and alone. A recovery vehicle will be rushed to the scene to tow them back to friendly lines. The rest of the Thunder Run continues, smashing through improvised roadblocks and concrete barriers. Coming under increasingly heavy enemy fire the closer they get to downtown, the Bradleys and Abrams saturate bunkers and firing positions on the side of the highway. Some of these bunkers had been cleared 2 days earlier, but have been retaken by the Iraqis, forcing the armoured vehicles to blast them again. Iraqi technicals arrive to challenge the American armour, but most are destroyed or driven off. When the column reaches the third and final overpass, Objective Mo, Colonel Perkins orders his force to head towards downtown Baghdad and the Republican Palace. The 3rd Division commanders monitoring the advance on their computer screens are surprised when the line of blue icons does not turn left towards the airport as planned, but turns right towards the centre of Baghdad. Brigadier General Lloyd Austin calls Perkins to find out where he is going, to which Perkins responds, "Sir, I am heading downtown." Led by Alpha Company of the 1st 64th Battalion, the bulk of the Thunder Run force moves east. Schwartz's armour heads to Baghdad's monument area, while the rest of Lieutenant Colonel Flip de Camp's 1st 64th Armoured Battalion follows on their heels to capture the Republican Palace and the Government Quarter. Captain Conroy's tank is heading towards the monument area when he spots 2 Iraqi BMPs traversing their turrets at the incoming convoy. He orders his gunner to hit one of the BMPs, while another Abrams takes the other. Within seconds, both tanks fire and score direct hits, causing the turrets of the enemy vehicles to pop off simultaneously. After a few more minutes, Lieutenant Colonel Schwartz's column reaches the monument area. Despite the battle swirling around them, his men marvel at the crossed swords of the spectacular Victory Arch overlooking Saddam's parade ground. At the same time, de Camp's tanks smash through the gates of the Republican Palace complex, quickly followed by news cameras capturing the moment. Exultant in victory, Colonel Perkins arrives and decides to send a message to the entire world that Saddam's regime is dead. With the news cameras rolling, he orders Captain Conroy to destroy an equestrian statue of the Iraqi dictator. Conroy tells his gunner, "Just make sure you hit the damn thing." The Abrams scores a direct hit on the first try, and the statue topples to the ground. With Colonel Perkins and most of the 2nd Brigade combat team firmly entrenched in the centre of the city, Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Twitty's 3rd Battalion of the 15th Infantry Regiment is tasked with securing the supply line. Controlling the 3 highway intersections is the key to ensuring that the American forces can remain in downtown Baghdad. Yet, with most of the brigade combat team's firepower needed downtown, Twitty must secure 6 miles of Highway 8 with only a few hundred men, 30 Bradleys and 14 tanks. The combination of Iraqis and foreign fighters quickly counterattack the vulnerable forces guarding the intersections. Objective Curly is the biggest danger. The enemy is attacking from all directions in what the US military refers to as a 360-degree fight. Captain Harry Hornbuckle is defending the intersection with 80 men, but estimates he is facing almost 200 enemy combatants. His armoured vehicles blast multiple technicals, but the enemy hugs the American position to prevent Hornbuckle from calling in artillery or air support. Captain Hubbard is amazed by the seemingly endless amount of vehicles the enemy throws at his men. He will later count 20 burned out cars, trucks and motorcycles which had attempted to ram American Bradleys during the battle. After 3 hours of fighting, Lieutenant Colonel Twitty calls Hornbuckle, "Do you need extra help?" The response comes back immediately with the sounds of gunfire echoing through the radio. "We need help and we need it now." Perkins orders the 2nd Brigade Combat Team's only reserve to reinforce Objective Curly as soon as possible. At the Brigade's Tactical Operations Centre, or TOC, on the outskirts of the city, the relief effort is being coordinated when an Iraqi surface-to-surface missile unexpectedly streaks in at 10:24 am. The warhead makes a direct hit, demolishing the TOC and destroying 17 vehicles. In the worst mass casualty event of the war for the US military, 5 Americans are killed and 17 wounded. Colonel Perkins had been on the phone with the TOC when the missile struck. He is told by the officer on station, "Sir, we just got hammered. I'll have to call you back. It doesn't look good." To make matters worse, the men defending Objective Curly have now temporarily lost the ability to call in artillery and air support. Meanwhile, the men in downtown Baghdad are running out of fuel and ammunition as they face disorganized but tenacious Iraqi counterattacks. Despite the desperate situation along the supply route, Perkins decides he has no choice but to order his R2 resupply vehicles to run the gauntlet. Led by Captain J. O. Bailey, 17 trucks set out on Highway 8, along with 3 armoured scout vehicles as escorts. Iraqi spotters immediately call in mortar strikes on the convoy, forcing the trucks to weave around explosions. RPG and machine gun fire follows as the convoy drives right into a kill zone near a line of railway tracks. Sergeant First Class John Marshall is firing the Mark 19 grenade launcher in the lead Humvee when an RPG strike instantly kills him. At 50 years of age, Marshall is the oldest American killed during the invasion of Iraq. Further down the line, Staff Sergeant Robert Stever is working the 50 caliber machine gun on an M113 APC when he is also killed by an enemy RPG. The driver of the M113, Private First Class Jared Metz, is knocked out of his seat by the blast, and the APC careens into the nearest guardrail, crashing through the metal barrier. Nonetheless, Metz regains control. Every man in the convoy returns fire, with some hanging out of the trucks or Humvees with their M4 carbines, while the vehicles doggedly continue on towards downtown Baghdad. At Objective Curly, Captain Hornbuckle has been relying on danger-close artillery fire missions to keep the enemy from overrunning his position, but can no longer count on the help after the loss of the TOC. The situation is so serious that even the battalion chaplain picks up a weapon and fires back at the attackers. In the midst of the firefight, the R2 convoy along with a Bradley arrives to replenish the dwindling ammunition supply. Men rush to grab ammunition from the trucks before returning to their firing positions. As the convoy prepares to move on to the next intersection, an RPG hits one of the ammunition trucks, which explodes in a massive fireball. This sets off a chain reaction, causing 4 more trucks to explode. With the situation about to deteriorate into a disaster, the remaining drivers rush to move their vehicles far away from the burning trucks. Miraculously, there are no casualties, but the convoy is now in danger of not making it to downtown Baghdad. The 2nd Battalion of the 7th Infantry Regiment have attacked north to relieve the men at Objective Curly. As they approach the intersection, the lead Bradleys of the 2/7th mistake friendly Special Forces Toyotas guarding the southern flank as Iraqi technicals and open fire, destroying one and damaging another. They also rake another Bradley at Objective Curly with 25mm fire, but the M3 is not badly damaged. The men within the perimeter grab orange identification panels and wave their arms, which prompt the Bradleys to the south to cease fire. Despite the mishap, no Americans are killed by friendly fire, and the 2nd 7th moves in to provide support after properly identifying the friendly units. Captain Hornbuckle's men pile into the trucks of the R2 convoy, which sets out for its initial objective, while handing the battle off to 2nd 7th. By now, the enemy fire is beginning to slacken as heavy losses have taken their toll. During the battle at Objective Curly, Sergeants Marshall and Stever have been killed, and another 40 wounded, while the Iraqis suffer between 350 and 500 casualties. Most of the R2 convoy makes it into Baghdad to keep the rest of the 2nd Brigade combat team combat effective. It has been a harrowing experience for the men. After the war, Captain Bailey bitterly remarks that he should have waited until armoured support was brought up to support his unit. If I went back in time, I would not have left. I would have disobeyed that order. The fighting on Highway 8 continues at the other two intersections, but Colonel Perkins' men hold their positions until they are relieved. After the chaotic fighting of the day, Perkins decides to stay in the centre of Baghdad and to set up a defensive perimeter. At the same time, the lead elements of General Mattis's 1st Marine Division are approaching the east bank of the Tigris River. By the night of the 7th of April, both American Marine and Army units are entrenched within the Iraqi capital. The next 2 days are spent repelling piecemeal enemy counterattacks and tightening the coalition's grip on the city. On the 8th of April, the vehicles of the 1st Recon Battalion in Mattis's 1st Marine Division are heading north, away from Baghdad and towards the town of Bakaba, 30 miles to the north of the Iraqi capital. Mattis is concerned about reports that Republican Guard units are massing in the town for a counterattack and wants to hit them first before they can regroup. In Bravo Company's lead Humvee, Corporal Ray Person exclaims, "It beats sitting around doing nothing while everyone else gets to have fun attacking Baghdad." The following morning, the 80 Marines and 15 Humvees of Captain Brian Patterson's Alpha Company are within 6 miles of Bakaba, when Patterson calls for a halt in the middle of a field with shepherds and sheep dotting the land. The Marines are pushed up against the left bank of a canal running towards Bakaba. Seconds later, a mortar barrage strikes Alpha Company, knocking men down and throwing Captain Patterson against his Humvee. Machine gun tracers lace out from a nearby hut, while as many as 150 Iraqi fighters open fire from entrenched positions. These are professional Iraqi soldiers, not the Fedayeen militia or foreign fighters. Military trucks pull up behind their sandbagged positions to drop off more men. Reinforcing the ambush is an Iraqi BMP-1, which targets the Marines and their Humvees with its 73mm gun. Captain Patterson believes his unit is in serious trouble. The Iraqis now outnumber the Marines 3-1 and are slowly squeezing the perimeter against the canal. 1st Marines forward air controllers immediately call in an F-15 Strike Eagle to take out the BMP, along with Cobra gunships to deal with the enemy infantry. The Marines on the ground spot the F-15 on its attack run, but watch in horror as it releases a 500-pound bomb far too close to their positions. The bomb detonates just 200 yards away, buffeting the men with a shockwave and temporarily deafening them. The angry Marines swear as they take cover. The US Air Force has gained a reputation among the ground forces for friendly fire in this war, and this pilot has missed the target by a full kilometre. The Strike Eagle swings around and targets the BMP again. This time, the pilot drops his bomb directly on the armoured vehicle, which is blown apart in a massive fireball. The F-15 breaks off and heads north to search for more targets as the battle continues. The Cobras arrive on station and begin attacking enemy defensive positions with cannon fire and Hellfire missiles. The arrival of air support has turned the tide of the battle, and the Marine Humvees now fire and advance. 50 caliber and Mark 19 turret gunners provide an awesome display of firepower, while snipers pick off Iraqi fighters one by one. Amazingly, amidst the battle, the Marines spot shepherds braving the crossfire to drag off wounded sheep. The bounding advance continues towards Iraqi positions. One Mark 19 gunner fires 250 rounds at the enemy, leaving the fields littered with dead and dying Iraqis. After 2 hours of intense pressure, enemy resistance breaks and their retreat quickly becomes a rout as Alpha Company chases down armed stragglers. Alpha Company clears the immediate area and continues north for another 10 kilometers before they are finally ordered to halt. For the rest of the afternoon, 1st Recon advances the rest of the way to Bakaba and routs what remains of the once vaunted Republican Guard. Only one man has been slightly wounded in exchange for hundreds of Iraqi casualties. During the invasion, the 1st Recon Battalion suffers only a handful of wounded and none killed in action at the hands of enemy fighters in Iraq. Meanwhile in Baghdad, the Marine Expeditionary Force and 5th Corps units are finishing the dirty work of clearing out stubborn Ba'athist strongholds. This process has gone much quicker since the Second Thunder Run has broken enemy resistance in the centre of the city. Later that day, the city is declared secure by the coalition and a formal occupation begins. Crowds of Iraqi civilians take to the streets and rip down images of the Ba'ath Party which ruled over them for so long. For Saddam Hussein, this marks the end of his regime. The Iraqi dictator flees the city and goes on the run along with his sons. What remains of the Iraqi army disintegrates after the fall of Baghdad, as most of its soldiers desert and return home to their families. Over the next 4 days, the key regions of Kirkuk and Tikrit fall to coalition forces with little resistance. On the 1st of May 2003, US President George W. Bush announces the end of major combat operations in Iraq. Despite pre-war claims of Iraqi chemical weapons, the reality on the ground is far different. Specialised WMD disposal teams scour the country and only find a handful of degraded mustard gas artillery shells left over from the Iran-Iraq war. Low-yield uranium is found at the Tuatha nuclear site, but not nearly enough to use in a weapon system. During the 26 days of the ground offensive, 139 American and 33 British soldiers are killed, with another 551 wounded. The casualty figures for Iraqi combatants is estimated anywhere between 7,600 and 45,000. Tragically, at least 7,269 innocent Iraqi civilians are killed during the invasion. On the 13th of December 2003, Saddam Hussein is captured and subsequently put on trial for crimes against humanity. He is found guilty and executed in December of 2006. Following the end of combat operations, the coalition occupying authorities dissolved the Iraqi army and most administrative remnants of Saddam's Ba'athist state. However, this decision backfires, as Iraq quickly slides into chaos. Looting and lawlessness will plague Iraqi cities for weeks following the fall of Saddam's regime. By the time order is restored around the country, many of the foreign fighters who came to Iraq to fight the invasion have melted into the population along with their weapons. Many of the coalition forces who left the country following the end of the invasion will need to return to fight a growing insurgency and prevent a civil war.